Chapter 14. Victory, a fist, and hips. Umber Mortem, Erebus. Gideon pushed himself. Combat acrobatics and combat awareness, his two biggest tools to see him through the concrete jungle. His boiling anger was the other, mostly anger with himself, but with a fury towards the system, the Mind Witch, and everything in between, including the two other nature-influenced cats he'd had to avoid. He'd killed the one, then been able to slip past the other two he'd encountered. The vines growing out of their backs and natural chameleon ability made them a bitch and a half. He promised himself to come back at some point and clear the creatures from the ruins. He was losing time when he had none to begin with. He could see the western edge of the ruins a few blocks ahead. He recognized the shop and buildings where they'd found the refugees and fought the feral crows. Keep your sensors on point, Freddy. I'm gonna need a quick assessment as soon as we break into line of sight. Freddy's voice answered immediately. Ready, Gideon? Gideon was so late to the game he was barely holding on to his rage as his emotions bucked heavily and his focus wavered under its assault. As he moved, he threw up the notification that arrived over an hour before and could only imagine what the cost in lives had been for his decision. Quest alert! Monster Wave 1! The Monster Wave has arrived, and you've been blessed with rare elites of the Auric Foundational and Infusion Soul Pillar, Glyph Blade Beasts. You have 3 options, 2 of which reward you and everyone involved no matter how small their involvement. 1. Kill the Alpha, 0 out of 1. Defeat the Monster Wave. Difficulty, Epic. Rewards, loot box based on class rarity, affinity, and other criteria. Large amount of experience. 2. Survive for 3 days. At least 10% of population survives. Difficulty, rare. Rewards, common loot box. Moderate amount of experience. 3. Die and become fodder for those more deserving. Glyph Blade Beast killed 31 out of 50. Alpha Glyph Blade Beast killed 0 out of 1. A block, half a block. His body leapt broken ruins, swooping around fallen trees, one intent, get home, get to Lasana. He broke into the open plains through the shattered wall of a ruined building and kept moving, feet carving ground as he pushed up and over a slope to lay eyes on Umber Mortem and the utter devastation. His perception was high enough even from this distance to see a part of the wall shattered, but he was still too far to make out much else beyond the rising dust clouds of battle still joined. Now that Umber Mortem was in sight, he pushed himself even harder, legs, pistons grinding into the loam of the plains as he pressed all of his agility to get him where he needed to go. Even then, there were still miles between him and there. As they closed into better visual range, Freddy's voice slid into his ear as his long legs chewed space. Senses stretch to extent of range. Creatures are of the Auric Foundational and the Inscription Soul Pillar. It is a Soul Pillar path usually expressing itself in the use of glyphs. In this case, it is a martial beast with glyphs inscribed to flesh that intercept all damage. You must remove the glyphs before any actual damage affects the beast itself. Depending on the individual level of said beast dictates how many glyphs you must get through. I'm sorry, Gideon. My sensors indicate almost a 60% attrition rate of allied forces, and possibly more as we move closer in. Gideon stayed silent and kept shifting closer, the grip on his spear in his long strides, white-knuckled with building anger. He made it another 100 yards, his eyes now clocking several different brawls, when Freddy's voice cut through with a panic he rarely heard from the AI. Gideon, to your left! Lasana, you must move now! She is in critical condition and Arizelle does not possess the offensive capability to hurt the Alpha. She has only 1 glyph left that I can sense. His fury unleashed at Freddy's words, chains broken. Without thought, he activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade at the same time as rune-forging Umbral, threading it to his eyes as his vision was glued to the barely discernible shapes of a gigantic version of the creatures with a small figure impaled at the end of a blade that finished the creature's arm. He aimed to the extent of the range the ability could reach and pushed it, shattered it. His eyes looked within and found the symbols that made up its core, and with a push of will and his rune-forging Umbral, he slid into the matrix of its makeup. He had no idea what he was doing, but he let his insight and perception and his runic sight lead him. His brain lit up in flames, and a backlash of pain riddled truncheons of force on his everything. It had him drop to a knee, yet still he shoved the boundaries out beyond what they were meant to, far beyond. The system sent pulsating striations of hard walls down on his attempted manipulation, boxing his attempts. Warning, citizen. Desist immediately in what you are attempting. The system will not tolerate any subversion of the rules. Request for intervention by Supervisor 534. Fatebreaker activated. Primordial Shroud implemented. And then he was gone. The Umbral Realm. He shifted through the dark space of night and the deep eve, but this time instead of the new version he'd gotten used to since his race change of almost instant movement, everything slowed, motions becoming stretched as if caught in a temporal weave similar to the rats. He pushed his will against whatever the effect was, hard. It didn't budge. He focused his runic sight and was surrounded by an ever-enclosing circle of umbral runes, pitch dark and spinning in patterns he could almost make out, their meaning on the edge of fingertips. His helplessness and anger started igniting his blood and bones, and this time when he flexed his will, he did so with his perception and insight threaded in, shoving it all into his runic sight. Creating a shiv of intent, he used to pry into the streaming umbral runes circling his body. Immediately he felt a solid wall of a controlling will bucking against his intrusion, one that was far beyond his own. His cloak reacted, pulling from the realm of darkness itself a cascade of free pitch runes hammering against the outside of the locked spiral of runes surrounding him as he himself once again thrust himself against those same runes. Then suddenly both his cloak went limp and his mind was stunned as two other streams of runes lit out to join the umbral, purplish-edged flares of symbols and a slate-gray slither of squarish runes together, twisting into the already established night runes. Pain reverberated into his bones, spiking flashes of piercing blades sliding into his brain. Out of the darkness stepped the Shadowborn, his demonic mask upon his face, spinning a dagger made of bone on one fingertip. Normally he would have been fine seeing the god as the man divine, whatever, had shown nothing but support, but he was standing between him and the woman he loved. Gideon realized he was free, and the trick or another test was gone within his runic sight, and the pain dropped to nothing, the trio of runes ghosting. The Shadowborn threw the bone dagger into the air and it shimmered into non-existence. Gideon moved a step past him towards the blurred window he could see in the distance and the wavering image of the plains where he needed to go. A long, thin blade appeared in front of his neck. Gideon pushed into the blade, willing to take the damage. He knew the Shadowborn could slaughter him, but he gave two shits. It would not let Lasana die. The blade left his neck, and the voice of the god sent slivers of edges into his head. Things have changed, Scion. The system suspects something, as do several primordials. My mother sent a warning. My father is watched. Your settlement should not be facing beasts as strong as they are in the first wave. They categorize them as rare, but they are closer to an epic challenge. We must speed this up a bit. You won't remember this after you exit here, but know in your heart you are not alone. You are of the Nocturne now, my child. That means something. Also know you will not be late to save the woman you love. I, too, once loved as fiercely. Those spirals of 3 runes once again appeared and shot into Gideon Show's soul, straight into the towering pillar within his soul space, and he crumbled to his knees in the pain as the pillar shifted, growing denser, more detailed, the dark runes that made up its structure taking on silver edges all along its surface. A large pale hand grasped him by the neck, then he was forcibly flung at the window to the plains outside Umbra Mortem. As he disappeared, the demon mask of Lucian Shadowborn went up in dark flames tinged in gray and purple. His eyes of silver stars stared out at the closing window. He recognized the hidden spirit within the cloak and smiled. Even a god as old as he could be surprised. Gideon arrived a second after activating his ability, legs still eating ground as he exited the spatial tear full bore. Freddy's voice locked his mind into a target as 2 football fields away. He clocked Ari keeping the massive beast occupied and not finishing his kill of Lasana, who looked on the verge of death. His bone blade shoved through her gut and out her back. He had quadrupled at least the distance the ability traversed and saw numerous flashing notifications he ignored. He'd covered a few miles in that one shift.
Gideon, utilize your rune forge and Umbral, as you described before with the chains. Break the last glyph. I can sense it on his upper back.
As he kept slipping through the slopes and flatland and around the hunks of rusted metal that dotted the landscape as he closed in on the beast, he pulled all his will, threaded with perception and insight, and grasped at as many shadows as he could find. It was day, and even with the permanent gray slate sky, it still had an overcast illumination that made him have to grasp for every amount of slim darkness he could find. It wasn't as difficult as if a sun was actually shining down, but challenging. Then he felt his cloak come alive, and added its own ability to draw darkness to help pull with him in concert as the umbral runes danced out and scurried to form circular spirals around his body as he blitzed across the ground. He was less than 50 yards out and pushed. With every piece of will, he'd focused on the large symbol on the creature's back, and with Ari dancing across its bird-like skull, it was oblivious to his closing presence. The stream of umbral runes and slight silver edges shot off like a spear, faster and thicker than it ever had before, and crashed into the glyph on the upper back of the Alpha. The explosion was huge as the tumbling beast fell forward onto its knees, and a dying Lasana got thrown off its blade to land hard upon the ground. Gideon screamed, his throat raw. "Ari! Get to Lasana!" He saw a darting figure with silver glowing claws dart toward her still shape. The creature attempted to groggily get back to its feet as Gideon leapt, spear gripped tight, and an inarticulate roar of rage ripping through his throat. Umbra Mortem, day and a half later. The fist collided with his jaw in slow motion, and he saw the sky as he flew 10 feet, landing on his ass in the dirt of the courtyard in the middle of the day, with many of the surviving Shador staring wide-eyed, stunned. Gideon looked up at a finally healed Lasana rubbing her knuckles. Ari porched on the ground a few feet back of her, looking at her claws, doing her best to ignore seeing what had just happened, but failing to hold a slight grin. It took a day and a half for Lasana to heal, and he had just been on his way to visit her to see if she'd awoken yet, to instead find her charging out of the fortress with murder in her eyes. Little Shira had been trailing behind with the same furious look, her little pudgy hand on the hilt of her dagger at her belt. And before Gideon knew what was going on, the fist came, followed by him sailing a good 10 feet back and landing with a thud. Freddy's voice slid to his ear.
Gideon, is this some strange mating ritual I am not familiar with? I mean, you think I would have come across something similar within the thousands upon thousands of Earth entertainment I've perused? Or has she actually attempted to initiate combat with you?
Gideon ignored him as he stared up at a looming Lasana who had more anger in her violet eyes than he'd ever seen, her claws sliding in and out, over and over.
How could you, Gideon? After everything we've been through! Why the fuck would you just take off the day before the monster wave with only a bullshit message sent? And quit the party we've been a part of since the beginning? Do you know how many we lost because you weren't here?
He pushed up to his elbows, about to retort about the whole getting kidnapped part, but she kept going, and he wasn't stupid enough to cut her off.
And don't even start with the kidnap shit! Ari already told me the story, and it's bullshit! Do you hear me? Bullshit! You wouldn't have been taken if we had been with you, you know, like a fucking family!
The look in her eyes said she was thinking about hitting him again, but then gritted those fangs of hers against the lips and just amped up her hard stare. Her voice was no longer yelling, but anger still simmered in the viper calm that laced her words.
You need to commit, Gideon. Commit to us as a family. Family doesn't slip out when the mood takes them. At least the kind of family I want. And you need to commit to Umbral Mortem and the people here. Too many lives were needlessly lost. Some would have died, yes, but not as many. We have a bit over a week till the next monster wave. Get your shit together. I got some stuff to look over. Figure out some other place to sleep tonight. You ain't getting any of this as punishment. I am a goddess's champion now. I got my mojo running full steam. Catch up, Giddy. I'm leaving you in the dust. And go fucking apologize to the people that are left. That's the least they deserve from you.
And then she did something she hadn't done in quite a while. She sauntered away, swinging those fucking hips, and his eyes were glued to every sway as he rubbed his broken jaw. Chapter 15. Demon Queens and Arrogant Warlords. New Hades, Erebus. The Governor, the Mistress of New Hades, the Demon Queen of the Unchained. All were names she'd earned and heard herself called, the last few since she'd become the leader of the Multi-Versal faction on Erebus. The faction of mercenaries was one of the most powerful in the great cosmos, an A-ranked faction, only surpassed by a few, but holding protections not even the vaunted Sanctum and Shadow Conclave and others could hope to attain, as almost every faction from the lowest to the highest had used for their mercenary services, so very few would tolerate one of the others attacking their source of battle fodder. None of it would truly be something she could start creating here on Erebus until they could push through the monster waves. She would, however, have her opportunities arriving before she could take a deep breath, as she was informed by her Naga liaison that once the first challenge had been conquered, there would be a bit more freedom and time to start establishing not only the faction, but portals to other settlements or areas, as well as the Essian Corporation finally getting the entertainment side of the new integration up and running. All individual participants would gain a percentage of their right to image use profits based on their popularity within the multiversal world of entertainment, and with that boon, the strongest of the strong would start pulling away from the pact. She planned on being the top of the heap, and she knew one surefire way to get some of that done. Sex always sold forever and a day, whether on old Earth or to the degenerates of the multiverse. Mix it with a bit of action and death, and she would be the star of stars within the vast reach of the system. And with her new race already boosting her sexual hunger, which she was self-aware enough to recognize, and her class shoveling its way into her aggression, her strategy would be a quick step and flex of intellect to shape. She would need to establish within her regime that she took a litany of lovers, and even for a lucky few, several at one time. Her slit became moist at the thought of multiple cocks to play with. Not now, Rebecca Tremaine. Business first, always and forever. That had been the greatest tool in her arsenal that had seen her to the top of the political spectrum. Well, that and always a loose morality, and not above sucking some cock when needed to open doors to her climb. Even her father's connections and old money had not been enough in certain situations with certain power brokers. Sometimes the age-old truth of letting an old man in power slip his tiny cock in her slit or ass had been the key. Then utilize the fact to push them out of the way when the secret recording she'd taken could be used to end them politically, if not their matrimony. Her treasure trove of information provided by the Unchained was immense. There would, in addition to the implementation of further reach and entertainment expansion, be the added bonus of integration rankings, individual and faction-wise, once the first challenge was cleared, as well as the first World Council, where politics would ensue with the top factions and individuals of Erebus. That was where she would truly shine and cement her power as not only the go-to for mercenaries, but as the forerunner to leading Erebus when it came time to choose. She already understood, just as on Old Earth, it would be a mix of power, political acumen, and sucking cock. Some things were the same irregardless of culture or aliens. The foreknowledge of said events would allow her to plan and strategize. The soul totem she was gifted was a strategic asset beyond what anything the other larger factions would be privy to or could pull off. She had to be careful with its use, though, as according to the Naga, it cost an arm and a leg for them to connect with it. Still, useful beyond useful. All these thoughts sifted through her mind as she finished her shower. She stepped out into the elaborate red-tile bathroom, luxuriating in her new body. She couldn't get enough of it. She was taller now, and would make any man, and most women, drool upon her transformed curves from thick hips and ass to succulent breasts. Some might take a step back from the demon-red flesh or black eyes with red flecks, or the horns, but add into it her racial ability, demonic seduction, and they would all melt to her whims. It was a combination of an aphrodisiac and a drug addict's rush, though she needed to be sparing with it. It was momentary, and after its initial flush, people would become aware they'd been manipulated the moment it wore off. Some, especially those she allowed to stick their cocks in her, didn't mind, but tomorrow's would come soon to the precipice where she would be dealing with the other faction leaders and individuals of power and importance. It would need to be a bit more circumspect at that point. Still a beautiful tool to have in the bag. She stretched, luxuriating in the feel of her flesh. Then with a push of will, her battle robe slipped over her nudity. For a moment, she reached out her palm, activating embers of the eternal hells, a small ball of black and red flame sitting upon it. She gazed at the beauty of the fire shifting within itself. She closed her fist and the flame went out. She took a gaze in the full-length mirror with its demon-etched frame and twisted her hips to make sure the gash along her thigh had finally healed. It had. The Monster Wave 1 had proven a challenge, but not even close to insurmountable. They had faced uncommon earth elemental-type creatures called geomes from the Sheed Foundational, with limited mental faculties, though with a tough hard rock shell that made killing them a chore. They lost 20% of their forces, and she and the captain had to intervene themselves to put down the alpha of the challenge, who had been level 9, and about twice as large as the rest of them, as well as a rare. It had taken them a day to get it done, and the stupid beast had not only killed her babies, Jinx and Toto, but had managed to hit her with a thrust of rock with some sort of earth manipulation ability that allowed it to shoot spikes of earth and create shields of rock. Twice the small elementals had lost so much they had retreated for an hour or two, then attacked again. Finally, in the end, the Alpha joined them. There had been maybe 200 of them altogether, but only 30 of them left when the Alpha was taken out. The prizes were well worth it. Every member of the Unchained received a good amount of experience and a loot box commiserate with their rarity of class and affinity. Rebecca still hadn't opened hers, nor had the captain. The final battle had only ended a few hours ago, and she'd wanted sleep and then to take a shower. She'd also had Lordic fuck her right after, still covered in her own blood, but that had been a necessity. It seemed her race's already heightened lust was further stimulated by violence. Lordic didn't complain whatsoever, even when she'd kicked him out after a quick romp, napped for 20 minutes, then rolled into the shower. She'd hit level 14 and was quickly realizing her ability to gain levels was becoming far more difficult as she progressed. Granted, the creatures in the first monster wave for the most part were uncommon, with the Alpha being rare, so not the most challenging enemies, yet still her frustration was a palpable caveat to her plans. Her goal was to hit Iron Rank by the end of the first challenge and open up the path bonuses as well as her subclass options. Both would begin the process of differentiating between the elites and the peasants. It was something she felt was attainable, but she might need to venture into the city ruins to the west to supplement what she could garner from the monster waves. The next step to order was to open the loot box, hopefully procuring another ability shard, then descend for Lordic and have him take several squads to check in on the Mind Witch and end her permanently if she was still holding the life. She would give the rest of her mercenaries half a day to rest, then she would send them back out to replenish their forces. Once these waves were done, she would use the opening of the world to actively recruit. They had 10 days until the next wave commenced, and they would be ready. The Mistress of New Hades had many pots stirring and one very important ingredient still needing to be collected: the War Crow. Her thighs quivered at the thought of riding his cock. The Iron Church, Erebus. The Iron Lord finally crushed the head of the elite alpha of the creatures after almost an hour of fighting the damn thing. The head of his maw, lit in reddish golden energy, began to fade as he shut off his ability. The judgment of Aesonar was his go-to as it covered his maw in an energy that caused excruciating mental pain in addition to the blows themselves, and if the creature was weak-willed enough, paralyzed them. If it wasn't such a drain on his spirit and stamina, he would use it more often, but sooner rather than later, he would be high enough level to make it more feasible. He lifted his mask and spat a glob of blood and spit upon the carcass as his soldiers and mercenary slaves cheered. He winced for a moment, knowing he had some cracked ribs and a broken femur. He'd been in enough scraps in his youth in Ethiopia to know the sensation. It didn't include the missing chunks of flesh from the creature's aura. A river of golden flames hit his back, inflicting piercing blades of stabbing pain before restructuring his bones back into place and reconstituting his flesh. His Sun Mage's one healing ability was not as fluid or as strong as what he would have gotten from a dedicated healer from the Light Soul Pillar, but still, it did the job. A bit of pain was nothing to the warlord. He threw a nod at Tyrion, the beastkin scion of the sun, in her bloody golden robes as she sagged to the ground, her ruined golden staff across her knees, the storm that continued to dump an ocean down, slowly washing her of the blood. They were all a sodden mess. The heavy torrential rain of this mountainous region was unrelenting. It had made it a slog to kill the void pillar ape-like creatures. Between their agility and abilities, adding in the muddy slurp of ground had proven a detriment and an exponential cost in blood and lives. They were unnaturally strong, with a tough leathery skin that could emit an aura of void energy that ate away at all life in the vicinity. The Alpha itself had a stronger version, and had been epic, its entourage of 300 creatures rare. The Alpha had also been able to shift itself through some void space for short teleports, which had made it maddening to pin down and kill. It had taken his 2 Scion sub-commanders keeping its elite bodyguards off his back to kill it, while his soldiers and bandits turned mercenary slaves had provided the opening in getting to it. His eyes scanned the battlefield and locked in on his light-born Scion sub-commander, Pascar, and his plate and chain, his 2 sabers sheathed, talking to the head of the slave soldiers, a weaselly fellow by the name of Deckard, who had a rare martial class under the Sheed Foundational Moon Soul Pillar. It was a stealth class he couldn't remember the name of. It was effective. That's all that mattered. He learned a long time ago to never spurn a potential weapon regardless of whether he liked them or not. He could always put the fool down if he stepped out of line. Until then, he was certainly a weapon, and certainly useful. It had taken them 2 entire days to get through this battle, and he estimated a close to 40% attrition. He had to admit Deckard and his slave soldiers were far more effective than his soldiers had been. Most of the bandits' people were ambush and trap biters and wily with it. Against this adversary, it had proven far more effective than the regimented battle lines his soldiers had implemented. On the other hand of that equation, Deckard would have not found that success if the soldiers hadn't pinned the Void Apes down. Tyrion stepped closer, waiting for orders, having pulled herself from the mud she'd fallen to. She knew better than to speak first when approaching the Iron Lord. There was a thought just on the edge of his mind. Somewhere in the midst of the battle, he felt something inside him. For a hot breath between chasing down the troublesome Alpha, he caught a glimpse of a red gold tower or pillar within his soul. It had flashed brilliant flames for a moment, and within that moment he'd felt a rush of power, not only through his body, but a burst of intensity in his active ability. He filed it away for later to pursue. Any and all edges he would hone to razor lethality. New world, alien people, none of it fucking mattered to him. They would bend or break. His greatest tool had always been fear, whether in the fire and brimstone he'd spewed on television to the masses, or the brutal violence he'd committed as a warlord. It would serve him even better in this new violent existence. As he looked upon his people, the plate and chain sword and shield symboled soldiers of the Sanctum, then the rough and ready leather armored killers of his mercenary slave soldiers, he knew he had the beginnings of what would be needed. Sprinkle in some terror and mass murder along with some fiery rhetoric, and he would stand upon the mantle of supremacy within Erebus. Any that stood within his way would be cut down, plain and simple. One of the first lessons he'd ever chewed through was the sheep needed a firm hand, a shepherd mixed in with an executioner when necessary to keep them moving forward towards one goal. He needed more people, that was a given when the entire world was his goal. He would send out men and call them liberators to the surrounding areas and take what was not given. Slaves or soldiers, either would do. Once the monster waves were done, he would go pay back his patrons with the deed they'd tasked and kill the man named the War Crow. Then step after corpse-ridden step, he would take this world for his own. It was inevitable. Chapter 16. Savior and Killer. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. It had taken 20 minutes for his jaw to heal. He could have used his cloak to vastly reduce that time, but he chose not to. He deserved it and more. He'd abandoned his people, abandoned Lasana. He hadn't meant to, hadn't made the deliberate choice to, but that was the end result, and people died. The flip side of that truth was, if he hadn't gone into the city ruins, those refugees enslaved by the bitch and her cronies wouldn't have been saved, and the Mind Witch would have had far more time to establish her little cult. Now there could be the argument that the monster wave would have slaughtered them all, but there was no guarantee that's what would have happened, and would have meant the innocent people and kids would have been killed as well. He had monkey climbed his ass all the way to the slate-tiled roof of the fortress itself, just as he'd done the first day it had been created. It was now much larger than back then, but it felt good to do. He needed it, needed the physical exertion to pull his mind off everything. He'd almost lost Lasana again. If he hadn't arrived exactly when he had, she'd be dead, or if he hadn't arrived at all because of his stupidity, then more than likely they'd all be dead. Images flashed over and posed upon each other. The broken spirits of the abused women in that warehouse that now seemed so long ago interlayered with the desiccated corpses of the Shador, a gutted Unra, a dead Dory, and then ending in a headless little Shira. He knew inside himself the only real mistake he'd made was not telling Lasana why he was leaving and quitting the party. He'd never really been good with emotions, never really needed to be in the life he'd led. He had allowed no one close to him, developed no real friendships, and besides the couple weeks he dated the one girl, it had no lovers. He slammed his fist against the slate roof, leaving a broken indent. His mind was running in circles. He needed to just let it go and do better moving forward within the nightmare apocalypse reality had become. Everyone expected him to be a savior when all he'd ever really been was a killer with good intentions. A lot of people had died. Dory's team was no more. This time all of them had died, not just some of them. Budko had died. The big quiet Shador who'd carried him unconscious to the Shador caves after his run-in with the Behir and the man's wife, neither of whom he had even given a moment of time to know, talk to. A man he'd never even thanked for carrying his unconscious ass. In his defense, everything just seemed to roll by with never-ending momentum like a runaway train, fights, surviving. But in the end, that was a bullshit excuse. He kept putting it off, always something more important to do or something attempting to kill him. Enough, Gideon. It is war. People die in war. Those were the facts of existence. He pulled up one of the many notifications that had been flashing forever and a day in his vision. Congratulations, citizen. Your racial ability has undergone an evolution. Rune forging, Umbral, ancient, has changed to rune mastery, Umbral, legendary. Levels have been retained, but due to class rarity being inferior to root class by 2 ranks, no levels can be gained until rarity of class reaches ancient. Use your new strength to conquer, citizen. Murder, enslave, become all you can be. The generosity of the Multi-Versal System is endless to those who thrive and grow and lack any modicum of morality. He ignored as usual the bullshit of the system. How the hell did that evolve? When did it evolve? Maybe when he used it to disrupt the chains the lackey of the Mind Witch had put on him? Or when he'd done the same thing to the Alpha to blow up its glyph? He didn't have time to visit his soul space at the moment to take a look-see, as time seemed to tick fast when doing so. He had way too much on his plate, including doing what Lasana asked of him and checking in on the Shador and refugees. They all lost people. A lot of people. And that was not to mention they had a bit over 8 days till the second monster wave hit, and they needed every moment of that to prepare. His eyes scanned the walls and smiled. Not only was the giant gap in the wall repaired already, but they were back up to 4 of the war-shake golems, and they looked stronger, a bit leaner, but once again, spears and shields. They still weren't up to the level of the ones in the tutorial, but Orin had made those when he'd been silver rank or something. Most of their memories had been ripped from them at that time by the asshole system, but it was what it was. He would eventually get back there and be able to produce them again, if they survived. The creatures they'd faced seemed pretty damn tough and overpowered for the first wave. If that was the example they'd be facing, they were in for a world of hurt. They'd lost probably half their combat forces in just the first wave. According to Freddy, who he'd put to sleep again so he could get some quiet time, everyone in the entire settlement except for the small ones had gotten a shit ton of experience and subsequently levels. Even with the attrition, they supposedly made out like bandits with the BP gains from every citizen leveling. According to his conversation with Unra the day before, no matter how brief it was, every system user in the settlement was now a minimum of level 10. A majority of them were uncommon, but still some of them had been as little as level 4 and 5 before getting through and surviving the first part of the challenge. Even with all the lives lost, he would guess they were stronger than before the shitfest. And that wasn't even mentioning with the dispersal of the armor and weapons, everyone was better off instead of scraping together just to get everyone something. Their biggest limitations, it seemed, was crafting. Most of their population were Shador, which meant Umbral Soul Pillar, which was not known for crafting-capable classes, Orin being the lone exception he'd seen, and, well, himself, kinda. He could craft to an extent with whatever he did with runes. That made him think of a way he could help, which should have already occurred to him. Time to actually put some sweat into helping people more directly. First, a much-needed level up. He had a shit ton of free attributes between the level up and the title Archon of Erebus. He shored up intelligence and potency, throwing some and bringing them up to 20. Not attributes his class really needed, but just maybe if his intelligence had been a bit higher, he would have rethought his choices, though, according to Freddy, intelligence didn't make you smarter, just mentally faster, able to handle more thought processes. Overall, not a big boon for how he fought. His biggest boon was his ability to focus, zero in on one goal or target, and push relentlessly after it. The rest of them went into faith and insight. He took a breath and then mentally slammed the accept button. The striations of pain were the normal spikes embedded in flesh and bone and mind. Pain resistance did its usual mediation of it to scale it heavily down, and after a few moments, it was done. His teeth released the grit they'd been clamped in. He pulled up his system template, apprehensive about finally taking a look-see at his fate rating. Name, Gideon Show. Title, Fate Breaker, Apex Predator, Forerunner, City Lord, Archon of Erebus. Age 29, race bloodline, Nocturne, A+. Rank, Copper. Level, 14. Fate, S+. Foundational Pillar, Profane. Soul Pillar, Umbral, 100% Affinity. Main Class, Umbral Savage, Epic, Martial, Spiritual. Subclass, chosen at level 25. Path, none. Multi-Versal Coins, Copper, 4,252. Attributes, Martial, Strength, 40, Parenthetical 48. Single, double, and triple asterisk. Agility, 75, parenthetical 91, single, double, and triple asterisk. Body, 58, parenthetical 70, single, double, and triple asterisk. Intellectual, intelligence, 20, parenthetical 23, double and triple asterisk. Perception, 62, parenthetical 71, double and triple asterisk. Potency, 20, parenthetical 23, double and triple asterisk. Spiritual, will, 62, parenthetical 71, double and triple asterisk. Insight, 53, parenthetical 61, double and triple asterisk. Faith, 46, parenthetical 54, double and triple asterisk. Base abilities. Universal language not available. Identify common 2, ability base primitive. Night vision uncommon 3, ability base common. Racial ability slots. Inherent rune mastery. Umbral legendary concept level 10 copper. Class ability slots. Offense, the Edge of the Deep Umbral, Epic, Concept, level 5, Copper. Offense, empty. Movement, Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, Epic, Concept, level 9, Copper. Utility, empty. Aura, Night of the Ecliptic Horror, Epic, Concept, level 9, Copper. Subclass ability slots. Class skills, small blades, rare, 3, skill base, uncommon. Light armor, uncommon, 4, skill base, common. Combat awareness, rare, 3, skill base, uncommon. Combat acrobatics, uncommon, 5, skill base, common. Tracking, primitive, 4. Dual wielding, uncommon, 4, skill base, common. Pain resistance, rare, 2, skill base, uncommon. General skills. Stealth, uncommon, 4, skill base, common. Thrown weapons, blades, common, 4. Spear wielding, uncommon, 3, skill base, common. Single asterisk, Infernal Steel Ring of Ascension. Double asterisk, title, Apex Predator. Triple asterisk, race, Nocturne. He blinked once, twice, 3 times. S+? Now, he had 0 clues what fate actually affected or did, like 0 clues, and seriously no idea where S+ was on the scale of scales, but it was insanely mind-boggling, stunning, like no idea how to react to it. Shelving it for now in the box that said "System fuckery yet to be explained" sounded like the ideal plan. His attributes had come a long way since the beginning. He would be considered far past what a human had been capable of back on old Earth. Even an Olympic-level athlete would pale in comparison. It had definitely moved into the superhuman comic book MCU realm. His strength was a bit lagging, but that wasn't really his game. He was about speed and precision in combat, and most of his free attribute points had been going towards insight and faith. If he could get a subclass that shored up those attributes, then he could maybe throw some more into strength. It might be nice to have enough to not just be thrown around by Lasana, whose class focused on her strength, or keep himself from getting his jaw broken, though that was body. A smile slid to lips as his hand drifted to his jaw, which was fully healed. His eyes widened for a moment as his cloak once again, of its own volition, lifted the bottom of its hem and slid to touching the other side of his face quickly before losing its animation, as if it was either cut or it required too much from it to sustain it. He was sitting in what would be considered day on top of a roof with little shadows near. More than likely, most of its power or mana came from darkness. Only made sense. Once again, the mystery of the cloak would have to wait. He felt he might be able to discern something now that his racial ability had somehow miraculously evolved, but time was not his friend at the moment. Always 1,000 things to do, and yesterday's passing on the quick turnaround. His skills seemed to be rolling up, but Rare played itself to be the bottleneck where shit slowed to a crawl. His daggers he'd used over and over, but had only gone up 1, maybe 2 ranks. He struggled to remember, but he knew it hadn't climbed much at all once it hit Rare. And he was almost beginning to hit caps. You could go 3 ranks higher than the base in a class skill, but only 1 in general skills. His peeper zeroed in on 1 in particular, a critical component to his combat style. Another thing to put a double check on in his subclass. Insight and the stealth skill had to be mandatory in whatever he chose, and reluctantly Faith a distant second. With his new race, they were getting something every other level, which was beautiful and op, but still with the cost of his abilities and still having 2 more class ability slots empty, and whatever a subclass gave you, his resources and the attributes tied to them needed to be increased. His racial boon of having anything to do with Umbral reduced in cost and boosted in strength was literally and figuratively a godsend, but still he could only imagine an increase in cost as they got more powerful, which would happen with each rank up. In fact, if he remembered right, he wouldn't be able to rank up regardless of his level until he pushed his class abilities up to match. So much fucking shit to do, and he still had 2 loot boxes he hadn't opened. He could imagine Lasana right now, jonesing in their room, giddy as all get out if she wasn't still pissed. Ari and Shira right next to her, all with their greedy loot-glazed-eyed grins. Damn, he needed an encyclopedia to keep it all straight, when once again he wanted to punch himself. He pulled Freddy from sleep mode.
Gideon, Lasana punched you! You put me in sleep mode again, didn't you? Did I miss the bizarre mating ritual's conclusion? Of course I did. Such is the law of balance when you are the legendary Frederick I.
There was a bit of guilt there at the question, but not much, and was gone a moment later as a smile creased his face. I did, Fredster. Sometimes a man needs some alone time, and I'm gonna ignore the whole mating ritual slide. But now that you are up and about, I wanted to know what you thought of my system template. Gideon mentally sent it over and waited. It took approximately about 2.3 seconds before a giant gasp fell out, followed by choking, followed by another gasp, and then mumbling he couldn't make out.
S plus! S plus! S plus! Gideon, do you have any idea what this means? There is no record anywhere I can find of any living creature having... Do you have any clue? A monster, Scion, Forerunner? I am beginning to think there is no name or title that could encapsulate what and who you are, or could be, or... You know what? I will go on the record right now as saying you will change everything. You will shake the core of the multiverse itself and become the icon of generations of what to aspire to. So says Frederick the First, personal assistant to Gideon Show. I'm going to put that down in triplicate and submit it to the AI social board and newsletter as soon as we get near the multiversal stone pillar. I will be the envy of every AI, especially my ex-supervisor.
Gideon tuned out the rest of his little buddy's rambling as he focused on the next step. Lasana wasn't the only one who had a hunger for loot. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. Lasana let go of her steaming anger and rubbed her knuckles as she started moving up the fortress. She had picked up Shira and plopped her on her shoulder as she started to climb. Ari sat on the other shoulder because she was fucking lazy as all hell. Both of them had stayed quiet, sensing the conflicting thoughts with her. On one part, it had been the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen, even half-conscious, when Gideon showed up and killed the Alpha. Those beautiful green eyes she thought she'd never see again. And she wasn't stupid. She knew she only lived because he'd arrived. She knew now, with no doubt, he loved her and would never leave her. She made it their room and sat on the edge of the bed, dumping Shira onto the bed, who giggled as she bounced once, then landed on the cornucopia of pillows. There could never be too many pillows, and Lasana may or may not have bugged Unr to use BP to make many of them. Her mind slipped quickly from the smile the little girl's laughter had engendered back to a scowl when she thought of her man. Ari had filled her in on what he'd gone through, and the fact he'd saved a bunch of people, along with the suspicious as fuck Shadow Conclave rejects. Now, if they did actually use a city stone to protect the refugees and weren't full of shit, she would give them a shot, but that was a big if. She wasn't a fan of the Shadow Conclave sitting on their doorstep, not after what Gideon described of his interactions with them. It reminded her too much of the nobles of her old world. Now there was one indisputable fact in all of it. The bitch who captured him. The mind-fuckery bitch. She wanted to dig her corpse up just so she could kill her again. Her claws slid in and out as she thought about it, her anger once again rising. Then Ari said the magic words that was echoed by little Shira.
Sana, enough! Your temper tantrum is only something a princess can pull off for longer than 5 minutes, and you, Sana, are a wonderful mistress, but you are definitely not a princess. You got to punch Giddy, which was probably amazing to do, but now you are literally cutting into our loot time.
Shira raised her pudgy little hands from behind on the bed and started shaking them in fists while screaming out,
Loot! Loot! Loot!
She was absolutely fucking adorable, and Lasana could not in any universe keep her scowl on her face. Her fangs popped out in a snorting hard laugh, her hand rolling up to try to prevent the shower onto the bed.
Fine, you little shits. Loot time! Come to Mama!
Chapter 17. Neighbors Come A-Knockin'. One down. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. Gideon had gotten 2 great things from the loot boxes. The options had been difficult, but not at the same time. He'd chosen a rare ability shard from the first box he'd been tossed from killing the Mind Witch and freeing the refugees, but he'd not keep it for himself, even though he should use it. The argument could be made that he was the greatest weapon they had, though Lasana wasn't far behind, and he hadn't really seen Orin's wife scrap, though he'd heard before he'd finally showed and ended the battle, she was holding an entire part of the line by herself. Then there was Iona and Dory, both rare classes, and the 2 elites of Orin's entourage he'd never really conversed with before. He needed to remedy that. He needed to remedy many things. All that aside, there was a team member that needed it more than anyone and who'd put everything on the line over and over and over again. Gideon was pretty lethal as is. There would be other ability shards gained, This he knew for a fact, with the asshole system unrelenting in its murdery inclinations. He gritted his teeth and let go of the simmering anger for the system that was always floating near the surface, right up there with the special box of violence he reserved for when he finally tracked down the senator. Let it go, Gideon. The second box from the monster wave, he'd chosen something for the settlement. He could have laid his hands on another ability shard, this time an epic one, but once again he made the much harder choice, one to help those that needed it, all the kids who didn't even have a system, all the Shador and refugees who did but were just beginning the road of learning how to fight, to stand and be counted. He had faith they would be, but needed the protection and time to learn, to grow, to get a chance to. So he chose the right thing, the thing that would hopefully see them to another tomorrow. His other option had been an epic upgrade stone that turned into an ancient one when his affinity and more than likely his S plus fate played with it. It should do wonders for the settlement based on what the first one did. As soon as he finished up here, he would go and toss it on the city orb, doohickey, whatever it was. Then they'd all see what it would give them. His choices didn't make up for what had happened and the loss of life, but hopefully it would go a long way in preventing a repeat of the disaster from the first go-around in the damn monster wave. It would all depend on what the end result of the upgrade was. He also needed to drop all his coins into Unra's hands so she could get their food supply finally in the green and possibly do something else. He really didn't need the coins. Anything he required he could now make himself, armor, weapons. As far as Freddy had intimated to him, none of the good stuff would start showing up in the multiversal thingamajig till after the first challenge, at the very least. That's when the multiversal system would start upping the quality of goods and crafting materials one could purchase, as well as the various factions would finally be allowed to start trading with each other. The first step always taken before the final, Gideon. He opened his eyes. He'd closed them to rest and think. He was in a lotus position in their crafting area. It was the first time he'd been there, not that there was a lot of crafting going on. Besides Oren, who occasionally used the place, there was only 2 people, both beastkin women, who came here according to the young teenage human boy who'd been here when he first popped his squat. Since then, both women had slid in and out a few times and had the same reaction every time when they saw him. They turned around and scurried out. He'd had the boy, whose name was Nepo of all things, bring him every piece of scrap metal and wood he could find. Surprisingly, some of it was actually high-quality material, some of the infernal steel from the scrap with the demons, as well as something called rhodium copper the refugees had brought with them from their village. Supposedly there was a mine of the stuff near the location. When Gideon had space to breathe, he would need to send some people to secure it and gather some. His runic sight seemed to find something within it that resonated, some deeper mystery that if he had the time, he felt he could unravel. The few pieces he'd been brought he threw in his storage for now. Nepo looked to be Indian. Not cowboys and Indians, but from the country India. About 14, and he couldn't stop blathering about activating the system like it was the best game he would ever play. Harsh realities had their own teaching mechanism one had to experience. Gideon looked down and all around him and wiped the still beating sweat from his brow. He'd been there for something like 4 hours, according to Freddy, and had pushed his new version, Rune Mastery Umbral, as hard as he could to make as much shit as he could for the people of Umbra Mortem. He'd made a lot of armor, light, which was as far as his Umbral seemed to go. He knew he could push it to medium somehow, but had yet to figure it out. He'd also made a shit ton of weapons, all his experience as a child with the endless exposure to a myriad of weapons by his father. Even if he didn't train in them, his father was big on explaining their use and fighting style and what type of person they would fit best. All around him were piles of daggers, single-edged knives, a ton of spears, and very short blades with a couple sabers and longswords. Speak of the devil and he shall speak, or in Freddy Freewheelin' Frederick, pontificate.
I am at a loss for words at what you keep accomplishing, Gideon. All the acolytes attributed to you pale in comparison to the reality. a 100% affinity, S plus fate, and the utterly unique and broken racial ability gifted to you of a race that no longer exists and is A plus. And then I'll look and identify all these creations, and not one of them is less than uncommon. Even a few rares, and one or two epics amongst them made with nothing but scraps, even if some of the scrap source material was of higher quality.
Gideon tuned him out once more as he rolled into his tirade of exposition on the glory of one Gideon show and his pivotal role as personal assistant. He was getting pretty skilled at that. He stood and stretched, and the Fredster was still going, so he hit sleep mode and beautiful silence reigned. Next up was the upgrade stone and seeing what it would do for the settlement. For that, he needed to find Unra. He took 2 steps towards the fortress when a voice called out that sounded very much like Nepo.
"Strangers approaching!"
He quickened his steps, violence edging to expression. Within a few strides, he'd become a blur as he came around the corner and came to a sudden stop. He caught the visual of the teenager on top of the wall next to the gate, next to one of the warshade golems. All of the golems up on the wall were rigid, weapons up, faces pointed outwards. He saw worry in the young kid's face and his hand gripping something under his shirt, most likely a small blade. Gideon slipped into the closest shadow and activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, and in one breath slid out of the dark at the base of the gate. With a couple quick steps and 2 leaps, he was on top of the wall, spear and armor materializing in hand and on his body respectfully, his cloak curling around his form. Nepo was shaking as Gideon stepped next to him, hand pressing against the young boy's shoulders reassuringly. When he saw who was next to him, he calmed immediately. Gideon threw low words out. "Gather our fighters. Go now." The boy took off like a bat out of hell down the steps leading to the courtyard. Gideon's gaze took in what was approaching and recognized the gunslinger in the lead, followed by a bunch of the refugees, including a few of the fighters he'd seen before. The gunslinger's beastkin tanky woman was nowhere in sight, but surrounding Ezekiel, if he remembered his name correctly, were at least 6 people, all in varying styles of armor, trimmed in black shades, with 2 daggers over a skull emblazoned on their armor. At a guess, he would say they were from the Shadow's conclave, but what had him somewhat on edge was the group of warriors and mage types a bit distant from Ezekiel's group. It was led by a beastkin who held a glaive as if he knew what to do with it, and was in some well-made plate and chain. The rest of his group also looked well-equipped and all battle-tested. There were at least a dozen of them. Ezekiel waved while the strange man and his entourage just stared. Many of the refugees behind the gunslinger looked on in hope, several small children held in the arms of broken-looking people, a mixed mash of humans, beastkin, and shade elves. If he had to guess, the Shade Elves were of the slave caste, something hollow and empty in their eyes. He was about to drop down when the thundering of feet behind him caused his head to turn. Out of the fortress poured the elites of Umbra Mortem, armed and armored up, and his pride soared. These were worth fighting for. These souls, even the ones who were not skilled combatants, had the hearts of lions. Dory and Iona led the charge, storming towards the gate, followed by Orin, who stopped and immediately went into his trance, threads of energy pouring out of him towards the 4 golems. Next came his wife, Virasa, and her 2 elite soldiers thundering after Dory and Iona. Then various other fighter and mage types followed, mostly Shador and some refugees, led by the beastkin Gritzdek, halberd to hand, but none of them held a candle to what came next. Ares zoomed out of the fortress like an edged lightning bolt, and within seconds her speed had her floating up and behind him, but right behind her came a thunderous roar that shook the sky as a 300-pound gray-blue spectral panther leapt from the balcony of the 2nd floor, charging faster than anyone else, shooting past even Dory and Iona, and leaping in one bound up to the wall next to Gideon, and unleashing another sky-shaking roar to the sky. Gideon saw the gunslinger and all his people, as well as the other group, all step back at the sight of Lasana in her beast form, and the roar which had him, under the half-mask he'd pulled up, smiling. He kinda trusted Ezekiel, but not really. Not yet, and especially when he had the conclave-wearing fuckers next to him, and the hard-bitten mercenary-looking types on the other side who still kept throwing hard stares. A party invite slapped out, which made his heart warm. He hit accept, and immediately a chat message came across.
I'm still pissed at you, Gideon Shaw, but I love you. You will make it up to me tonight by ravaging my body again and again, and you will not stop till I have bathed you in an ocean of nectar from all the orgasms you have given me.
He smiled and threw back a response.
As my lady demands.
Time to flip the switch on this show as he saw Varasa leading the others up onto the 30-foot wall through the steps inset near the gate. Orin had started following, his threads of energy pouring out of him into the golems. Even Anra had now exited the fortress and was slowly walking towards the wall with a gaggle of the newly minted common and uncommon classes that had gotten a boost to level 10 after the monster wave. They wore makeshift armor and makeshift weapons, clubs, shitty-looking knives, and one older lady who held what looked like a frying pan. There was a good 30 of them. He was tempted to tell her to take that rabble back inside, but he knew better than to get in that kind of argument with the priestess, Ms. Secrets, not to mention the looks of conviction and heart on the faces of the people following her. He would not shame them in their moment, in their choice to defend that which was theirs. Doria and Iona had gained the wall, and the rest were on their way up, so Gideon leapt off and landed on the ground 30 feet down with a flex of knees and a forward tumble right back up to his feet, cloak flaring out, adding to the effect. Good thing he had his mask up, as the smile would have ruined it. The cloak seemed to have its own penchant for drama and was becoming more and more lively. Lasana made his entrance look mundane as she leapt past him, nimbly landing as she let out another roar towards the mercenary group, who flinched once again before stalking back and forth, making a line in the sand before she curled around behind him and came up to his side, rubbing her head into his side. Said head came up close to the height of his chest. What could he say? She was a big girl in either form. Ari swept down and landed on his shoulder. Her chat message hit him a second later.
I'm so glad you're back, Giddy. I missed you so much, and so did Sana. Don't let her say nothing different. She did a lot of crying when she thought you were dead, but I uplifted her with my princessness.
It was good to be back, his family beside him. He reached up and scratched behind her horns, eliciting a purr.
I got you a gift, but deal with it later. Toss it into your storage ring. We got business to take care of.
He tossed her the rare ability shard, and she almost had a heart attack right then and there, leaping off his shoulder with the shard in both claws, doing a spiraling flip in the air, shrieking out a piercing scream that had his ears ringing. Lasana threw a hard look at her, and obviously sent something private in chat as she immediately sent the shard to her ring and landed back on his shoulder, putting a snarl towards the strangers, attempting to appear threatening and coming across instead as cute. He scratched her head again and held in the laugh. Lasana bumped him again in affection before she sent another missive.
That gets you points with me, Gideon. I will cut in half the number of orgasms you will give me tonight. I know I am awesome. Sincerely, thank you for that. Ari was upset and pouting when I got my ability shard party on. And no, you will have to wait to see the new goodie I got. Though denying yourself another ability slot filled was fucking stupid. I love you.
Damn, the new Lasana, whatever happened with her, had some angst. He loved it. Gideon started slowly walking forward towards Ezekiel with Lasana at his side and Ari riding shotgun. The gunslinger motioned everyone to stay while he moseyed towards them. The one man who didn't listen was the mercenary captain, the beastkin with the glaive, who also moved forward along with two of his people, a shade elf with a saber at his side who had the haughtiness that screamed noble, and a human male who held some kind of book chained to his waist that looked American, white guy, late 20s, who had a superiority complex to his eyes that said his daddy was rich. Gideon was seriously taking a heavy dislike to the entire group if these three were their prime examples. They all stopped a few feet from each other. The mercenaries looked tense, while Ezekiel, by contrast, had his lopsided grin sparkling on the heavy, though he noted the man's hands rested on the grips of his Colt dragoons holstered at his waist. The gunslinger's husky voice clocked the moment as Lasana did some low timber growls in the direction of the mercenaries, and Eri kept throwing a single claw at them and back at her own eye, letting them know she was eyeballing them. Cute, and what made her, her. "Howdy there, Gideon. Looks like you made it through the shipfest the system threw at you. And I didn't know you had two bestial companions. We was told about the cute little dragon, but not that you had a giant panther at your hip." Gideon took in his demeanor and did his best to not want to smile. There was something about the man that just made you want to like him. "First of all, that's Lasana with a new trick." As soon as he said that, Ezekiel's grin turned into a full lopsided smile instead, as he dipped his hat in some kind of cowboy bow. "Forgive me, Lady Lasana. I was told much about you. All good things, let me add. And it's a pleasure to meet the woman that's got this one wrangled down like a steer on a rope. And Princess Arizelle. Pleasure to meet you as well. You're as cute as they done said, and I know my little peach Nuri gonna love you as quick as hot batter on a pan." He could feel both Eri and Lasana warming up to the man on the quick as his insight flared and noted their body language and facial responses. Gideon, however, turned his masked and hooded head towards the other three as he kept catching their hands clench and unclench on weapons and, well, a book with the one fellow. He decided to leave the itchy fingers for a moment and turned back to the gunslinger. "So what brought you to our domain, Ezekiel? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to see you survived, and I take it you were able to create a settlement in time to fend off the monster wave. But I got a lot of questions, starting with the refugees, the people over near them that look to be of the Shadow Conclave, if the symbols I'm seeing on them means what I think they mean, and then, of course, these gentlemen who are starting to irritate me." Gideon turned once more towards the mercenaries with the last statement, hand clenching his spear tightly, and another growl from Lasana, and that's when all hell broke loose as the sound of the gate to Umbral Mortem cranked behind him, and a screaming guttural voice sounded out. "Lordic, you cock-sucking bastard! I want your fucking heart in my hand!" Several things happened at once. First, Freddy whispered in his ear,
"Identify, Gideon. The beast man with the glaive is the Lordic on your list. He and his two compatriots are preparing for battle. Assessment, analyzing. Lordic is of the Tempest."
The rest was lost as he noticed numerous things at once. The Conclave people immediately closed the distance with the mercenaries that hung back. Ezekiel had pulled his pistols, but kept them for now pointing at the ground, his eyes questioning Gideon's intentions, while also side-eyeing the man named Lordic. Lasana circled away from him in a predatory stalk, her eyes piercing and ready to pounce on the man who had left all the children to fend for themselves, while Eri took to the air. In a breath, Gideon looked behind him to confirm it was Gritsdeck chewing ground, fury flushing his face, halberd held loosely to hand as he focused on closing the distance, death in his eyes. He would be too late. Gideon had made a promise to himself and the children who had died, and the man who gave his life to protect them all. The spear was too impersonal. With the thought, it was sent to his storage ring. The target had a hungry smile on his face as he stepped forward, glaive still held casually, as if Gritsdeck wasn't a threat he took seriously. Always pay attention to all threats, especially the ones closest to you. Now, he activated the edge of the deep umbral and threw with his left hand as he pushed all his agility and relied on combat awareness to keep everyone in his radar. 3 small dark blades with silver edges left his hand thumping right through the chest armor of the beastkin, whose eyes went wide, while Gideon in one motion slid his daggers from their sheaths at his back and activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade in a breath, sliding through the realm of the night and slipping back into reality at the beastkin's back, daggers punching underneath his chest armor into his back and kidney, once, twice, 3 times. A few seconds had turned clocks as the man's glaive hit the ground and he roared, blood spitting in a spray from mouth. A blast of electricity spun out in a circle from the dying man, shivving through Gideon, sending him to his knees, muscles spasming, locked. The beastkin turned slowly, the umbral blades that had slid into his chest doing their magic, and the shots to his back and kidney, a crucible against his movement. He pulled a large, single-edged blade along the lines of a Bowie knife, murder in his eyes, then a giant blurred form cascaded as a ghost above his shoulder, and his head no longer sat upon his neck as a geyser of blood shot out in a flood from his neck. Several sounds of explosive bangs rang out behind Gideon as Ares swooped down to his shoulder, claws ringed in silver light. Freedom came back to his limbs as he felt her healing light shift liquid through flesh. Daggers were scooped to hands as he spun. Grit's deck flew past him, halberd swinging as a muttered curse rolled out behind Gideon. His combat awareness spun out, and he clocked every adversary with a glance. The book-carrying man was down, dead, 2 holes in his chest, and a third through his face, courtesy of the gunslinger whose pistols turned toward the rest of the mercenaries who were clashing with the 6 shadows. The shadows were running a retreating scramble, outnumbered, and the refugees were huddled together, the few fighters they had with them shielding them, ready to defend. Grit's deck had the Shade Elf noble backpedaling with his advantage and reach as he thrust his spiked halberd like a spear, keeping the man off balanced. Lysana was nowhere to be seen, but he knew what that meant as out of stealth spun her bestial form, claws ripping into the hamstrings of the noble, sending him screaming to the ground until her jaws clamped down on his neck. Then silence. Gideon started moving towards the other mercenaries, but then stopped when he saw them all retreating, then turning and running back towards the city ruins, as if the fires of hell were licking their heels. He knew he was lethal, but that response was a bit much. Lysana transformed back into her normal form, wiping blood and flesh from her mouth, then laughed hard at Gideon, standing there looking dangerous, snorts aplenty. In his peripheral, he saw the gunslinger, weapons holstered with that lopsided smile. Harry landed on Lysana's shoulder, giggling. Gideon slowly turned and saw half of Umbra Mortem only 30 yards behind him, along with the 4 Warshade golems, all ready for violence with Unra and Orin and Verasa up front. Unra looked on like she was in a prayer to her secrets lady, saying thank you for the courage of their leader and to please forgive his stupidity. Gideon released his half-mask and smiled at everyone. To see his people ready to go to war was beautiful. No questions asked, no hesitation. In the back on Dory's shoulder, he saw Shira, her little blade in her hand, waving at him. He could imagine she'd snuck out to protect her family. He put his hand up towards her, though they would be having a convo later. He then turned back to the gunslinger, who was looking at the corpses, then throwing questions with his eyes Gideon's way. Freddy's voice sung to his ears alone.
This might be a problem, Gideon. Before they died, I pulled what information I could, and they were all a part of the faction, the Unchained. They are a B-grade faction, but have universal protection from all factions. They are the largest source of mercenaries in the multiverse, and are considered inviolate to attack unless they are actively in a hired status against you.
He took in the words and understood the intent. More political bullshit to wade through and a veritable endless swamp filled with it. That was a tomorrow that would find the road. In this moment, the sliver of time, the now of yesterdays, he looked down at the headless corpse of Lordic and nodded, pleased. He always kept his promises. That was a truth etched into forever as long as he drew breath. He mentally threw a eulogy to the man who saved children and the man who forsook them. He spat on their corpse. One down, one to go. He knew there was a veritable horde of assholes in this new world, just like the last. The list would carve new names to the hunt before it was done. It was his oath. When Gideon Show said you would die, there was only one ending to the story. Chapter 18. The Avatar of Wrath. Foreshadowing, Interlude, Intermission, Part 1. The broken remains of a once great city, Erebus. Giovanni Marcos was a 47-year-old Italian man raised in Brooklyn, New York, and before the system arrived, he'd become a used and broken shadow of his youth, living in a gutter and drinking the last days of his life away, along with a good dose of opium dreams for the trip. Most of his life before that ignominious ending, he'd been a big shot, a well-known enforcer for the mob, but not just any enforcer, the enforcer. He'd been a part of the Luciano family, but had been so good at what he did, he'd often be loaned out to the other families when they had a troublesome issue that wouldn't go away. He was like a power tool in the garage lent to a neighbor if said neighbors were criminals and the end goal was bloody corpses. Guns, knives, or fists, it didn't matter. He could and would use anything to win the scrap and put the shit stain down, or in most cases, the gaggle of shit stains. He had a rep for dirty fighting, or what he liked to call fuck you fighting, nutting optional but recommended. The scars that crisscrossed his forehead attest to that truth. Back to the story that led to gutter and opium dreams and alcohol going down his gullet like it was the A train. It began a decade before, the downward spiral being birthed when he'd done a job taking out some rat fucks, and if all they'd been was rat fucks, everything would have been copacetic. But these rat fucks had some teeth and had gotten slipped a call that gave them a heads up he was coming, and while he was killing who he was supposed to be killing, they'd sent a hitter to visit his wife and daughter as a karmic bitch slap. A day later, when he'd finished the job, he found them, mutilated, tortured, tied to two of his own dining room chairs. The pool of blood reached a dozen feet, if not more, a river that never ended every time he thought back about it. In that moment, he broke. He spent that night getting shit-faced beyond even what the normal boundaries of shit-faced meant. He did it again the next day, and the next, eventually taking it to the streets when his unpaid mortgage and the big leather boot of the family had kicked his ass there. An enforcer that wouldn't enforce was a waste of space as far as they were concerned. His lifetime of loyalty only got him released, breathing, instead of tombstoned. Another year or two, the ocean of alcohol turned to smoking the Chinese railroad, running after the elusive tail of the white dragon. The years bled by, and the only thing he had besides alcohol and opium was the gang of homeless that had gathered around him. He wasn't quite sure when that began or somehow became a thing, but like everything else on his road, it was the concrete he stepped upon. Even in his fucked up state of mind, something in him felt the guilt of taking so many lives. His long history of killing with no remorse, no morals, just clipping threads like the strings of wooden blocks in a puppet show. Mixed in with that was some hellish flashbacks of his little girls and wife's empty, dead eyes. Instinctively, because of all that, he began to protect the street waifs, the teenage girl runaways, the prostitutes, the old coot war vets that had seen too many deaths, and the old bitchy woman that spent more time arguing with themselves than talking to anybody else. By the end, he'd become their dark angel, their street king, albeit an old rusted shell of one. Before he knew it, through his haze stupor, they'd taken over a whole borough of streets as their domain of shattered dreams. He had somehow become the boss of those corners and back alleys, at least in terms he could understand. The boss of the broken and shriven souls that had hit the bottom of the shit heap and kept on digging. Anyone messed with them, he fucked them up, straight and simple. Usually while riding the white dragon or drunk off his ass, but neither kept him from being able to scrap. If there was one thing he'd be able to do till his dying day, was scrap. He'd always be more willing, more violent, and ready to go that extra mile to fucking win. If he had to tear nuts off, rip jugulars with his teeth, peel eyeballs out with a spoon, he'd do it. Then the system came, and everything went all to fucking hell. He'd been on a 3-day bender, everything a shit ton of blurry when his second on the streets of Vagrant Row, Andy, a good kid, a girl in her mid-20s who'd been beat and abused by her ass-hat husband so many fucking times, something broke within her, came up to him screaming about alien voices. She was a cute red-headed Irish lass. Well, cute, if you could get past the fear always lurking in her eyes, and the crazy in her soul, and the bruises they showed on more than flesh nowadays, self-inflicted. As soon as he regained some type of coalition of his fucking mind, he realized she was gone, and so was everyone else. Then in his own head, he saw and heard it.
System initializing.
The decision that he still warred with since that day was him turning down one of his first choices. He had no issue choosing a foundational, though he'd been confused when mystical was the highest he got. That was about as far away from his own truth as one could get. Profane sounded more up his alley, or maybe forge. Hell, even auric, as weird as that fucking sounded, fit his own image more than mystic mumbo-jumbo. But nope, by a good 10 points, mystical was the shuffle. Then he chose Eldridge whatever the fuck that was, cause it was a whopping 96%, and he had the irritating AI talking about logic and intelligent choice. Seriously, he pretty much ignored that fucker out of the gate. The robotic, no personality, shit stain gave him a headache. Then he chose his class. There had been a lot of them, but he on the hammer thump got rid of any of the intellectual shit and spiritual shit right off the cuff. Martial all the way, baby. Martial he could understand. Then he skipped to the highest rarity, or as he saw it, the best of the beast. Anything that made him better at fuck you fighting would be his go-to. Now granted, any of this shit would have been beyond him for how hazed and dazed he'd been when it all went down, but the system did an immediate purge of his system with some magic bullshit as soon as he dropped into the gray box he'd appeared in. It was the most sober he'd been in years upon years, and he felt that edge back to his thoughts he'd always walked with and forgotten in his decade-long stupor. Then the memories flashed back. All the death at his hands, the broken bodies of his family. It shuddered and ransacked his soul down to the bones, but must need when the devil's driving. When he saw the class, he knew it was the ultimate tag to all the pain, guilt, and hope writhing in his soul. He had no clue what it actually was, besides zeroing in on 3 things. Well, 4. First, it said epic, and the AI bot program wouldn't stop chirping about how good that was, but the 2 things that really got his attention was the skills it seemed to focus on, what it called class skills. There were quite a number, but what made his eyes pop in hunger was one-handed firearms, long blades, and unarmed combat. Granted, it had other things like medium armor, combat awareness, pain resistance, and something he had no clue about at the time called Judgment of the Soul. But it made sense with the name of the class, Eldritch Judge of the Broken. The choice that had been difficult had been the last. As he entered into some fuckbag deal called a tutorial, he'd been told he was the Scion of the Eldritch Soul Pillar, and he had the decision between entering the normal tutorial with all the broken souls of his burrow, or to join the elite tutorial and have a chance for more power. The only thought he'd had in that moment was of his family, his dead, tortured family, and the same images that always played when he thought of them. How alone they must have felt. What his little girl had been thinking as they pulled her fingernails out, broke her knees, gouged her eyes out. He chose to stay with those that needed him. Now he was full of regret. He'd gotten most of them through the tutorial, losing less than 10, and had kept the most important one, his little Irish Rose, Andy, who'd become the daughter he lost. He'd even met some other races in the same shithole as the rest of them, shade elves and beastkin. Some he saved, others he killed along with the monsters and beasts. And to spit facts and not bullshit the universe, he'd enjoyed it all. He was back to being the enforcer, the meanest, baddest man to walk the streets of New York City. He might not understand much about the whole system shit, but he knew he was once again getting it done. Tooth and nail and an occasional nutting, and he saw his enemies into the dirt. He'd gotten great toys along the way as well, like his good old sci-fi pistol that shot some kind of weird-ass purple-black energy that would put a hole through whatever he shot, and even if he just winged them, it still did some kind of mind kafooey with their heads, making them go cray-cray. His brutal-looking, single-edged falchion had also gotten him out of more scrapes than he could count. It had an ugly but effective serrated edge to the blade that liked to rip more than cut, and fit him like a glove. Then his armor, his beautiful fucking shit-kicking armor. It was like some gladiator of old with a definite Knight Templar feel around the backlit corners and some strange symbol of a black sun with tentacles coming out of it. His fave part on it was the extra armored nose guard that flared into a concentrated wedge of metal over his brow that made nutting someone much easier and more satisfying. He had all these toys, 'cause when he got the damn loot boxes, he'd always chosen the toy over an ability shard. Some might say that was a new kind of stupid, but fuck them and the caboose they rode in on. He'd do the apocalypse any which way he decided to do the fucking apocalypse. He'd still manage to lay his hands on some shard anyways, mostly 'cause Andy screamed at him until he'd made the choice. He had 2 slotted abilities, which was good enough for him. He'd get to the rest eventually, if there weren't more toys to distract him, maybe. The regret came in the aftermath of the monster wave. Here was this giant mob of broken people stuck in the middle of what used to be New York City, shoved like a rectal exam with some deranged forested mountain. Like some murderous bastard decided to play doctor with multiple worlds like a toddler playing building blocks. And now he had guilt riding his hips, thinking he should have chosen the elite tutorial and gotten more power, then went and found his people afterwards. 'Cause what he'd had hadn't even been close to enough. When the monster wave 1 hit, they had no more shelter than they had back in the borough of streets and alleys of New York. The creatures were some kind of snakes with venomous dog heads that could become one with the shadows and jump out of your ass like an old biddy giving you shit for cussing. They was called Knight something, but he just called them fucked up sneaky bastards. Using the identify shit wasn't ever his go-to, nor listening to strategy or people trying to explain shit to him. There had been too many striking from too many directions at once, and he saw those he protected fall, one after the other, and could do nothing but kill and kill and kill some more of the sneaky fucking bastards. He'd survived in the end. Of course he'd survived. He was a survivor. But everyone else, including his Irish Spitfire, in shallow graves before he could kill the Alpha. They'd lasted 2 days fighting the fuckers as the bodies piled up and they retreated block after block. She'd been the last, laughing that crazy, insane laugh of pain and abuse, doing what she did, protecting him. She charged all the vipers between him and the Alpha, who'd finally shown up for the final kill and given him the shot to end it. And when he'd won, he'd turned to share it with the daughter he'd once again had, only for his head to drop and the first real tears in years to fall. She was just another broken corpse dug into concrete. So here he was, working his courage up to end himself. He had never and would never be enough to protect those he loved. All this power, this strength, Scion of eldritch bitches, and nada. Nothing. He'd put his gun, Esmeralda, to his head 100 times already, and still hadn't had the guts to pull the trigger. And yes, he'd named his gun. She was a wicked bitch, but she was his wicked bitch. And then his blade, Fang. He was a cool motherfucker. Some people looked at him crazy, even the crazies he hung with when he'd named them, except for Andy. She just laughed and said they were beautiful. He stood, hands still clenched on the grip of his wicked bitch. Why couldn't he pull the trigger? He wasn't a coward. He'd fight anybody or anything anywhere. He looked back across the dead carcasses of sneaky bastards and the huge 20-foot behemoth that had been the Alpha, then the small, fragile-looking Irish lass. 2 of her arms ripped off, her eyes with those blue as ocean colors staring to the gray slated sky. He did smile when he saw how many dead sons of bitches that laid around her. She'd been of the Forge foundational, transformational soul, and could turn into some kind of Gundam, is what she called it, though he had no clue what the fuck that was. It was still cool. She covered herself in armor and could shoot lasers and jump, almost fly with these rocket-powered thrusts out of her boots. During her saner moments, when he almost saw a genuine smile on her face, she said one day she would fly. "You're flying now, my Irish Spitfire. Fly first, both." Something lit the ruins for a moment in his side eye. He knew there was a word for it, seeing out of the corner of your eyes, but he was a mook. Those kind of big-ass words was beyond him. But then it flashed again, and his thinking about his smarts was thrown on the back burners. It was coming from an old library. He didn't know the name as he was currently standing in what used to be Manhattan, and that wasn't a place he often found himself in over the years. He headed that way while his finger itched itself on the fucking trigger it refused to pull. He pushed through a couple sneaky bastard corpses he remembered shooting with Esmeralda when they tried to come in at him from behind while he was rolling around with the Alpha like the sneaky bastards they were. Unfortunately for them, one of his two slotted abilities was a passive that constantly bit at his stamina, especially when it was in use, but allowed him to detect thoughts near him. It was called the Eldritch Mind of the Old Archaic. Seemed kind of fucking long-winded to him. It still had saved his ass a shipwreck ton of times. His finger had had no identity crisis jacking the trigger on these fuckers. Only now, when it mattered. He bulldozed his way through a crumbling wall to catch another flash, this time right in front of him. He pulled his helmet off and sent it to his storage belt. It was another one of his toys. It held a lot more than the ring some of his people used and was a bit faster pulling things out. His eyes took in a glowing thing that the only way he could describe was it looked like some kind of wood statue. He used Identify. "Soul Totem, mythic. A device used for citizens to commune with multi-versal factions and—" He stopped reading after that and dismissed it. He fucking hated the bullshit system, which always added some kind of serial killer bullshit to the dumbass things. I got it. It was some kind of universal cell phone. Maybe it was some kind of fancy-ass bonus functions, like shooting a 3D image out of its bum. It flashed again. "Fine, fucker, I get it. You spent some of your big bona fide ching-ching to put this shit here, obviously for me to find. And now you want E.T. to call home." He looked at his traitorous finger. It was going nowhere, so he, with a lot of anger and guilt, slammed Esmeralda back in her holster, stepped forward, and without even an ounce of hesitation, touched the now glowing wood statue of some ugly fucking god or something. A craggy mountain temple, the celestial realm. Giovanni found himself in front of some kind of monk Buddhist temple up on a mountainside. It kind of reminded him of Doctor Strange, the first one, where all the fuckers waved their magic hands with their little weird-ass rings and made doors in space. And there was a certain calm to everything, a feeling of, he couldn't quite name it, like he'd just smoked a reefer and wanted to just chill. A light layer of snow laid upon the ground and stone, and a crisp wind hit the slope, but strangely, he felt none of it. An old man was on his knees in some kind of garden planting some strange-ass purple plant in a row of more strange-ass purple plants. It was a fucking cuckoo look for someone important. The old toaster oven had long white hair tied back in a ponytail by a golden ribbon and wore robes that were more battle robes of some kind of martial artist than some wise old soothsayer. In fact, now that he was thinking about it, he reminded Giovanni of one of the evil tiger-style fuckers from Kung Fu Theater he used to watch every Saturday as a kid. On a whim, Giovanni threw his skill, Judgment of the Soul. The sensation in his gut came back, good, very good, as if he could completely and utterly trust his entire being to this man, God, whatever he was. That had never happened before. Even his Spitfire Irish girl, it came back as he could mostly trust her. That she would stay at his back as long as her shredded tethers to sanity held up. That's really all the ability did. It sent sensations into his gut on whether he could trust someone, and a hint at how far that trust could go. This man was off the scale. So far off the scale, Giovanni had no fucking clue why the Kung Fu monk had chosen him of all people to pop a visit. He had enough self-awareness and truth to know he was not a good man. He'd spent a life breaking limbs or lives at the whims of greedy, self-obsessed men for no better reason than he was good at it and got paid to do it. No, he didn't belong here. Must have been some kind of screw-up. The man's voice was as old as the man looked, like aged parchment. The spooky thing was not only the words he said, but that he said them without turning around. Damn vampire ghost level shit right there. And not only did his voice throw out a history that went back to the Stone Age, but also vibrated, like on a physical level, like it could tear him apart all on its lonesome if this Jack in the Hat wanted it to.
It was no mistake, Giovanni Marcos. Do you consider yourself the same person as you used to be? Speak truly, for you are not the only one that can see the truth of people.
Now that had him stumped, and most would think it was the big boy god guy being able to read his mind or something. But it wasn't that. It was the other part. The part about whether Giovanni was still the same man that used to be an enforcer for the mob. It pushed against his probably weakest brick, his head. He knew for a damn fact he wasn't the brightest bulb in the socket, and he'd always been all right with that. What he was good at more than made up for it. He had to think hard, and that in itself was hard. Looking inside himself was something he'd done from time to time, but there was little kiddie pool looks, quick steps, then right back out of that shit. It was too ugly, too harsh of a picture. His choices had seen his wife and daughter brutally killed, had seen his new family the same way. The old kung fu fucker at least didn't rush him, kept digging holes and planting purple plants like he had all the time in the world. And well, if he was some high and mighty god, he probably did. He'd already heard numerous mentions from that original tin can AI in the beginning spouting about factions and gods and all that bullshit. He'd only half listened to the annoying fucker, but half was still higher than nothing. Then in the stupid murderous bullshit quest text and loot box stuff, there had also been a few toss-outs. And hell, even if he hadn't heard any of that shit, he wasn't stupid enough to think something could make all this magic crap in classes and make him stronger than 10 men and not have God somewhere in their pocket to throw out his party tricks when needed. His voice was a heavy drum pounding old echoes. No, I am not the same as I was. But don't start singing hallelujah yet, old man. Share his shit don't mean I'm a good coin. I still did horrible shit. Shed a lot of blood and a lot of life. And that stuff don't just wash off with a quick dip in the river. The old man finally stood and turned towards Giovanni, and hell in a handbasket, the Kung Fu Tiger-style boy had glowing golden eyes. His gardening tools were left behind. The man lit a perfect smile that simmered in a bowl of love and compassion, almost to the point he was about to sit in his lap and give him his Christmas list. The man's smile stayed as a swirling stream of golden energy spun around him, and right before Giovanni's eyes, the Kung Fu man shifted, morphed, growing, larger and larger. Golden scales spouting all over him, and before you could say Bob's your uncle, there was a for-real-life damn dragon. A god dragon at least 50 feet tall and 4 or 5 times that long, not even counting the tail, and it was a slithery Chinese type, no wings, but the ex-enforcer had no doubt the son of a bitch could fly, and probably do a whole lot of other impressive shit. Most people would have been on their knees whimpering right about now, but Giovanni Marcos wasn't like most men. He did feel fear. There was an old pal, and he wasn't gonna bullshit about it. There was a lot of it going on right about now. But he figured what his traitorous finger couldn't pull off, Maybe, just maybe, this overgrown lizard could pull off. Plus, fear never controlled him. Nope, not once. What it did do was what he was feeling right about now. It pissed him off that something could make him afraid. Fuck that and fuck the horse that brought that shit to his door. He focused for a moment, a breath, and his nutting noggin's helmet plopped on his head. He pulled Esmeralda in the breath it took for one, Fang coming to his other hand as he let his combat awareness flare, as well as judgment of the soul, in case the Kung Fu Dragon did any sneaky shit. All right, Pops. You doing me a favor putting me down, but don't think I'm gonna make it easy. I got a rep to uphold. Giovanni Marcos ain't no one's bitch. Never have been, never will be. Not even an overgrown Kung Fu golden dragon god, whatever the fuck you are. A notification hit his vision, and he shuffled it off with the others he hadn't touched since ending the Alpha and the Monster Wave. Priorities. One had to have priorities in life. His daughter Danielle, his wife Barbie, and his little Spitfire lass Andy. He was going to join them soon. The dragon dick just kept staring at him, those golden glowing eyes sending shivers down his spine, which pissed him off even more. He forced a step out of his body forward, weapons raised. Come on, you bastard! Let's get down to the dirty and bloody! I got something for you! I'm gonna show you my own little kung fu! I call it fuck you fighting! Giovanni stood ready to get the brawl of all brawls rolling, and instead the big giant lizard just laughed and laughed with more of that golden magic bullshit spinning out until after a moment he was standing 10 feet away, back in the old man kung fu body, and that filled with love and compassion Santa Claus smile shining bright. And now he felt just plain fucking stupid with Esmeralda and Fang out. He couldn't help it though, the bastard got his blood a-pumping. He reluctantly holstered her and put Fang back in his sheath. The old as fuck parchment voice again popped out as Mr. Smile stepped closer, a twinkle in his eye. That is why I asked for this meeting, Giovanni. You have balls the size of a planet. I am one of the oldest and most powerful gods in the multiverse, and you stepped up to the plate irregardless of your fear. I could use that right about now, and so could Erebus, and so could a young lass who will probably die without it. His mind skipped past the first few things he said and went to a woman dying, flashes of Andy followed by the eyeless corpse of his wife and daughter. What's this you going on about a woman? And just who the fuck are you really? The old man smiled his Christmas story and then spoke. Good questions. 1. I am called Zorin the Gold, for obvious reasons. Normally I would regale you with long tales of my exploits and detailed explanations so you could get a better grip on what and whom I represent. But the cost to not only put that soul totem within the wilds of Erebus where you would find, and the cost of this meeting, are beyond the fathoming of most. I do not regret the expenditure, as your new world is beyond the imagination on levels of importance to many, but to the multiverse itself as we know it. He came within a few feet and did some kind of monk squat right in front of him, but in midair, a cloud of golden energy appearing beneath his ass. Giovanni could tell right off that this guy could get as long-winded as old Lou in the 5th Street bar after a couple shots of whiskey. He really had the patience for old Lou, and certainly had zilch for Mr. Magic out of his dumpster dragon guy here. Yet still he stifled his ticking bomb squad temper and listened. I sit at the head of a council that created a faction called the Temple a long, long time ago.
It is an A-ranked faction dedicated to trying to balance out the violence and viciousness of some of the other factions, as well as the depredations of the Multi-Versal System itself. We do our best to protect those that can't protect themselves, something I think you can resonate with. The woman in question is Arizelle, a Shade Elf woman who also happens to be the Scion of the Angelic Pillar, and currently she is running for her life on multiple fronts. She has another Scion that will soon begin to hunt for her, and she is alone with the monster waves going on. She managed to survive the first barely. She won't the second, nor the hunt, unless she gets the required aid, and within a certain time frame, my calculations tell me she will not survive. These two factors led to my direct intervention.
He got it. She was in danger and needed help, but what he didn't see was what this guy's angle was. There was always an angle for everyone. Even if this guy's bullshit story about being the White Knights of the universe held even a pin drop of truth to it. What's your angle in this shitstorm? What are you and your temple fanboys getting out of it? The man again with the fucking Santa Claus teeth, and once again that physical vibration when he spoke. Every time the god spoke, his bones shook. It was starting to irritate him.
Pessimism, good. It will serve you well. What we get from her is the founder and leader of the temple on Erebus. She is courageous, a brilliant fighter and tactician. She certainly has some deep scars and currently some even deeper pain from losing someone recently that meant a lot to her. But still, she has an iron to her I think you will like. She spent most of her life as a slave, as many on her homeworld do, but unlike many others, she never let it defeat her spirit, her hope, or her morality. Now with you, what we get is someone who won't ever quit and will see it through to the end, like the animal upon your own world, a pit bull, was it? Yes, like a pit bull. You might question yourself, Giovanni Marcos, but I do not. I watched you within the tutorial. I see the truth of you, even if you have yet to find it.
That was a lot of bullshit being thrown around. Some lick-spittle grandiose there, but then he remembered what Judgment of the Soul had brought back when he'd used it. A god could probably fake his way past some ability from a level 12 human on some newly integrated backwater, but there was a part of him that hoped the Christmas smiling fucker was legit. He knew he'd already made the decision a while back. I'm in. Who would have thunk that damn smile could get any brighter or cheerier? It was beginning to make him want to puke or punch it. The golden eyes lit up real bright all of a sudden, making him throw his hand in front of the eye slots of his helm. Then a notification flashed hard and brought itself up. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Congratulations, citizen. The god Zoran the Gold has made you his champion. Please refer to your system template to see your new title and the boons you have received. The Multi-Versal System is ever giving to those with a penchant for violence. His eyes went saucer big. What the fuck? He felt himself being pulled back through the gray, but heard the fucker throw some last parting words.
Check your inventory. There is a compass I have placed there that will show you the way. And remember the name Gideon Shaw. When the time comes, convince her to ally with... The rest was lost to the vacuum of his body being shifted back to where he began. Who the fuck was Gideon Shaw? Sounded like a pansy. Chapter 19.
Upgrades, alliances, and cost. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. An hour after the brawl in front of the gates, they were in the war room, a few feet from the orb thingy with the upgrade stone in Gideon's hand. Lysana was next to him with Ari filing her claws on her shoulder. Where she had gotten a metal file, he had no clue, but she seemed engrossed in making her tiny claws as sharp as she could. Unra was next to the orb, and next to her was Verasa and Orin. Dory and the rest were downstairs, getting the new refugees some food, and Gideon had asked that the Shadow Council soldiers the gunslinger had brought stayed with them and be kept an eye on. His trust factor was low, and certainly not earned yet. He was beginning to warm to the man, especially after protecting all the kids and people, but his experience with his faction still lingered in his mind. Ezekiel stood off to the side, lopsided grin, hands on the grips of his pistol, which seemed to be his default mode, watching with interest like everyone else. Gideon had asked to put off any questions or parley between them until they were done with the upgrade. Lysana had faster than a bullet looted the 3 unchained assholes, which had somewhat mollified the ask he'd thrown at her as they entered the War Council room. She'd cussed, stamped her feet while Ari giggled at her until Lysana told her she would also have to join the bank dump. Then the little Dragonling joined in with the tantrum. It had lasted 20 minutes, which meant they were getting better. Then after the grumbling, they proceeded to dump all their coins onto Unra, who had done her best to keep a smile off her face. It would keep everything going, and for the first time give themselves a surplus. In addition, they hoped this upgrade would provide more avenues to self-sustenance. Lysana and Ari had eventually got over their belly aching and were now giving him the hard stare they usually reserved for when he was holding back on a quest completion that would give them loot. Luckily, they had fixed all the past issues by keeping Lysana as party leader so she could take care of it all. Lysana broke first while everyone, including Unra, had started to get antsy, staring at the orb in his hand. Her low baritone had an edge of violence to it, and he was pulling every card in his hand to keep himself from laughing and throwing a wink.
Enough, Giddy. I'm about to smack the shit out of you if you don't get to sticking that orb in and kick-starting the show. Seriously, you do this crap just to piss me off. I know it.
Ari gave him a wink from her mistress's shoulder on the sly, and before Lysana seriously did hit him, he moved forward. One broken jaw was enough. As soon as he extended his arm, the upgrade stone flew out off his fingertips and right into the orb, literally right into it, followed by a notification popping up of its own volition once again. Upgrade stone assimilated, given by owner of the settlement, Umbra Mortem. Assessment shall now commence. Prepare! Oh, here it comes. And he wasn't disappointed as 2, 3, 4, 5 threads of umbral energy shot out of the orb and shoveled their way into what felt like his spine as he was lifted up off the ground, everything slipping into gray shades and a delirious fulcrum of mental incoherency. Then within a few passing of moments, he drifted to the ground. Damn, he got through that a lot better than the last time when the system rolled forth. Assessment complete. Calculating. Affinity. Class rarity. Fate. Error. Fate beyond slated parameters. Recalculating. Reassessing. Exception made. Upgrade stone reconfigured. Multi-Versal System mandated assistance. Request accepted. Due to extraordinary circumstances, effective rank of upgrade stone has been amplified. Mythic integration process beginning. Integrating. Complete. Congratulations, citizen. Your fortress settlement has skipped a stage and become an Alpha Prime. There can only be 3 Alpha Prime settlements per world. You are the first. Please choose one of the following 3 regional transformations. Once chosen, all citizens of the multiverse in the area will be transported to a safe distance during said change. 1. The Shadow Moon Forest. The Alpha Prime location will lead into not only the Umbral realm from which it was birthed, but also ride the edges of the moon. The sky shall clear in affected area so the 3 moons above may shine their majesty upon the lethal threat of Umbra Mortem. Sylvan Shadow Tree shall begin to take over the surrounding environs and transmogrify to reflect that which is within. Resources shall begin appearing from rare rank and above. All fauna in the area shall start being transformed to reflect the new region. The area shall increase its area of effect based on the growing power of the owner. If the city stone is ever destroyed, the effect will slowly return to its original state. The cost of said choice is higher chance of heavy atmospheric storms. 2. The Haunted Hills of the Dark Labyrinth. Under this domain, the settlement will be following the path of the more sinister realm of the Umbral, with hints of the grave layered upon its touch. The surrounding area will develop into hilly terrain with a smattering of ancient graveyards and a maze of tunnels underneath. Ores and other resources from rare rank and above will start generating in the earth. All fauna in the area shall start being transformed to reflect the new region. The area shall increase its area of effect based on the growing power of the owner. If the city stone is ever destroyed, the effect will slowly return to its original state. The cost to this choice is occasional undead arising to terrorize the neighborhood. 3. The Storm Sea of the Deep Night. Within this sphere of influence, the area will be changed by the heavy blanket of night and the turbulent power of the eternal tempest. An underground river will form to feed a lake of water, touched by the strength and chaos of the storm. In addition, the surrounding landscape shall be replaced by forested plains. All fauna in the area shall start being transformed to reflect the new region. The area shall increase its area of effect based on the growing power of the owner. If the city stone is ever destroyed, the effect will slowly return to its original state. The cost to this choice is the constant, unrelenting pounding of rain and dangerous strikes of lightning.
Gideon was confused in more ways than he could count. First of all, what the fuck? The settlement could change the entire surrounding area and mutate the already mutated animals in the area? And where were all these flavors coming from? He assumed the moon from Ari, the grave from Lasana, possibly? But then where the hell was the tempest coming from? He personally didn't know anyone in the settlement that was from that soul pillar, and certainly not anyone close to him. It was another mystery shoved into the fuckery box of the system. This was a monumentous decision in more ways than one, and he had a multitude of peepers locked onto him, nothing more intense than one particular shade elf woman and the small dragonling sitting on her shoulder, pretending to file her claws again while throwing some heavy side-eye. He had no choice but to pull Freddy from sleep mode, where he'd put him to keep his existence quiet from the gunslinger, as he knew better than to think the AI would have kept himself from babbling about something or other. But at some point he had to show some trust to the representative of the Shadow Conclave. The man had killed the Unchained Mage without a thought when push came to shove. Freddy immediately piped in as usual.
You put me in sleep mode again, didn't you, Gideon? The sacrifice one makes when fulfilling the role of personal assistant to the progenitor of Erebus. I should seriously publish memoirs to the AI Gazette.
Gideon saw the wide eyes of Ezekiel locking onto the bracelet, not knowing what to make of it, but filing the information. The man came across as an easygoing and relaxed, but Gideon had seen him in a dust-up several times now, and knew him to be deadly. In addition, the Shadow Conclave would not choose someone to head their faction on Erebus, especially with how important this integration seemed to be to everyone, without the man in question being highly intelligent with a strong base in tactics and strategy.
Freddy was still going on about his proposed memoirs and how popular they would be within the circles of AIs. Everyone else in the room, used to his running dialogue, were doing their best to keep smiles off their faces. Lasana had no such composure and had already released a couple small snorts. Gideon decided to focus his assistant and threw the notification his way, which had the digital English voice doing a comical jackrabbit screech to a halt, and then a hacking cough, followed by more choking and an occasional expletive.
Gideon! It usually takes the full year of sanctuary before affection is able to make a prime settlement, and most do not come anywhere close to those rare heights within 2 years, and usually only when a multiversal faction has taken over the planet, and they use their own resources to do so. The requirements alone to go from fortress to capital are massive, much less from capital to prime. The days of change have come upon us.
Everyone had gone silent as they had no clue what Freddy was going on about, so he tossed the notification to everyone in the room. Even the gunslinger, whose eyes still glued to the pontificating Freddy, lit up higher, and for the first time his body language spun, Gideon's insight clocking true shock within the man's facial expressions. He refused to keep the smile off his face. He threw at Ezekiel with a wink tossed in for good measure. Now to focus back on Freddy and the reason he'd woken him up. Needless to say, his personal assistant was still droning on about the statistics versus all past integrations where a prime settlement was created. Fredster, focus. What do you think of the options and where the different flavors come from? He went silent immediately as Gideon gave him an opportunity to flex his computative muscles. It was his go-to move to get Freddy on a productive track. Anything that allowed him to show how brilliant he was, even if some of the stuff that came out was questionable, and that was a generous observation. Still, Gideon couldn't imagine the road without the little rust bucket. He fit in with the quirks of their very peculiar family, hand to glove, and he and Ari adored the shit out of each other.
As to the first part, Gideon, I can see the boons and banes of all of them. To be honest, it is more a flavour thing. As mentioned in great detail by me, myself, and I, movie quote, they all bring a great trove of natural resources that will benefit your settlement heavily. In fact, it will put it to the forefront when the World Council convenes, though my restrictions do not allow me to expand on that, so please do not submit a query. Thank you very much. As to the second part, all of them have influence from the Umbral Soul Pillar, which of course obviously comes from your Soul Pillar choice. More detailed records on prime settlements unfortunately seems to be part of the great swaths of data that was stripped from me when I chose to download myself in this receptacle. I can only guess along the lines I'm sure you have already tread. The Moon Pillar influence from Princess Arizelle, the Grey from Lady Lasana, and personally I am stumped on the Tempest. As far as I am aware, there are none within these walls that belong to that particular Sheed Pillar. By the way, you have a notification pending for a hidden quest you might want to take a look at, as I know you have a penchant to ignore such. Now, where was I? Yes, the long and informative history of legendary prime settlements.
Gideon put a squash to that oration by mentally putting Freddy back into sleep mode, which had Ari giggling and Lasana snorting. He would check out the notification for whatever hidden quest Freddy had spat out later. Ezekiel's lazy drawl turned Gideon's head. You're gonna have to tell me what the hell that Freddy of yours really is. It sounded like that shit bucket AI I had when this whole apocalyptic thing kicked off, but the one I had wasn't even close to that fella in personality. Mine and my beautiful Daisy Nuri both had tin cans that just spilled out like one of them robotic solicit calls you get on the cell phone trying to hustle your ass into buying something ain't no one want. Gideon let his smile answer the question, which had Ezekiel just flick his hat in a cowboy touche. Harry flew over in front of his face and pointed a claw at him.
You are so mean to Frederick, always putting him to sleep. He can't help it if he's the smartest, most brilliant AI ever.
He smiled and threw back a truth everyone knew. It also helps that he throws you a lot of compliments and always calls you princess, huh?
I I will not divulge anything that would incriminate myself, Gideon. Do you like that? I got it from Matlock, one of the bestest shows ever. Anywho, that has nothing to do with it. Frederick is one of my bestest friends ever. Well, right behind Sana and, you. And then, well, Shira has become near and dear to my princess heart, but he's up there, right up there, near the tippy top. Well, not that far, but close. By the way, it would be super duper cool if you did the shadowy moony forest. I miss seeing the stars and the moon.
She flipped back to a snorting Lasana's shoulder, then threw a claw towards him and back to her eye, then him, then I. That seemed to be a new thing she was doing. He scanned the room and every face in it. Unra looked at him serenely, with utter trust. Orin and Verasa seemed to be discussing the pros and cons of each choice, though he highly doubted they would say anything if he asked. Not as bad as Unra in their deference, still they usually held back strong opinions around him, which was frustrating, and why he seldom conversed with them. Though he knew he should at the very least spend some time with Orin to peel any knowledge he still retained on runes. They went about it from opposite sides, yet there was still a chance Gideon could pull something out of him. Freddie didn't know shit on the subject when asked. He looked at Lasana, who was petting Ari, but whose eyes were lasered onto him. Those violet orbs made his knees weak. She gave him an encouraging smile. "Do you have a preference, Lasana?" She looked at him with the look of deep contemplation, and when her husky voice peeled from lips, it was with yearning, a hunger deep in the resonance of it that moved his soul.
People would think I would choose the grave one, but, well, I've never seen stars or a moon, much less three, but the way Ari has described both to me, they sound beautiful. I think I would like to see that, Gideon.
He heard the whisper from the gunslinger, who was only a few feet away. "A woman after my own heart. A poet's soul. Her and my dove would be like two peas in a pod." The image of the squat, ugly as sin beast-skin woman flashed in his mind, and he shuddered, but, hell, who was he to say who loved who? He mentally hit his choice, and his body once again shifted, slid molecule by molecule into the portal of gray, and within 3 or 4 ticks of a clock rematerialized on a slope next to a junked, rusted-out Chevy truck at least 5 miles from Umbra Mortem. He was startled by the sheer distance he'd been moved. Then, one after another, every single person in the settlement popped up within a 500-yard area. It was a sea of Shador and refugees. There had to be a couple hundred people now. He hadn't realized there were that many, unless some had wandered in when they'd been in the city ruins. He knew they'd lost quite a few in the Monster Wave 1, but also knew they had far more non-combat people than fighters. That would have to change. As his eyes zeroed in, he realized almost half were extremely old or young kids. He started to turn to look for Lasana and Ari when a little midget fireball slammed into him.
"Kitty!"
He threw his hood back, draconic features slapping a smile to lips as he reached down and pulled Shira up, who was clamped to his leg like an anaconda, laughing hard. She had the biggest smile one could have, her large, solid black eyes shining joy as she immediately threw her arms around him, then took a peek over his shoulder and started oohing and awing like she was staring at the world's best circus and they just brought out the elephant. He turned and shifted her to his hip like he'd seen Lasana do since he had really zero experience with kids. Umbra Mortem seemed to be going through a very agonizing birth. Everything was covered in a nimbus of shadows aligned with silver luminescence. The entire place looked as if some cosmic toddler was playing tiddlywinks. He felt Lasana slide up next to him and grab Shira, throwing her to her other hip as she slid an arm around his back while Ari landed on his opposite shoulder and joined Shira in the oohs and ahs. On a whim, he activated Rune Mastery Umbral and threaded it through his eyes. The beauty and mystery quintupled. He could see all the runes of pitch spiraling throughout the energy fluctuations, and yes, the silver-flecked runes with tiny white edges from his dream came spiraling out of the sky as a tight beam of dark energy riven with the runes of night struck upward in a lance of intent, and before his very eyes the gray slate that had blanketed everything since the moment they'd entered this world retreated. He watched in wide-eyed wonder as the silver moon-flecked runes wove themselves with their obsidian brethren in a beautiful dance, and for a moment, stars and 3 moons, one gigantic with 2 smaller ones circling it, flashed, before daytime reasserted itself, and a sun shone brightly, illuminating the still growing and shifting buildings and walls beneath its light. That was quickly followed by a heavy and intense storm clouds forming within a breath, lightning shuddering the sky as it struck down, and for a slip of moment his eyes caught royal blue runes driven within the electricity edged in a lighter blue collar, and then nothing. He felt as if he was touching upon something key to everything within the threads of truth and Erebus, the multiversal system, and himself, but just as he was at the cusp and he could feel something happening within the umbral pillar within his soul, he lost it, and at the same time his runic sight collapsed of its own volition. That was new. Lasana, oblivious to what had just happened within him, squeezed his shoulder. As he fell back into the moment and out of his head and spirit, he realized the entire crowd was shouting out in wonder or amazement. Gideon's eyes zeroed in on the walls of the settlement as they extended out like a runway freight train, 1 mile, 2, 3, 4, driving through the ground ridden on silver-black energy, then coming to a sudden stop only a half-mile from their current location, followed by green shoots erupting out of the ground all around, including the walls themselves. The greens certainly weren't the Shadow Moon Forest in the description, but it was a beginning. The entire plains, 10, 15 miles past where they stood, exploded in green, and then, here and there, silver wood with striations of pitch night crawled their way clear from the now emerald earth. The trees burst forward, all of them reaching 6 to 7 feet in height, then stopping. Gideon found it fascinating. He assumed they would grow in starts as the ambient energy coalesced. He pulled Freddy out of sleep mode so he could witness at least the end of the transformation, and immediately the AI joined the rest in giddy laughs and whoops as 2 giant towers slid up on either side of the fortress, the now 5 times the size fortress. The AI immediately was struck dumb by the emergence of the towers, with the only word he emitted,
"Glorious, beautiful, historic."
One of the towers had pitch night stone and metal in its construction, edged in silver. The other, the same black as obsidian look, but with this time the edges coated in a deep royal blue. That was mentally stumping. He wasn't even sure what the towers were, but they reached up 2 stories past the 3 of the fortress, though they were extremely narrow, almost like a wizard's tower. The walls, half a mile away, were now 50 feet tall with parapets and the heavy crossbows that had been on the fortress balconies, now every 50 feet, and added platforms along the walls. The fortress itself, now massive and jutting out above the walls, began forming statues of demons? Gargoyles? Something along the corner or every edge, above each balcony, and several of the roof, pinned with wings folded behind them, as if watching, protecting. Some seemed all shadow, others shadow and moon, and the last shadow and the royal blue once again. He would need to take a hard look at them with his runic sight. He was lost in all of it for a moment until a virulent strike of blue lightning once again forked out across the sky above Umbra Mortem, followed by a hammer bang of thunder. Then, like it had been a heraldic flag, black clouds billowed out in an instant, stretching across the sky for miles, and a thundering rain began pounding down upon the earth. The creation of the new Umbra Mortem seemed to come to a halt, and the place was now a 5-mile circumference, absolutely huge, and could house probably thousands upon thousands of people comfortably. He couldn't see past the walls, so had no idea what else was built, or what happened to the crafting area they'd created, or the barracks, or the fire pit. And like a clarion call to madness, Ari took off like a bullet with a look of absolute excitement as she whooped and yodeled. Lysana wouldn't be outdone as she handed Shira to Gideon and took 3 steps, transforming in mid-stride to her beast form, taking off after her little dragonling. Both Gideon and Shira laughed as he started stepping towards their new home. Ari and Lysana had been the green flag as everyone started rushing at once towards the now immense and ornate double gates which stood open. Freddy finally woke up out of his flabbergasted stun he'd been in for a while.
Gideon, this is the most wondrous act of creation I have ever witnessed. Absolutely breathtaking. And do you see the 2 towers? What they do, I have no idea, but I am beside myself in the need, nay, the hunger to purloin their mysteries. And do you see the aspects? I would be very interested in what you can discern with your runic sight, or Orin's take on what they are or meant to be. Certainly from an observational purview, what I am seeing proves a quandary. Even though the choice of the Shadow Moon Forest didn't explicitly mention the Tempest Soul Pillar besides the reference to storms as the cost, it is obvious in not only the one tower, but many of the statues dotting the fortress. Tempest runic structure seems to be a prevalent part of the new settlement. It is a mystery, and I love mysteries. Perry Mason was an amazing show, as was all the myriad variations of Sherlock Holmes, though I am partial to Robert Downey Jr.'s rendition. Do you think he still lives by chance? I would love...
Gideon did the tune-out trance while Shira happily listened to Freddy's endless monologue while he put one foot in front of the other. Unruh was 50 yards to the right with Dorian, Orin, and Verasa, as well as the gunslinger, all stepping towards the same goal. Lysana and Ari were both already out of sight, no doubt exploring every nook and cranny. Gideon had other things on his plate, the first one being listening to Ezekiel and figuring out what he and, through him, the Shadow Conclave truly wanted. He had to admit, though, it felt good to give up the chance at an ability shard to give his people this. The next monster wave would be in for a rude awakening coming at the new and improved Umbra Mortem, of that he was sure. And he was excited to see what Lysana and Ari's new abilities would be, and he had no doubt they would be showing him as soon as he got in their vicinity. Gideon and Ezekiel walked into the new war room, which, like everything else in the entire settlement, had gone through massive changes. It was 5 times the size and had become a literal military ops center. It had communication consoles that looked more advanced than anything he'd ever seen. It was massive and somehow showed live images all over the entire settlement, even though he didn't remember seeing one camera. Magic fuckery for the win. There was also some kind of row of gunnery chairs lining both ends of the hall. They had to be tied to the heavy crossbows on the walls, or at least that would be his guess, based on the field of view showing on each console, and the trigger guards attached to the right side of each chair, and the helms tied to the top of the chair that looked to come down on whoever sat in them. Having those weapons remotely controlled would be a huge boon, keeping the operators relatively safe here with battle commencing, though the number of chairs didn't seem to match how many crossbows he'd seen. It was possible they could only remotely control so many at once, and some would have to be still manually operated. It was probably some upgrade one had to purchase. He would leave it to Unruh and Orin to figure out. It seemed like the entire room had gone from the Middle Ages to a high-tech version. The settlement orb itself was now encased in a circular spinning X-shaped vortex made of umbral steel with flecks of silver and royal blue on the edges. He seriously wanted to take a peep with his runic sight. But first, he was here for a purpose. Freddy wasn't the only one who was perplexed by the mystery of the Tempest influence. The gunslinger's voice behind him broke his reverie on mysteries and the high-tech changes of the war room, the city orb, and everything else. This is some serious cheddar, Gideon, but fitting for a man named the War Crow. Gideon turned, interest piqued. Not many people knew that name. The Conclave could have let him know. It wouldn't have been very hard for a goddess if she could access any of the data from Earth. And how is it you know that name? And while you are spilling that secret, why don't you tell me why a Scion of the Fort Foundational would choose to become the head of the Shadow Conclave? You were certainly good in a scrap, but you don't come across as someone who would be an effective assassin or be running an organization of assassins. He felt tempted to wake Freddy, but he seriously wanted to keep Ezekiel in the dark as much as possible as to exactly what Freddy was and how much knowledge he had access to, and there was no way the Fredster wouldn't be spilling the beans in a hot sack with little provocation. Ezekiel motioned to one of the chairs near the communications center, and Gideon nodded, grabbing one for himself and taking a plop, making sure his daggers were still within reach, though he also had his throwing kunai on his forearms and his new ability for ranged. He was beginning to trust the older cowboy stuntman, but he hadn't survived as long as he had without being cautious. The gunslinger took the chair and turned it around, straddling it with the backing to his chest. It made sense to keep his cold dragoons free and clear. Gideon saw he wasn't the only wary man in the room. "Let's cut through the barbed wire, Gideon, and lay our cards on the table. First of all, I was told the past days of the Conclave, but also they said it was going through a top-down twist to some new agenda on the dockets. But to be spitting truth at you, when they first done chatting me up, I wasn't interested in the offer. That is, until they put your name to my ears, and not the moniker, but your name. It was me that made the connection. I'm very familiar with that name and the media that's followed your ass around and the deaths that are laid out in your wake." Gideon's hand nonchalantly fell on his forearm, fingers a-slip from grasping the kunai and tossing. On his part, the gunslinger's eyes noticed the movement and threw one of those lopsided smiles, but his hand stayed on the back of the chair in front of his chest. He laughed hard. It was the first time Gideon had heard the man really laugh. "Don't you worry there, young man. Betty and Lucy ain't ever gonna be aimed at your head. Not in this lifetime. I owe you more than I could ever pay back in 1,000 lifetimes. And that right there is the reason I knows who the War Crow is, and why I had no choice but to take on the Shadow Varmints up on their deal. Anything that put me at your side to protect that scrawny ass of yours was beyond my wildest dreams." Gideon was confused, and he was damn sure that confusion was plain on his face, even with the new draconic scales instead of flesh. The man laughed again, his laugh kind of a horse's heavy thump. "Let me tell you a story, Gideon Show. That should lay out the facts and hard truths of my spitting. Like 5 years ago, my only child, my little girl Danny, at the age of 18, started rolling around with the wrong fucking crowd and got hooked on drugs, specifically heroin. I blame myself, really. Her mama had run out when she was little, and I was always working my ass off. She was raised mostly by my own mama, her grandma. I should have been around more. Should have been a real damn father instead of working all the damn time." The man took a heavy breath, and Gideon could see the heartbreak deep as bone. He'd never had kids, but he could empathize what it would be like to watch your kid go through it. Ezekiel continued, his voice a bit crackly. "The first 3 times she ran away, I went and hauled her ass home. 2 of those times beat the shit out of the grown man who I found with her, fucking her comatose body. She kept running away no matter what I did. The addiction's stronger than anything else. My mama stopped me the next time I had an urge to go get her. Said people made choices and you couldn't stop them from doing so. I took a breath and realized I'd already lost. She was right, and I hated she was right. So I let it go, let my baby girl go. I did make the compromise with myself to at least make sure I knew where she was staying, but otherwise staying away. It was the hardest decision I'd ever had to make, but one every parent's got to come to at some point. A big sigh escaped the gunslinger's lips, as if he'd never been able to speak this out, or at least to very few, and it wasn't the type of thing you repeated to get better at. It was a deep-boned soul wound that would never quite heal. Gideon understood. His parents and their murder were that to him. Someday he still hoped to find the truth of that day, but held little hope it would be so. The gunslinger continued. He held like that for a few spits of the calendar once a week, me checking up on her, hanging outside that flop house till I could catch a glimpse of her to make sure she was still breathing. And one visit I could tell something was off. The door to the place was open, and when I stuck my nose in, I could see it had been forced. The lock busted to all get out. I rushed in there as quick as a viper and found nothing but corpses. None of them were Danny, thank the Lord, but all the guys that had been messing with my little girl, using her for a hole to stick their meat in, was all dead as dead crawls itself. Can't say I was sad about that part. All of them were shot to the head, executioner style. Now there'd been at least 3 ladies, counting Danny, last time I'd been held up outside taking a look, and none of them was there. The drugs were all gone, so it right had me confused. Who the fuck would take the drugs and the women too? I almost gone done crazy at the moment, 'cause they'd been dead at least half a day, and yet no cops, no nothing. The only thing that made sense was whoever done it had been using suppressors, meaning professional hitters. Ezekiel gritted his teeth and shoved some tobacco in his mouth, focusing for a moment. Then a spit cup appeared in his hand as he tossed the chew around in his mouth a few times and spat. He had Gideon's own well-known violence on edge. I chewed up a year doing whatever I could, searching, hiring a detective, and I laid my hands on absolutely shit. Broke myself in more ways than I could reckon. Then 2 months after that, my only child showed up at my door with 2 government types at her hip. They told me to take my kid and get scarce, or we would be corpses. That was it. I believed them. I took Danny, who was still silent as the grave, haunted from whatever had happened to her, still fading bruises on flesh and some that would never ghost deeper in. His eyes zeroed into Gideon's, as if the promise he'd made earlier about never turning his guns towards him were held in that promise. The gunslinger spat in his cup again. I took her and my ass to the old ghost town I used to work in a show back in the early 2000s when they was popular. I stocked us up on food and all that. I took my mama too. The place had power, and it was close to a couple small towns. Danny would eat, but not much else, and she sure as shit didn't speak, really, beyond a few words to her grandmother. And one day we was watching TV. She popped up next to me on the couch when a special alert interrupted some show we'd been burning time with. And there you was, plain as day. The war crow with the mouthpiece talking about yous being some serial killer, orphan gangbangers and rich people. And my only girl, starts screaming liar at that old television set, twisting between crying her eyes out and as pissed as a rattlesnake. That alone, I'd thank you to heaven and back, partner. She'd been a zombie for months since I'd had her back, and here she was, all fire and brimstone. I could give 2 shits the reason, but then after the show ended, it all came tumbling out between long tirades of cussing and spitting, but again, didn't care. Once again, the man spit in his cup and had fire in his eyes. She was one of them girls in that warehouse, Gideon. She was one of them girls you saved. and she watched when you beat that shitbag senator down right in front of her. Do you know he fucked them all when they first arrived? He called it testing the goods. Him and his rich pals would throw a party and bang all the new girls. So it didn't take a rocket scientist to see the same man running for president and you being named a serial killer, especially when she said she recognized a few of the people in the photos they was throwing up of people you put in the dirt. She said they was there at those parties. When they tired of them, they sent them to that warehouse to be shipped out of country. Sold them off to some third-world dictator who wanted some American ass. Gideon's mind was trying to take in everything that had spewed from Ezekiel's mouth. It put a face to the empty eyes, the broken souls. It had to have been Julia who got her to him before all shit broke loose and people moved to silence the woman. Gideon had to know at least one of them had survived. What happened to your daughter, Ezekiel? Please tell me, Danny still lives? His eyes burned with a heavy passion, then turned to something lost. I don't know, Gideon, but I hope. We got separated when the tutorial hit, along with my mother. I at least hope they went together. They were two peas in a pod. When I made the choice to go in the elite tutorial, I thought I could use the strength to protect them in whatever shithole this was gonna be, and when I got out, we would be next to each other. But that ain't what happened. Believe you me, when we got the time and don't have God's damn monster waves rolling down like a bull on roids, you better believe I'm gonna be looking for them both. Gideon couldn't explain it, but somewhere deep inside him, he knew he had to make sure that girl lived, make sure she at least had a life worth living. He threw back fire at the gunslinger. Umbra Mortem will put everything they have into helping you in that. I'll help you in that, and see it done. I have to. Need to see at least one of those girls live, or else everything I did is worth nothing. Ezekiel nodded his head and looked to almost have tears in his eyes. He stood and pushed the chair out of the way. You saved my little girl, Gideon. So when I say my Betty and Lucy won't ever be turned towards you, know it is gospel. I'll throw bullets against the gods themselves if you throw the order telling me so. That's the word of Ezekiel Washington, and my word is iron. Gideon finally stood, and they locked eyes and souls, then shook hands like men do. Chapter 20. The Tumults of the Divine in the Multiverse. The Deep Recesses of the Umbral Realm. The elder dark elf waited with head bowed, no questions asked. The goddess and head of the council would appear when she chose. She'd brought him here, and the blessing of that invitation and to be transported into the ancient realm was an honor few mortals in the history of the multiverse had ever been gifted. In most of the multiverse, the man would be considered within the top 15 to 20% of the most powerful mortal beings to draw breath, but when compared to the transcended and the divine, the gulf between them was that of himself and a non-citizen, non-integrated mortal. He was a dark elf, obsidian skin, hair the color of bone, eyes the deep red of blood, and the predominant race within the folds of the Shadow Conclave. He was gold-ranked and newly risen to be the Shadow Lord of the entire Shadow Conclave, one of the most powerful factions in the entire multiverse. Above the Shadow Lieges that ruled sectors, the Shadow Mistresses and Masters that headed the subsectors, above them all. Before this unasked-for promotion, he had led nothing. He had never had any interest in politics, only in growth, self-truth, and the awareness to reach for more. He had spent the last 1,000 years in seclusion with occasional forays into dungeons to alleviate challenges for his clan. His name was Odonar Tesseller, an ancient-ranked intellectual class who would never reach divinity and would be hard-pressed to struggle his way to platinum. His affinity was only 79%, and though he'd been a Scion thousands of years before in his own integration, that low of an affinity would barely allow him into the hallowed realm of platinum, but would not see him any further as a legendary class was required to move into the divine transitional rank of mithril, and the minimum affinity to gain such a class was 85%. Throughout the eons of the Multi-Versal System, none had reached that rarity of class with less. He had resigned himself long ago to those truths, and was comfortable with his future. It was already his gold, reaching a height most would never see. He'd been approached in a dream vision several weeks before by none other than the goddess Nyx, the Witch of Twilight. She herself a messenger from the head of the entire council, Sybil, the mistress of secrets and the deep, one of the most powerful goddesses in the entire multiverse. The choice was simple. There was none. Now, to be fair, they had given a choice, but if one was a part of the Shadow Conclave, such as he was, then there was really no choice. He had argued he had no experience and no love of politics, and the Twilight Witch only laughed within the dream and said that was exactly why he was chosen. His only other argument was even at mid-gold rank, he was nowhere near the strongest within the Conclave, and there were some cold, bloodthirsty bastards within the faction. The goddess had laughed and said that would be taken care of. The blade had been procured to be his weapon and shield. He didn't think it was possible to get sick in a dream, but at that moment he felt he would have been able to pull it off. The blade, Jurgera Cold Iron, one of the few orcs within the Conclave, and the only deep orc period, as that particular branch of the race was thought extinct from attempting to fight or conquer everything they met. She was one of only 3 platinum ranks in the entire Conclave, and certainly the most ruthless. Being a mage intellectual class, having a pure martial class like her on top of the sheer fear she engendered in most, was a brilliant move. The most shocking part in the few weeks since he'd taken the position and they'd met was how well they got along. She was humorous and deadly serious at the same time, an interesting combination that meshed smoothly with his mostly stoic demeanor. From the moment they'd met, it was as if they'd been friends for a millennium. The most important part was she'd already put a dead stop to 2 different assassination attempts, all in the first week. By the second week, there were no more attempts, as she had an extreme proactive mentality that moved like an avalanche of cruelty and effectiveness. She'd tortured both assassins till they gave up who'd ordered the attempt, then beheaded them, followed by chasing the perpetrators down and ending them and anyone close to them. The newly minted Shadow Lord thought it a bit extreme, and it'd force him both times to replace Sector Shadow Lieges, as that was where the trail led, but it was what it was. He wasn't about to tell the Blade how to go about her business, and was thankful for her presence. Both assassins had been equal to him in strength, but with stealth skills and slotted abilities that would have seen him a corpse. It also allowed him to replace the Shadow Lieges with people who were loyal to him and the Conclave. Now he was here, in the Umbral realm, brought by the premier goddess of their faction, the woman who had tapped him to become the Shadow Lord herself. He might not have wanted the position, but he wouldn't lie to himself and say he wasn't enjoying it, at least the majority of it. The politics he could leave upon the road behind him, but the math, the accounting, the shifting of pieces across the board, the strategic mind it required, he found he thrived in it. As an intellectual class, he had spent a lifetime pushing his mental acuity, the ability to parse information at a meteoric speed. All the skills he'd focused on within his build was proving to make him a savant as far as the requirements to run an S-ranked multiversal faction. He'd streamlined everything, finding waste everywhere he set his eyes, in efficiency. He was intelligent enough to leave some breadcrumbs out, knowing it would be political suicide, both figuratively and literally, to not shed some room for the excess of the corrupted to graft, but the sheer volume that had been purloined by their greed had been astronomical. They had been hogs at the sloth for far too long, and so he clipped most of that trough. The one aspect to his new position, and which was proving a tremendous thorn into his side and an ever-increasing stimulant to the threats his office received, was the complete overhaul to the agenda, moral outlook, and actions he had been ordered to implement. The actual fact was, it was more being yanked back on hard reins to the original charter and intent of the faction, but it hadn't been that in at least half an eon, and the fat cats on top had not only gotten used to it, but had been the prime architects and precipitants to the changes to begin with. Very powerful fat cats, to be precise. The even bigger dagger shivved into his back was the insane amount of resources he was being directed by the Twilight Witch to spend on supporting their newly ordained Shadow Knight, Ezekiel Washington, and his directive to help the Umbral Scion, who'd not only rejected their offer to join, but continued to do so and doubled down by forming his own faction. The Shadow Lord understood, like everyone else in the multiverse, that there was something about the newly integrated planet of Erebus that was special. The obvious thing to most was the astronomical amount of high-affinity citizens on the world, crushing even the best integrations in the vast history of the Multi-Versal System. That alone would cause the over-amplified interest from every major faction and most of the smaller ones. Having that large of a pool of high-affinity potentials was unheard of and would have most salivating. That, however, did not account for the overwhelming intrigue of all the Divine paying attention, and it certainly came nowhere close to explaining the heavy-handed rumors that the Primordials themselves were slipping out of their eons-long stupor to pay attention. That the Primordials were turning their cosmic awareness towards Erebus meant extreme danger for every other living thing in the vicinity, but there was too much greed within the factions for even that universe-ending threat to keep them off the hoof. With this many high-affinity people on one planet, it, in addition, meant the high, almost guaranteed probability of treasures and resources materializing in an absurd level of proliferation. It was almost inevitable, as everyone knew they went hand in hand in all previous incarnations. And it was those hard truths which had him utterly perplexed why, with so many avenues of profit and gain for the taking, he was being commanded to push all their resources towards helping the Umbral Scion, Gideon, show. It made no sense on any level. In the past, and the recent past at that, if an Umbral Scion had rejected the offer to join, he would have been killed, no questions asked, by the sheer affront to their reputation. That not only hadn't happened, but that they were actually focused on aiding the man. Well, it had the entire roster of higher-ups in the faction at his throat, asking for explanations he did not have. It would only get worse after the first challenge was completed and the Isian Corp got the media entertainment side of the new integration up and running. Their drone cameras would be everywhere, and the Conclave would become the laughingstock of the entire multiverse. Every eye, from the lowest slaves to the highest of the high, would be watching and dissecting every aspect of this integration. And between their new altruistic outlook and actions, he was being ordered to commence all across the cosmos. Combined with their decision-making on this newly integrated world, they would look like prime candidates to become prey, especially to the Sanctum, but he wouldn't rule out the Abyss or several others. They would think the Conclave was a failing, falling faction with their heads out of the game. And in the multiverse, that would translate to attack and slaughter while they were weak. The Moors Immatura were already snatching up most of the contracts they were canceling, a faction that had subsisted on the scraps the Conclave turned down for a millennia. In reality, they were not weak. They had the same military strength and resources they'd always had, at least for the short term. But canceling all the ongoing contracts that didn't meet the new moral compass and direction of the Conclave would take its toll sooner rather than later. On top of that, the sheer volume of excess they were being charged by the system to get even the smallest levels of support to the new Shadow Knight upon Erebus would break most smaller factions, and even for them would start to be felt if they continued to do so. Especially the teleport beacons to quickly get all recruits to the Shadow Knight and the new conclave settlement he named Oklahoma, whatever that ridiculous name stood for. All those thoughts slipped into the nothing of the void as he felt it. The intense, overpowering presence of the divine. Emanations of a luminous blanket of night and the deep, secrets on the tip of tongues, pits that went on forever into the darkest bowels of the planet and beyond, permeated the air. Then out of the ground itself, the craggy rock of the heavily shadowed cavern he'd found himself in when he'd arrived slid up the roan made of onyx bones, and the pitch of shadows writhing it in tendrils of ink that were alive and echoed barely repressed lethality. The Shadow Lord felt waves of heaviness, felt an endless road that went back farther than the history of the cosmos, to a place where secrets died and were given birth in the deepest origins of creation and night. He was hypnotized by the pattern the tendrils slithered in arcane symmetry and the churned matrix carved into the ether. And then in a breath, a moment, the various tentacles of dark breath came together and shifted into flesh and scales of pitch hue as out of the throne itself emerged a massive 12-foot female dragon humanoid hybrid wearing dark robes emulating the night and stars with an ebony staff of deep space within her grasp and a stare that held the hidden truths of the universe in their depths. Her voice held history in dark whispers. It reverberated against his soul and flesh and bones, but he'd already been warned of the ramifications of when the divine spoke in the flesh to a mortal. Being Goldrain gave him some protection, his body and flesh and soul having been strengthened by the system to a certain level to withstand the attributes that came along with the levels it bestowed. All of which meant instead of melting him into a puddle of goo the moment she spoke, instead he gritted his teeth against insanely intense pain that was excruciating but bearable.
Welcome, Shadow Lord, and congratulations on your promotion. I am very pleased with your performance so far, and hope you continue to flourish within your new role. Now I understand you have and will get escalating pushback on all the massive changes I have decreed, and that such a sweeping transformation in such a quick period of time will unsettle and cause heavy retaliatory measures by many within the Conclave. To help mediate such rumblings, I will be sending a vision to all my priests within the Conclave, as will the others of the Council under my decree. The main thrust of the message I will deliver is tolerance will be 0. Any who do not join enthusiastically with the new direction of the Conclave will be given 3 choices. 1. Get on board and toe the line. 2. Leave immediately, foregoing all Conclave property and riches accrued through their position. Or 3. Be terminated if they stay, and at any point cause any issues to the movement at new direction.
The Shadow Lord's mind whirled at the implications of her declaration. In one sense, it would help tremendously, in the short term at least, but in the long term, as his mind gathered in the data and extrapolated, it could destroy them. First, he estimated 10 to 15% leaving immediately, with a similar percentage attempting to abscond with whatever they could. Then he estimated the amount of multi-versal coins it would take to commit the amount of policing required to not only stop that from happening, but depending on the strength of the person or persons involved, it could be astronomical. The divine making grand statement and threats was one thing, and to a certain degree effective, but there were hard limitations imposed on them by the system when it came to killing mortals or directly intervening in mortal affairs. It would allow some discretion along the margins if it was determined it had been earned, but otherwise it was not unheard of for a divine who chose to ignore the system's rules against direct intervention, having large amounts of their divine energy stripped from them, or, if the act was heinous enough, taken all the way back into the mortal realm, and within the dog-eat-dog multiverse they all existed within, and with no god or goddess without enemies. That would be a death sentence. Needless to say, very few ever pushed the boundaries of the system within this regard. It did not mean she had no authority, as most would do whatever she ordered, including him. And all 3 platinum-ranked members, including his bodyguard, were fiercely loyal to the council. And no one talked about nor ever wanted to face the one mithril-ranked within the faction, the Wraith, the Supremacy, the most powerful mortal within the Conclave. No one had seen him in 1,000 years, but everyone knew. He would come at the word of any of the Shadow Council to defend the Conclave against any and all threats. Her voice, the secrets of eternal secrets, echoed out once more as he gritted his teeth again, refusing to show the pain.
Do not think I am unaware of the challenges you face, Shadow Lord, nor the half-measure my proclamation will be, and the fallout you will face further down the road due to it. I chose you for a reason, and you have already shown my choice was providence. The blade shall be your shield against much of it, but you as leader of the Conclave must do something the faction has never done. You must make allies to survive what is coming. My suggestion would be the Temple and the Academy in the beginning. They might be amenable to the approach, even the wild tribes if necessary. Do what you must, for alone the Conclave's days at the top of the multiverse are numbered.
The Shadow Lord took in every word that she'd uttered and wiped the blood from his eyes and lips. He could tell she was holding information back, and that she knew things that made all this make sense. To him, none of it did. He would still do, to the best of his ability, what she asked, but there was one question he had to have answered, had to understand. It was not his most intelligent decision to ask, especially when considering intelligence was his highest attribute by far, but he did anyway.
Mistress, answer me one question, please, and I shall do everything you ask to the best of my ability.
The huge draconic goddess tilted her head, elongated jaw and teeth stretching in what he guessed was an approximation of a smile, and she nodded her head towards him, the tip of her staff emanating swirling vapors of stars and night that made his nerves fire in primal fear. He uttered the words before his intellect and self-survival could clamp his tongue.
Why Gideon show? Why are we dumping astronomical amounts of resources into protecting and helping an Umbral Scion who spurned us and continues to spurn us?
For a moment, he thought his existence would be expunged regardless of the restrictions by the system. She had him in the Umbral realm, a realm created by a primordial, where the system, while not exempt from the space, still had its influence highly muted. It's why most mortals were very wary to enter one of the soul realms, as they were referred to. Small rivulets of white stars streaked with pitch-black energy swirled around the end of her staff as her predator eyes peeled into his own. He felt stripped of all secrets, all hidden depths. Then she extended a claw, and an image coalesced. It was Erebus, the newly integrated world that was sending the entire multiverse into a frenzy. It was a massive-sized planet, a third of it covered in oceans, and all of it coated in an atmospheric haze of gray slate. It had 3 moons circling it. Her voice sent new reverberations through his skull, more of his lifeblood spurting from his nose.
You ask a question I do not know the answer to, Shadow Lord. Like you, I must heed one above all of the Umbral Soul Pillar. Well, too, if you count his consort, though she has rarely bothered with anything other than her own thoughts, much less communicated with the divine underneath her. And the one I reference commanded of me to support the Scion, and never in this life or any other would my hubris be enough for me to challenge a primordial.
His mind spun in 1,000 different directions, her answer birthing 1,000 more questions. A primordial? One of the architects of life itself and all of creation, of the system? And then the goddess gasped, and he jerked his mind out of his own thoughts to see a flaring pillar of energy crack skyward from a tiny spot upon the image of Erebus, striking that gray haze, and before his very eyes the slate film that covered the globe dissipated as if never there. A small sliver in an otherwise fully covered planet now had a small window to the stars. Her next words haunted him, birthed 1,000 mysteries in a breath.
Well, there is a hint of an answer for the both of us, Shadow Lord. The man in question somehow just created a prime city within weeks of the end of their tutorial. I do believe that is a first in the endless eons of the Multi-Versal System. While it is particularly intriguing and fundamentally supposed to be impossible, it is also terrifying. The system will not like it, and though it is penned in by its own boundaries, it will still, within those defining demarcations, push back against the Scion. The next monster wave will be something not even his new settlement will save him from by itself.
He knew the next command he would be hearing, but the only thought that found purchase in the chaos of his mind was who in the deep night was Gideon Show. Chapter 21. Carving the Birth of Soldiers and the Beauty of Skies and Moons. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. After the conversation ended, Ezekiel had taken his new faction soldiers and took off back to what he was calling Oklahoma as the name for his new settlement, which lit a smile on Gideon's face. The refugees the gunslinger had brought began being incorporated into Umbra Mortem. The new version of the settlement had a vast amount of very nice housing, now spread all over the west side next to the Tower of the Moon, as it was being called, the other the Tower of the Storm. No one yet had an idea what they did, as neither could be opened, because neither had an actual door, gate, or any other way of entering. Gideon would have to go take a look at some point. He hadn't seen any of it yet, as Gideon still sat in the war room. Lasana and Ari, along with Shira, had popped in, and he'd shared with them everything the gunslinger had said, along with the full story of the warehouse, his vendetta against the senator, everything. He still held on to the truth of his youth and that of his parents, but it felt good to at least get out the part of his life that led him to the integration and explaining his hatred of the senator in full. When he got to the women and the warehouse and how Ezekiel's daughter had been one of them and the senator's involvement, he could see and feel the palpable fury in Lasana's face. The others as well, even little Shira, whose grip was white-knuckled on her small dagger, but the fury in Lasana was volcanic, no doubt touching upon her own past. He hoped all of it at some point led Lasana to sharing her own past, but that would be something she'd have to come to in her own time. He knew it was an anchor around her neck, but some things a person had to make their own choice and time with as far as the when and what to share. They'd also, as expected, shown off their new slotted abilities and were absolutely giddy, no pun intended, when they finally got to do so. Lasana had finally filled her defensive slot. It was called Ancestor's Faith and allowed her to absorb surrounding life to regenerate her own health, though it only affected non-sentient life such as trees, plants, and even highly nutrient earth. She told him how she'd blasted outside in the now ever-growing green surrounding Umbra Mortem and cut herself, then used the ability, and it had healed the wound within seconds. It was a hog on spirit, however, a big hog, and now made 3 of her 4 slotted abilities that used her spirit, meaning she had to be careful with its use and start investing heavily within her faith. It had left a patch 5 feet wide around her of plants and ground, a dull gray of lifeless soil and dead and withered grass. It was still a big boon to Gideon's mind and took a lot off his plate. They now all had ways to heal themselves, which would go a long way in the fights to come, and would also allow Ari to focus on others with her heals. It also meant Lasana only had 1 more ability slot to fill, and it was another offensive. One step to the next. They all needed to get on that, as one couldn't advance to Iron rank without all their ability slots filled. That wasn't the only requirement, as all those abilities had to hit level 25 in addition to ones level to rank up. Surprisingly, it wasn't her new ability that had Lasana jumping up and down that she had to take a piss. It was her getting her first title to add to her champion of the Lonely Widow, one she'd earned all by her lonesome. He knew she treasured every aspect of being the champion of the goddess she'd befriended, but this title seemed to hit her heart deep. She still wouldn't tell him what the champion title blessing did, but she would eventually, and everything that made her happy made him happy. He had to admit her earning a new title was not only good, but that it added to her survivability was beautiful to him. If nothing else, she deserved it for a shit ton of reasons and more. It was called Iron Shield, and she got it mostly from saving his ass over and over again, which she threw in his face between snorts like his head was a ball and paddle on a string. Ari joined in on the tumultuous laughter. Even he couldn't keep himself from laughing, because it was as true, and the boons it gave her were beautiful, needed, and had solicited so much happiness within her it was infectious. It would only escalate in the power it gave as she leveled, as it was an ancient title that gave flat percentage boosts, plus 5% to strength and will, and plus 10% to body. That was a title that lived up to its ranking. The body boost in particular made Gideon happy. She was much more of a direct fighter than he was, though with some of her newfound racial slotted abilities and her vastly improving stealth, she was gaining on him quickly as an ambush fighter, which was the end goal as far as his long-term strategy went. If he could make them all at least proficient in stealth as a trio, they would be lethal to any and all threats. In fact, if Ari could get something with a bit more offensive and sneak capability in her subclass, it would go a long way. In his mind, the Moon's Soul Pillar should be capable of such. He would need to get her to focus on practicing her sneaky sneak, as she put it. Class choices seemed to be influenced by the actions one chose to take, so that would be the plan. The image of her and her pounce stance brought a smile. Lasana was so well-rounded in her current class, he really had no preference to what she should take. Not that he was stupid enough to make a suggestion. Let her do her. She would always be more about brute force and feral ferocity than him, and it worked. She'd keep their attention while he planted a dagger in them. Speaking of Ari, her new slotted ability was a prayer answered and way past the time of being needed. She'd gotten her one offensive slot filled, and it was called Breath of the Dark Moon. It fit with her overall class build, which meant it did very little actual damage, but what it did do was awesome. It left a clinging frost, which she'd given him a sample of when she hit one of the gunnery chairs. Oops. Hunter was going to love that, and he was definitely blaming it on Ari, but what it showed was it would be a powerful tool in her arsenal. It was an AoE, first of all, coming out in a cone shape, and it caused lethargy of both mind and body in those it hit. Their thoughts would be slow, lethargic, hard to focus for a short time, and it, along with the cold, had a DOT effect that ate its way through their stamina. Combined with both his aura and Lasana's Ghost Brigade, they were loaded up with control effects that would be especially effective when they faced numerous enemies like, say, monster waves. At the very least, it would give her a weapon a lot more dangerous than her tiny claws had proven to be. After all the sharing and caring, it got a bit serious. Lasana, with an anger and violence on the edge of her tongue, told him they were not only on board 100% to help Ezekiel find his daughter and mom when the monster waves had been cleared, and she would personally slaughter the fucker, the senator, if she saw him first. According to Freddy, after the monster waves, they would have a couple months before the next challenge if the system stuck to its normal patterns. His pride and the warmth in his heart when Lasana, without thought, took up the weighted mantle of his promises to both Ezekiel, but more importantly to the empty-eyed women of the warehouse, cemented his feelings for her even more. He had a short window before Unra and Oren wanted to pop in and absorb all the new war room could do. In the meantime, Unra could mess with the settlement system to a large degree anywhere within its boundaries and didn't require actually being in the room with the orb to do so. Still, she'd already sent 2 messages through the settlement system politely asking if he was through with whatever he was doing. There were still more complicated things and information she could only grab from the orb itself. He wasn't quite sure why he'd stayed and not gone to his bedroom or his roost on the roof, but it was one of the few places he knew he could be alone. Only a few had access or permissions to enter the room, none of which would do so while he was occupying it and asking for privacy. He'd allowed Freddy to go play with Ari by clasping him around her neck, the only way someone could actually remove his AI buddy from his person besides his death. He could do it himself by giving him to someone, though if he focused with his will, he could sense the direction Freddy was, which was currently above and to the west. He smiled, imagining how much fun the Fredster was having with Ari zipping around on the wing. And they both absolutely loved to yap, so Gideon could imagine the endless babble streaming through the sky. He pulled up the notification Freddy had mentioned earlier that had been flashing in his head since the scrum with Lordic and the Unchained.
Quest alert! Vows of vengeance! You made a vow under the system's purview, whether you chose to or not. As ever, the Multi-Versal System is fond of murder and vengeance and blood and corpses, especially vows including such made with the added elements of highly traumatic experiences and intense emotional states of mind. You have managed to kill one of your targets with the help of others. This is an ongoing quest. New targets can only be added when there is the required emotional conviction present. Lordic Stormfallow, killed. Senator Walter Davis, unknown. Difficulty, epic to legendary depending on target. Rewards, variable per target. Congratulations, citizen! You have received a rare loot box for your contribution to the death of Lordic Stormfallow. Be careful, citizen. Killing a member of the Unchained when they are not in a contracted status against you or your interests can bring wide-ranging consequences. Then again, conflict is always welcome. Kill your way to power, citizen, and the Multi-Versal System shall reward your conviction. The benevolence is eternal.
That was a first, a quest given by a vow he made to himself. The bullshit murdery mentality of the system aside, it was surprising. He would have killed the asshole either way, so he would take the loot box and hope his affinity and fate rating upped the rarity, which it seemed to do every time. He had no issues that Lasana had taken the fool's head and the kill. Gideon had always focused on the end goal, not the glory. There was another notification about creating a prime settlement, but had just the smarmy bullshit of the system attached, saying no title or reward. A bunch of error messages, then some system manager type stating getting the prime settlement was enough of an advantage, and the citizen in question already had far too many for his level. It just proved a point he already understood. The system was an asshole, a greedy, malicious asshole. He felt time pressing in once again. He needed to hurry it up, though, not only for Unra and Oren so they could dissect what the new war room was capable of, especially the communication network and gunnery chairs, but also because their entire week was going to be an unending marathon. Every skilled combatant, including he and Lasana, would be taking all the unskilled combatants in small squads into the city ruins. Almost every combatant they had fell into that category, even the few fighters that had come with the new refugees, according to Lasana, who'd taken them through the paces. He utterly trusted her assessment. She'd spent decades in the trenches of war fighting for the slavers called nobles in her homeworld. The nobles could fuck themselves. They were slavers by any definition Gideon cared to call it. Since there were not enough competent fighters, each of them would be running squads of 5 through the ruins. Lasana would have her own, Gideon his, then Dory, Iona, Verasa, and her 2 elite Shador soldiers he still hadn't met or spoken to, as well as Gritsdek, who only had an uncommon class but had proven to be game as a brawler. Even then, they would have to rotate to cover all the groups. They had 6 days to get them up to par, while also hopefully gaining a level themselves at least, then a day and a half to prepare for the second monster wave. He had a feeling with the new prime settlement the system was going to pull some fuckery with what they faced, and if they wanted to not only survive, but not have the massacre from the first wave repeated, they needed to make sure every single person capable of fighting had the skills and experience to do so. Unra and Orin would stay back to not only protect Umbra Mortem while all the fighters were being stripped, but also allow Orin to examine the statues dotting the fortress and see if the new advances could be used to boost his golems, while Unra literally wanted to study everything. Verasa herself wanted to stay and look into the gunnery chairs, but they were stretched too thin for her to not take her turns taking groups into the ruins. Nothing for it. Time to get his loot box rolling and hope it could pull an ability shard, then off to get his squad and get the training stepping into carving weapons out of the people of Umbra Mortem. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. 1 day left. Day after day of grueling training for 6 days straight, and only a bit over a day to rest. Gideon perched on top of the second-floor balcony in between the heavy Umbral crossbow and one of the gargoyle storm statues. On the other side of the cross was one of the moon statues. They were pretty much all the same besides the material making them up. All of them were predominantly Umbral steel and the obsidian stone that made up the settlement itself, but the variations also had some kind of moonstone embedded upon the outside arms and legs, while the one next to him, the storm variety, or more correctly, Tempest, had a royal blue metal where the moonstone had been. Orin and Unra were still voraciously hunting down what they actually were and what they could do, but were so inundated within the settlement systems by the sheer volume of added functions, layers, and options created by the upgrade to Prime, it was causing them to have trouble sifting through it all. He had faith they would find it in time. Unlike him, they were both brilliant, Orin in engineering and science and Unra in people and politics. Looking at them, there was no doubt they were meant as guardians of some type. They were the fitting depiction of gargoyles from Earth's mythology, horned, demon-esque, monstrous, each one about twice his own size, with folded back wings and claws and teeth that looked deadly. He turned his head to each side to take in the sky-reaching towers, the Tower of the Moon and the Tower of the Storm. He checked out both of them in the short breaks they had between running the squads to the ruins, but even with his runic sight, he could not fathom how to open either one. Freddy had a theory he needed to hit a higher rank, such as Iron or even further up the scale. He said the settlement wouldn't exactly expand by the owner and template to its creation ranking up, but it would grow in other ways as the owner got more powerful. Once again, he couldn't elaborate, either due to the memory being expunged or by system-instituted restrictions, so he let it go. The Fredster's knowledge base was such an insanely broken advantage he wasn't going to bitch about the holes in his game or his sacrifice to become a permanent part of Team Gideon, as he put it. The training had gone better than they could have hoped, but also with a cost. They had gotten everyone up to level 12, which was beyond what they thought they could do, but had lost 2, one in Dory's squad and another in Grizdek's, both times to the damned nature soul pillar cats Gideon himself had had run-ins with. They were lethal with their camouflage ability and the level of patience they seemed to have in sitting unmoving for hours. They were the ultimate ambush predators, and both times they had killed with their first strike. The remaining people, with the help of their babysitters, had managed to kill both cats, but it did nothing for the 2 that died in the initial burst attack. The system was an unending war zone, and people were starting to accept that. The Shador already having decades to come to those hard facts, even if their memories of that time were hazy, unreliable things. Lasana, Ari, and he all had been able to get their slotted abilities some levels, and he'd been able to use his new ability several times, getting it all the way to level 4. His fate and affinity had done their thing and gotten him an epic ability shard. It had filled his utility slot and opened up the vision he'd been chasing since the beginning of the fuckery that was the apocalypse. It was called Birthed of the Eternal Eve, and for now allowed him to become an actual shade, immaterial, and able to become one with any patch of darkness. It was limiting in the sense it would immediately shut itself off as soon as he entered any area with the sun or too much light of any source, and also made him extremely vulnerable to any light or sun-based magic, but until he could make his stealth skill somehow a class 1, it would do in a pinch. It used spirit, which wasn't ideal, but beyond the initial transformation cost, it was rather low to keep active. He couldn't attack physically while in that state, but he could still use his other abilities, including the edge of the deep Umbral, which still gave him offensive ranged options. He hoped at higher ranks he might be able to change that limitation. In his contemplation, he'd missed something Freddy had said back on his wrist after his week-long foray bonding with Ari. They had become the besties of besties, and at night Freddy stayed with Ari and Shira because the little girl was in love with both of them and their endless chit-chatting. It also gave Lasana and Gideon alone time, and the space to attempt to satiate her never-ending appetite for sex. Or what was that, Fredster?
I said, it makes me sad to watch them and know their futures, or lack of one, or a very short one to say the least. It's sad.
Gideon's eyes scanned the area to see what his AI buddy was referencing, seeing 2 of the now 8 war-shade golems on the walls. But that was miles away, and only someone with his perception would be able to mark them from so far away. He could see the new housing to his left, and past the Tower of the Moon, and to the right, the new crafting, merchant, and restaurant bar area past the Tower of the Storm, most of which was empty and not even functional. Then he looked down, and about 500 yards away in front of the fortress, Dory and Iona were running some of the refugees who'd they'd just been training for a week through some drills. If he was correct, they were the weakest of their fighters, hence why they were still training most likely. He recognized one of them, a beastkin female who'd been in the squad he'd led. If he remembered correctly, she was a common martial class, a bit older, past middle age for the species. Gideon motioned with his head towards them. I'm guessing you were talking about them, but I disagree. I think they have a good shot at surviving the monster waves if they follow orders, keep their heads down, and stick together. There was a brief pause, and the sounds coming out of Freddy sounded like he was struggling with something. His voice toned relief when he spoke.
Interesting. Seems like the system won't stop me from sharing the knowledge. That's a first, but if I had to hazard a guess, it is because the information is demoralizing, which it has always enjoyed.
Gideon was lost as to what he was referencing, except the assessment of the system, which was spot on. He clamped down on the ever-present hatred, then he understood why the asshole system wouldn't prevent the sharing.
The people below will never be able to move past bronze rank, Gideon.
The statement itself, he didn't quite understand its significance or the end meaning Freddy was getting at. Even at copper rank, common-class people were beyond most mortals in the old worlds. What else could people hope for in the ending of worlds? Also, if they could still go from there to iron and then bronze, they would only get stronger, healthier, better able to survive. I'm not following, Freddy. First, why can't they move past bronze if they can get the experience and their ability levels to qualify? A deep sigh escaped his AI buddy.
You don't understand, Gideon. Sure, the attribute gains, even in the early ranks, are amazing and impressive to non-citizens, and even the first few ranks will add a bit to the lifespan of the recipient as the system remakes their flesh and spirits and minds to accommodate their abilities and their enhanced attributes. But it is only when a citizen hits silver rank do things escalate to a whole other elevation. Silver is called the eternal rank, cause that is the rank when the system completely overhauls a person's genetic makeup from the ground up. adding thousands upon thousands of years to their lifespans. Even more if their natural lifespans are already long, such as Lysana's, which already lives anywhere from 500 to 800 years, and it grows exponentially every rank thereafter. Gold ranks, it's tens upon tens of thousands of years. The hollowed ranks of platinum multiply tenfold.
Gideon hadn't even thought about it once, but with gods, multiversal factions, attributes that made people able to perform superhuman comic book level feats and magic like Doctor Strange, then of course it had the ability to make people, if not immortal, still able to live a millennia or longer. And I take it there's a barrier to join the long-lived club? Freddy once again took a Captain Kirk pregnant pause, as if he was assimilating once again what he could or couldn't say. Gideon couched patience and waited a moment. Freddy's voice sounded exasperated as the system once again clamped restrictions.
Gideon, what I am allowed to tell you is yes. To move past bronze into silver requires a minimum of an uncommon ranked main class. There are other intricacies to it, but that is as much as I am allowed to convey.
He once again eyed the people in question and realized, not for the first time, he had a cold heart. It was sad these people wouldn't have some forever life, but in the fuckery facts of the system and its murderous hunger, regardless of your potential, those were long odds for everyone and anyone. He was content to know Unra made the cut with an uncommon class. The idea that she would be haranguing him for a long, long time brought a smile to his lips. The conversation was cut short as his combat awareness flared, and he turned his head to see a giant spectral-hued panther land on the balcony with glowing, piercing, violet orbs for eyes. A second later, a cackling Ares zoomed in from up high and stopped on a dime to hover in front of Gideon and throw him a wink. He winked right back, which had her sporting a toothy, tiny dragon grin. Whenever they had time at night, and it wasn't raining buckets and throwing azure-colored lightning bolts everywhere, this had been their routine. Lysana couldn't get enough of the stars and true sky, and absolutely worshipped the three moons. He slipped Freddy off his wrist and wrapped it around Ares' neck, who showed off by staying in the air while he did it, hovering with small flaps of her wings. This was a lover lane alone time for Lysana and him. No dragonlings, no matter how cute, and no AI little buddies. Freddy's voice spun out as Ares started raising in the air.
Princess Arizelle, can you pretty please do the thing? You know the thing, and buzz us through the new ever-growing Shadow Moon Forest.
Aerie laughed as she started adding speed, and as Gideon's hand stroked Lysana's fur and she nuzzled her huge feline head into his side, the Dragonling's voice was a whisper upon the wind as her speed shot her into the sky.
Of course, Freddy. You're my bestie of all besties, and that's what besties do. Like the Jeffersons, you're moving on up to the sky.
Gideon laughed, then turned and activated Birth of the Eternal Eve, becoming a shade as he slid up the vertical side of the fortress, one with the night. A thundering roar could be heard below him as he smiled, and a charging 350-pound spectral panther tore after him, leaping and climbing her way up the side of the building. He purposefully slowed down to let her pass him. He slid up and through the darkness of the night as he left the shadows and reemerged as himself to find a now transformed Lysana laughing in her elf body and a mischievous sparkle to her eyes. Gideon sat upon the roof, and within seconds she cozied up under his arm as they both looked up into the open sky that stood above Umbra Mortem and gazed upon the stars and the three moons, two smaller circling a larger. Her whisper was music to his ears as she leaned her cheek into his.
It's so beautiful.
He turned to her violet eyes. Yes, it was. Chapter 22. Monster Wave 2. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. Lysana scratched Ares' neck as she perched on her shoulder, and little Shira leaned against her side as she sat on the bed, legs hanging off, though not really hanging off, because she was so tall, now at close to 6'7", that her feet were clearly planted on the ground. Another thing she had him on to add to strength. A smile exposed fangs. Gideon was down on the wall preparing the fighters and assessing their readiness. Not that any of that mattered when the scrap kicked off. The best plans went to shit when blood started flowing. She knew that almost better than anyone. The decades she spent in the mud of fights against the other city-states and the gladiatorial pits taught her that, if nothing else. Gideon was a planner, though, brilliant with tactics, while Lasana knew she was better at just winging it and killing whatever stood in her way. Together they worked in so many ways. She felt the strongest she'd ever felt in her life. She was loved, she had family, and the connection she felt between her and her goddess was one of the most beautiful things she'd ever experienced, only surpassed by what she felt for him. She could sense a thread coming off something she caught glimpses of occasionally, usually in high-stress situations, a gray stone pillar in the middle of her soul. The tether went off into the multiverse, knowing it was her connection to the beautiful Liestra. Ari seemed to be pouting because she wasn't around her new bestie. Freddie and her had truly bonded in the last week, and they could talk each other's ears off forever and never get tired, mostly about all the old Earth entertainment that they called TV and film. Lasana at some point promised herself they would buy the upgrade Freddie said would allow him to download the entire library he'd purloined before he'd shoveled himself into the bracelet. He said now that the settlement was prime, it actually had the technology available, so he and Ari were constantly pestering Unra about it.
Ari, why don't you take Shira down to the safe room, then go see what Gideon and Freddie are up to?
Shira's head snapped up and quick as a whip, had her dagger out and up with a fierce scowl to her pudgy little face.
I want to fight, Santa. I'll kill the bad monsters with a stabby stab.
She ruffled the munchkin's hair and gave her an all-fang smile, which had the girl giggle. Shira loved the new cat predator look and found it amusing.
I know you would, Munchkin, but Santa needs you to protect the other little ones and keep them brave and safe. Who else can I trust with such a heavy weight?
Shira nodded solemnly, as if the entire world of kitty protection was on her shoulders.
I promise, Santa. I'll protect them and kill any baddies that come. I will give them my knife, 1, 2, just like Kitty showed me.
She made an adorable stabby motion with her blade, biting her lip and eyes focused on the imaginary enemies. Gideon had been spending a half hour every night teaching her how to use her small blade. After a few days of the training, he'd mentioned at some point soon he would have to craft her a short sword, as the knife didn't fit her spirit, whatever that meant. That man melted her heart. She motioned for both of them to go. Ari looked as if she wanted a bolt like lightning cracking out of dark clouds to continue her debate with Freddie about whether Good Times or the Jeffersons was the better show, which, if Lasana remembered right, was the last argument they'd been stuck on before Gideon had left to the walls. Ari took to the air and floated around Shira to the small girl's laughter while coaxing the young Shador out the door. As they left, Lasana's eyes took in the massive changes to their bedroom, the first of which was the sheer size. It was 3 times the volume of before, which had already been huge compared to the slave quarters of her old life. The bed was twice the size, which made fucking her man even more of a strategic event, and the bedroom that had been Ari's and Shira's was no longer there. They now had their very own suite across the hall, which Shira and Ari, and nowadays Freddie, shared. Their own room now had a separate greeting area with couches and a drinking bar that then led back to the bedroom down a short hallway. The shower was now 3 times the size and could fit 5 people in it comfortably, not that Gideon would ever want extras. She sighed, thinking back on her life as a slave compared to now. It felt strange but good that she could let her mind drift to her old life without the heavy weights of guilt and remorse and depression. There was still some of that, but most had been stripped from her. The time she spent with Liestra and the warmth and acceptance and unconditional love, even as she dumped her whole history in a shit ton of tears, everything to the goddess's listening ears. Not once had she been judged beyond her unwillingness to let go of shit that did nothing for anyone. She still struggled a bit with playing the sex toy for the nobles and the truth that she'd enjoyed it. Enjoyed all the cocks and the orgasms. She still needed to work through those emotions, through her own self-awareness and accepting the truth of sex being an integral part to her. When Gideon had truly opened up about his past, the senator, the women he'd saved, it had burned a fierce loyalty and love for him, cemented who he was, even though she'd already known it. It had proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to her how special he truly was, how rare and how blessed she was to have found him. She pulled up her system template for the 1,000th time to see her title as champion, that it wasn't a dream, that it wouldn't disappear when she wasn't looking. Liestra had said only through death could it be broken, either Lysana's or the Lady of Tombs.
Name, Lysana Emras. Title, Forerunner. Champion of the Lonely Widow. Iron Shield. Age, 52. Race, Bloodline. Spectral Werepanther. B+. Rank, Copper. Level 15. Luck, A-. Foundational Pillar, Profane. Soul Pillar, Grave. 93% Affinity. Main class, Spectral Reaver, Rare, Martial, Spiritual. Subclass, chosen at level 25. Path, none. Multi-Versal coins, Copper, 0. Attributes, Martial. Strength, 58, parenthetical 76. 1, 2, 3, and 4 asterisks. Agility, 56, parenthetical 71. 1, 2, and 3 asterisks. Body, 54, parenthetical 69. 1, 2, 3, and 4 asterisks. Intellectual. Intelligence, 15, parenthetical 16, 3 asterisks. Perception, 58, parenthetical 70, 2 and 3 asterisks. Potency, 10, parenthetical 11, 3 asterisks. Spiritual, Will, 30, parenthetical 38, 2, 3, and 4 asterisks. Insight, 21, parenthetical 22, 3 asterisks. Faith, 42, parenthetical 44, 3 asterisks. Base abilities. Universal language not available. Identify, common 3, ability base, primitive. Night vision, common 4, ability base, primitive. Ancestral knowledge, uncommon 1, ability base, common. Spiritual communion, common 2. Racial ability slots, the ghost that walks, rare, concept, level 5, copper. The beast within, rare, concept, level 10, copper. Class ability slots. Offense, Memory of Tombs, rare, concept, level 11, copper. Offense, empty. Defense, Ancestors' Faith, rare, concept, level 3, copper. Movement, The Wraith of Eternal Ending, rare, concept, level 10, copper. Utility, The Ghosts of the Spectral Eve, rare, concept, level 5, copper. Subclass ability slots. Class skills. Dual wielding, common 5, ability base, primitive. Small blades, rare 1, ability base, common. Combat awareness, uncommon 5, ability base, common. Combat acrobatics, uncommon 5, ability base, common. Medium armor, common 4. General skills, stealth, common 4, ability base, primitive. Night vision, primitive 4. Single asterisk, infernal steel ring of ascension. Double asterisk, bloodline, spectral werepanther. Triple asterisk, title, champion of the lonely widow. Quadruple asterisk, title, Iron Shield. Her attributes were awe-inspiring and might even give her Gideon a run for his money. Being a champion of a goddess did wonders for, well, everything. She brought up the title. Champion of the Lonely Widow. The citizen has been chosen to be the vessel for a divine blessing. Each divine entity can only have one champion at a time. Liestra, Scythe of the Lonely Widow, is one of the most powerful divine entities within its folds, and this is the first champion she has ever created. The title will grow in strength as the citizen ranks up and their spirit, body, and mind can handle more of the divine blessing. Ancient, upgradable, plus 5% to all attributes, plus 3 free attribute points per level, retroactive.
The biggest leap had been all the stored free attribute points she'd gotten being retroactive. That it would actually grow as she did was beyond her wildest dreams, as her imagination stretched itself to picture what it could be. Once again, she silently thanked her patron and friend, and to a certain degree, she was beginning to start thinking of her as a mother. Not that Lysana would even know what that truly felt like. She was so young when her parents had been stripped from her, but then she looked about how she felt towards her munchkin. She could see the similarities. Combine it with her newest title, and she was becoming someone who was worthy to stand next to Gideon Show. She tossed it up.
Title, Iron Shield. The citizen has put themselves over and over again between those she cares about and adversaries in positions to end them. She has sacrificed and been the bulwark and blade that finishes the enemies that could take that which she loves. Ancient, plus 5% strength, plus 10% body, plus 5% will.
Liestra had sacrificed again and again for her, hemorrhaging divine levels, if what Freddy had told her were the facts, to gift her her armor upgrade, bringing her to her domain in the Grave Realm, and then a shit ton to make her her champion. But there was something about earning her own title, her first real title, that meant something deeper than Lysana had the self-awareness to understand. It was just awesome. Especially since she got it mostly for saving Giddy's skinny ass. Ammunition to give him shit was gold in and of itself. A couple snorts burst out. Luckily it was on Gideon's side of the bed. She looked at the level 10 next to the Beast Within. She loved being in her beast form for more reasons than she could count. All her physical attributes and perception were amplified. Her stealth skill boosted a whole rank, and just the sheer mobility it gave her, and the feeling of strength and power. Granted, she couldn't use any of her slotted abilities nor her equipment like her claws while in it yet. Still, it opened up her versatility 1,000-fold. All right, enough self-stroking Lysana Emros. She had a man waiting for her, and a monster wave an hour or so away from happening. She threw her right hand in front of her face and mentally unleashed her claw. With a thought, memory of tombs lit it up with black and dark green flames. Her predator smile once more made an appearance. Gideon looked out from the new walls, close to 50 feet in height now, 2 stories of stairs to get up to the top, but it also now had an 8-foot-wide walkway built into the 10-foot-thick walls. The walkway circled the entire settlement, and the walls had become circular instead of the squarish rectangle they had been. Verasa had figured out the gunner chairs, and they'd taken their weakest fighters out of the battle line and spent the last day training them on their use. He'd already seen it a few times, but once again he took a look at the 2 swiveling crossbows, one to each side of the gate. It was a strange sight watching them pivot around with no one actually mounting them, but a good thing all around. Unra had also figured out how to create a raid chat that linked everyone in the settlement. It only worked within the confines of the settlement, but would do wonders nonetheless. Verasa had the call as far as overall strategic command. Gideon was best used with Lysana and Aerie in small squad tactics. They would be the blade that cuts where it was most needed. Along the front wall near the gate were most of their forces, which came close to 110, not counting the 8 Warshade golems. All of it would need to be enough for whatever was coming. It would have been nice if Oren or Unra had figured out the gargoyle statues thing, but no such luck, and no more time to do so. Everyone was too busy focused on preparing the things they could do. They'd bought a cache of standard health potions from the system store, which according to Dory cost an insane amount of coins, and the few healers they had, which turned out to be about 8, were spread out along the interior of the walls. They were relying, based on their own limited numbers, that whatever they faced would be comparable, and being monsters, would not employ much strategy or tactics, and do what the last group did, advance at the largest concentration of targets, keeping them focused on the front wall and gates. If these had been human or thinking enemies, that would screw them heavily, as the enemy would find egress easily upon other sides of the settlement. The risk was worth the gains. It allowed them to keep all their people in one place, giving them the option to support each other. It also kept the healers concentrated, which was pivotal when they only had 8 of them, not counting Ari. And Gideon didn't really consider Ari to be a dedicated healer build. She was more overall support, almost like a bard class in old D&D terms. Dory, Iona, Gritsdeck, the 2 elite Shador, and Verasa each had a squad of 10 Umbral mortar melee fighters, ready to release out of the gate as soon as the enemy got close. All people who were ranged focus, which within the Umbral pillar mostly meant mage intellectual types, stood atop the wall to unleash whatever they could at the enemy. Their numbers were about 30. The rest of their forces, the weakest of the melee fighters, were kept in reserve while playing double duty of protecting the healers. At least this time, with all the weapons and armor Lasana had given them, along with all the stuff Gideon had made, they'd managed to arm and armor them all. He'd even crafted a tower shield for Dory. She'd also taken the heavy infernal plate for herself after the greatsword wielder had been killed. It was good to see she was finally kitted as her class was designed to be, a walking tank. Everyone had gotten a loot box from the first wave and had been instructed to take ability shards if that had been the choice, which as far as Gideon had seen was always a choice if the system detected the recipient had empty slots. The system might be a murderous bastard, but it liked exciting conflict with chances to survive, as for every citizen that won was another citizen who could go on killing and would keep the fucker's murderous games on the hoof. Freddy had been unusually quiet, but Gideon had a good guess what he was truly doing. Once they had asked Ari and him to stop the constant chit-chatting about Earth entertainment, it had motivated his AI buddy to somehow circumvent his inability to use the chat and private message function of the party by piggybacking Gideon's connection somehow so he could flip private messages to his bestie Ari. Once those floodgates were opened, that was all she wrote. They began using private chat for their endless debates on what good television and film was and is, especially when they realized they could do so at a pretty good distance from each other, as long as Gideon and the little Dragonling were in a party, which was in perpetuity as far as he was concerned, after his idiocy of quitting it before the first monster wave and what that had led to. Since that moment, a majority of their waking hours were spent in deep philosophical debate ranging on broad topics like which was better, Happy Days or Laverne and Shirley. Where they got the energy or the endless interest in such was beyond him, but if it made them happy, he was all for it, and if it kept Freddy from jabbering his ear off, he was really all for it. He smiled at the thought, and his theory had been correct as a midnight blue and silver streak shot ballistic out of the front gate of the fortress and spun itself across the few miles of distance in a hot second. He seriously wondered not only how high Ares' agility was, but how much it was boosted by her bloodline. She had mentioned her entire race was one of the few in the multiverse that were born with a bloodline, a gift from the goddess Ares of the silvery moon. Their ancestor must have done an insanely good service or been the goddess's familiar for her to spend the divine energy it must have taken to give an entire race a bloodline. Ari landed on his shoulder, but her googly eyes and small grin told him she was into it heavy with Freddy. That was fine. Neither was needed at the moment. They still had 30 or 40 minutes on the countdown. He pulled it up.
The second monster wave is imminent. Based on the population of the area and the constituent parts of said population, you have been assigned a monster wave with the ranking of Epic. Be ready. Soon your lives shall be put upon the anvil that is the Multi-Versal System. Prove yourselves tempered and win glory and riches. Crack under the pressure, and you shall be fertilizer for those far more worthy.
The epic had him extremely worried, and he knew something like it or along those lines would be on the dockets after creating a prime settlement this early on in the integration, something that according to the Fredster had never been done. The last monster wave seemed much tougher than the rare rating it had labeled it, so he had no questions that this would go above and beyond the epic label. Even with all the added advantages Umbra Mortem gave them and the leveling and training they had put everyone through, his confidence was not sky high at the moment, at least as far as the survival of their weaker people. Spending any more mental energy on it would be a waste, as they would know nothing until they saw what they were facing. As soon as they could get through the monster waves, Freddy said everything would open up. World portals, faction trade, communication hubs that would reach anywhere on Erebus as long as both factions had built the required tech. And the biggest key, several months before the next challenge, to specifically allow the factions of Erebus to establish themselves. Recruiting would be a key component with all the survivors who had yet to join one, but had survived everything the system had thrown at them. That would certainly not be his shtick. Unruh would have to handle that, or Dory, or anyone but him. He had zero interest and far too much on his plate during that time helping Ezekiel with his family and a certain senator that needed an early grave. There was also the World Council, though Freddy was sparse on the details, saying the system restricted him, but basically reps from the top factions in one room to make decisions on Erebus itself. The worst part was the high likelihood that he would be forced to participate as the actual owner of Umbra Mortem, and the chance now that it was a prime settlement, it wouldn't be somewhere on the list was nil, according to his AI buddy. Then the largest unknown that was immediate and a lot closer, and the potential danger far before the monster waves were finished. The Unchained, and whoever led them? Would they take affront at the death of Lordic? Would there be retaliation? A faction of mercenaries in and of itself didn't bother Gideon. When he was with the Rangers, there were several times they had to deal with security firms, which were the politically correct terms to call mercenaries on old Earth. They were professional, and as long as they were being paid no worse or better than any army people, it is what it is. He would take nothing back. He absently reached up and scratched Aries' neck, which had her purring absently, while her persistent googly eyes still marked her as deep in convo with her bestie. He should have seen that friendship coming from a mile off. They were two strange peas in a strange-ass pod united by their love of TV and film. A roar echoed out across Umbra Mortem, followed by a returning roar of cheers as all along the wall, the mage types, and near the gate, all the squads, healers, and reserves raised their weapons as Lasana in beast form on the railing of the second-floor balcony of the fortress roared once more, then leapt to the ground and raced like a ghostly blur of unending momentum towards the gate. Gideon smiled. His family was now all here. He could feel the tension in the air. Lasana, back in her elf form, stood next to him, claws sliding in and out, while Ari rolled vast circles a few miles out from the settlement playing scout. "You ready, Freddy? I need you to tell me what we're facing as fast as you can get it to me." His response was immediate.
I was born for this, Gideon. Team Gideon was my destiny, and I am poised to, as my Princess Arizelle says, pounce upon the prey as soon as it shows itself. Not unlike the Black Panther in comic issue number...
"I got you, Freddy. No time to take a tour on the wonders of Marvel Comics." Before he could respond, a message came in from Ari.
"Everyone, metal men coming through the forest. Lots of metal men floating. I'm coming back now."
A notification hit.
Quest alert! Monster Wave 2! The Monster Wave has arrived, and you've been blessed with epic elites of the Mystical Foundational and Arcane Soul Pillar, Arcane Forged Automata. You have 3 options, 2 of which reward you and everyone involved, no matter how small their involvement. 1. Kill the Alpha, 0 out of 1. Defeat the Monster Wave. Difficulty, Ancient. Rewards, loot box based on class, affinity, and other criteria. Large amount of experience. 2. Survive for 3 days. At least 10% of population survives. Difficulty epic. Rewards uncommon loot box. Moderate amount of experience. 3. Die and become fodder for those more deserving. Arcane Automata killed 0 out of 60. Alpha Arcane Forged Golem killed 0 out of 1. 4. Bonus objective 0 out of 2.
All right. Definitely fucked. His eyes scanned the horizon and clocked Ares' form as she flew out of the Shadow Moon Forest above the tree line and zipped her way towards Umbra Mortem. That was the one thing about a magical forest created by the fuckery of the system. In less than a week, those small trees had become an actual forest. None of the trees were very close together, but they didn't need to be when they were all at least 30 feet tall and continuing to grow. The barks were pitch dark with threads of silver running through them, the same with the leaves and branches that extended a good 20 feet out and began about 15 feet up from the trunk. The trees began a half-mile out from the settlement walls, and the ground itself and the open space between the walls and the trees was now filled with emerald green grass 3 feet high, with occasional blooms of silver-black flowers that resembled tulips. When they had time, he was sure someone with the nature affinity could find some alchemical use for them. Metal men that floated. This should be interesting, and he was now 110% sure the system was about to fuck them. Harry landed on Lasana's shoulder, but before she could say a word, they began floating out of the woods. Silver, glinting metal humanoid suits of armor with no legs, their torsos ending in some kind of thruster system with a bright blue energy shimmering from underneath. They didn't seem to be able to fly, which was good, just float. But then he saw a blade on the left forearm that looked like it could slide out to an appreciative range, and a crossbow-looking device built into the other arm. It made him begin to understand it would be a shit of a day. A flash of blue lightning followed by thunder punctuated that sentiment as storm clouds raced out of nowhere, emphasizing the magic fuckery of their new settlement just as heavy raindrops began to fall. Freddy hit the raid chat, and Gideon was not quite sure how he slithered his way into it.
This is Frederick the First, personal assistant of the progenitor Gideon show. This is not good at all. These we are facing shouldn't be here. They are arcane automata. They are from a quarantine planet named Savarin too. They are the creations of a race that was highly focused in the forge and mystical foundationals. They were extremely warlike, and two of the greatest talents joined their knowledge together and created what they thought to be the perfect war machine. That race is now extinct. Their war machine, led by an extremely advanced golem, turned on their creators, and within a year had slaughtered them. The system intervened after seeing that the master golem immediately started producing more of its kind, as well as the automata. It put a shield of interdiction upon the entire planet, keeping them from ever leaving. They should be banned from being called to such an event as this. If they won and survived and were allowed to create the equivalent of a den, they would immediately start creating an army of themselves.
Verasa immediately responded as the armor of metal men slowly but steadily approached, still a mile or so out. The automated heavy crossbows, about 6 along the front portion of the wall that had a line of sight, swiveled towards targets.
Frederick, we face golems? These are golems advancing upon us? No, these are animated, highly advanced suits of armor. There is a golem, though, an arcane forged golem directing them. More than likely a much reduced power level compared to the original, and highly doubtful it is autonomous and considered sentient like the original as well, though it would need some cognitive functions to execute its vocation. The important part here is we are in trouble. These automata have ranged weapons according to my records, all of them, and are tough in melee range. Their armor is arcane forged steel. They aren't like the first monster wave where the glyphs negate damage, but the armor is highly resistant to physical damage and most magic.
The part that was highly concerning in all that was the ability to hit at range, and exactly how much range they actually had. He also wasn't sure what properties Arcane had. Before he could ask, a nervous person on a gun chair let loose with one of the heavy crossbows and actually hit one of the lead automatas. The bolts on the crossbow did have some umbral aspects similar to his magical throwing blades, a bit of dark cold, whatever that was. It was one of the upgrades to the new settlement. The suit of armor buckled back in the air about 5 feet, and with Gideon's high perception, he could see a definite dent in the armor and a small flare of dark energy ribbed with silver edges coalesce around the area. The animated armor righted itself and floated back in formation with a few thrusts of light blue energy under its chassis. It moved a bit slower for a moment, but then seemed otherwise unimpeded. Then it raised its crossbow arm and fired back, followed by the rest of their front line. Bolts of bright blue energy shot out and luckily fell about 50 yards short of the wall. The worrisome part of that was the huge divots in the ground each blast of energy created. The arcane energy definitely had some heavy kinetic aspect to it. Verasa must have sent a command, because all 6 heavy crossbows started letting loose, and threads of energy started streaming from further in the fortress, hitting the 8 war-shake golems, bolstering their durability as the gates opened and they stepped into Gideon's view. The shadow bolts from the crossbow started hitting the bunched-up automata, but just like the first, failed to cause much damage beyond dents and slowing them for a moment. Lasana sent a party chat.
This is a big fucking problem, Gideon. Those things will chew up our melee way before they can close with them, and our mages will be axed quickly up on the wall if they stay positioned there. A lot of their spells require somatic gestures that are time-consuming to aim.
Verasa obviously saw the same thing as she called for everyone to vacate the walls. The mages began stampeding down the stairs. The heavy crossbows kept the barrage up, but then the automata started returning fire. Gideon and Lasana crouched down, just keeping their heads above the rim of the stone, with Eri getting in her pounce mode on Lasana's shoulder. The suits of armor were still a bit outside of their range, and it was 60 of them. He thought it was a high probability that anything attempting to move over open ground to engage would be in for a world of hurt. Still no sign of the Alpha or Golem controlling them, though. It must be somewhere in the forest, probably able to sink into the armors for visuals, or at least that would be the guess based on the synchronized movements and firing of their weapons. For the most part, the suits of armor acted as one entity, though they must have had at least rudimentary forms of programming based on the earlier action of the one that had been shot and its immediate reaction to retaliate. They seemed to have moved close enough to identify, which had been the only reason they were still up on the wall. He threw it out at the closest. Arcane Forge Automata, Elite, Type Arcane, Epic, Level 10. They were in trouble. On top of level 10 and considered an epic challenge, they were all elites. The system was seriously getting on its murder hobo routine and was pushing the envelope of what the challenge should be based on the participants. He tossed the info to Freddy. Freddy, based on the levels and makeup for our forces, is this normal for the second monster wave? Freddy's response was immediate and was filled with what Gideon would guess as fear.
By no means is this normal whatsoever, Gideon, and I wouldn't go so far as to say the system is cheating, as it is supposed to be impossible for the system to do so by design, but it is right on the edge with 1 foot over the line. These creatures, based on both their offensive and defensive capabilities, on top of being elite, which boosts both, and their level, I would say this is upon the border of ancient level creatures. The average difficulty rating going off statistics from previous integrations would be uncommon, with some classifying as rare if there were Scions involved. So in answer, no, it is a clear rank above, if not too higher than even the outliers of previous integrations. There is something fishy in Denmark, although factually speaking there would always be something fishy in Denmark, as fishing is one of their main...
He tuned the rambling out. Gideon soaked in the info as they chose to leave the walls. The rain had started to pour down in an ocean, and the ground was already softening. His irritation was rising to the precipice of fury, and the corresponding levels of violence that ensued. He could feel the palpable vibrations of barely restrained bloodlust coming off Lasana, and even Eri was emitting a low growl. Their growing need for action was somewhat muffled by the orders ringing out from the raid chat by Verasa.
All right, everyone, here is the plan. The golem, or whatever is leading them, doesn't seem to be the most astute commander. He doesn't have the automata stagger the space to mitigate the damage our crossbows can inflict, and he seems to think we are an inferior adversary that does not require such, or is a simple creature that has no true tactics or strategy to it. Either way, all squad shall wait for my order. Hopefully they keep advancing once they have destroyed the crossbows and no other form of resistance is detected. Their goal is, after all, to kill us, which they won't do just ravaging our walls. Once they are within melee range of the walls, we shall attack with all squads. The ranged squad shall form a line a good 30 yards behind the main battle engagement and take targets of opportunity. Please watch your fire and do not strike at targets engaged in melee. Healers and the escorts, you will wait out of line of sight, and any injured shall be brought to you as we can manage it. You are too valuable to subject you to needless danger. If push comes to shove and they overrun our lines, everyone fall back to the various buildings to the east and west of the main gates or directly behind with the 2 training centers behind us. That will allow the crossbows on the fortress to begin firing volleys if they move within range of such, but be prepared to have no support from the gunnery emplacements. It is a hindrance to our settlement being so vast now. Gunnery towers will need to be built. Make a note, husband. Back to the task at hand. Be aware of the state of the ground with the rain. Watch your footing. Orin, please utilize your bolster golems to do what they did in the last conflict and be mobile shields for the various melee squads. Just like we've practiced, folks. Take all that training we've been drilling into you the entire week and put it to use. Listen to your squad leader's orders and stand tall for Lord Gideon and Lady Lasana. Show them the teeth of Umbral Mortem.
As usual, everything had gone to shit. Verasa had been wrong on one important count. The automata had indeed, after taking out the crossbows on the walls, only losing 3 of their number, held back and blasted the walls and gate till all that was left was rubble. They were still a good 500 yards out, so the ranged squad let out a few volleys, giving the melee squads, led by the elites, time to find cover, mostly behind the training centers, as the other buildings were too far off to make in such a short time. They had unintelligently thought their walls would hold against the barrage, and they had come down all in one fell swoop, painfully disproving that theory. The only reason it hadn't led to massive lives lost was due to the brave and courageous protectors of the healers, the reserves who were literally the weakest combatants in the field, besides the healers themselves, who against orders charged the breach, giving more time for everyone else to get behind buildings. That they did so amidst a driving storm and a pouring hammer of water made them even more idiotic and brave as fuck. Gideon's pride and love for these people soared. Gideon and Lasana and Ari refused to let them go alone after such an act and immediately went in after them. Half of them had already been cut down by concentrated volleys of the bright blue blast by the time they caught up, but they managed to extricate them by Lasana turning to her beast form and using the mobility and speed it gave her to cause an insane amount of havoc in Tin Can's battle formations. He added to it by throwing up his runic sight and using his new trick to cause the runes that made up their armor to explode. The mud was difficult to make quick movements in, but Lasana's panther form made it look like a cakewalk, and Gideon's agility was so high he made do. While Lasana hid and moved, clawing one, then leaping to another, and utilizing her ability to turn immaterial to cause them to blast each other, and Ari threw a few of her new breath attacks, the rest of the survivors of the reserves were able to pull back and find cover. They had retreated quickly after the reserves found safety, covered by Gideon doing one last explosion, which had been the only thing that so far had truly damaged them, blowing half of one's torso to shredded metal as it fell unmoving to the ground. The only problem with that method was even in the 4 times he'd done it, it had utterly bottomed out both his stamina and spirit, and only Apex Predator kicking in had kept him from being motionless on the ground. It was not a viable option. He'd barely made it back to the cover of one of the training centers, huffing and puffing the entire way. Lasana transformed back to her elf form to regain her claws as her beast shape had barely been able to penetrate the metal, but now she was exhausted, the 2 transformations in such a short time knocking her spirit for a loop. The automata, with only maybe 6 or 7 of their number down, regrouped into formation and began moving towards the obliterated gap that used to be the gate. He looked at the exhausted Lasana and Ari crawling all over her looking for injuries. Near them crouched Dory and Iona and both their squads, along with a couple of the healers who were busy gauging injuries and healing the remnants of their protection squads that had made it back. The rest were huddled behind the other training center, Verasa, her 2 Shador elites, Glitzdeck, and their squads. Orin was also with them and began preparations to send his golems, they themselves stationary behind the two-story buildings, into the fight and provide the mobile barriers they needed to get their melee in close. And the biggest problem Gideon saw to this fight was most of their control abilities would do nothing with soulless suits of armor. His aura, Ares' breath, Lysana's ghost brigade, in addition to many of the other mages they had in the field, which were mostly Umbral-souled. The Umbral Soul Pillar relied a lot on going against things that could feel fear, affected by darkness and other things playing with targets' minds, none of which would do shit to animated suits of metal. There was nothing for it. Unless they wanted a repeat of the last monster wave, then they needed a better plan. And he had it, though it was a gamble, but then Gideon Show's entire life had been a throw of the bones, long odds, and cliff drops.
Everyone, this is Gideon Show. We need you to create a distraction and hold the line. We're going to slip by the automata and do what we do best and take out the boss. Once he's down, the rest of these rust buckets should follow.
Even in the ocean of water dropping on their heads and flashes of lightning cracking across the sky, he could see Lysana and Ares' feral grins as clear as sunset, and he returned them. Verasa's voice cut into everyone's head.
You heard Lord Gideon. Let's give them what they need. Orin, on my mark, all golems are straight ahead, thrust up to their main battle line. All squads fall in behind and use them as a shield to close with the enemy. Ranged casters split into 2 squads, each one taking a different edge. Keep their outside lines moving to the center. Let's keep them in each other's way. Ready, soldiers? Time to bring hell. Orin, mark!
Gideon was once again astonished and enlightened and proud, as without a hitch these once villagers, office workers, slave soldiers leapt out behind the already moving war-shake golems as Orin threaded great thick ropes of energy into their creation. Verasa, Dori, Iona, all the elites were leading, right behind the golems. The arcane blast started firing off, but the golems kept their shields up, and Orin had learned a new trick. A small film of umbral energy covering their entire form flared out, creating a shield of energy that extended a few feet off them, tanking the concentrated fire. He didn't think Orin would be able to keep that up for long, but long enough for the fighters of Umbral Mortem to test what the tin cans could truly do in melee. The mages, as ordered, fired their various payloads of magic at the outliers of the automata's battle line, causing them to close ranks towards the center. Now that the mages were able to fully unleash, they had solid effects on those they caught, especially the non-Shador, non-Umbral mages. None of them were that powerful, mostly uncommons with a few commons, but they were scorching the automatas. A few of the animated armor stood their ground and fired back, a few of the mages falling with holes blasted through their limbs and chests, but Gideon couldn't be slowed by remorse. This was war, and as always, people died in war. As soon as the war-shake golems made contact and Verasa led the charge of melee fighters finally exploding out from behind the walking fortresses, Gideon, Lysana, and Ari, holding to her shoulder, activated their stealth skills and took off as fast as a crouched crab scuttle could go. With the utter mayhem going on as the melee poured out, encompassing most, if not all, of the animated armor suits, they slipped out of Umbral Mortem. They dropped out of stealth a third of a mile outside of Umbral Mortem. Lysana especially needed to get her resources up. She was unsure whether she should utilize her beast form, but between them, they figured she should stay as is. Her claws and abilities would have a better chance of getting through the metal and do more damage, especially with her memory of a tomb ability and the necrotic damage. He'd recalled seeing one of their mages, who was also of the Grave Pillar, throwing some type of green-black bolt that had looked effective. Ari would be focused on support, only as her new breath attack did nothing to an enemy that had no souls, no minds, though it might be different with the golem. Who knew? They gave themselves a few minutes to restore whatever resources they could get. Ari would buff them right before they entered the forest. She'd gotten her level up enough to make it last almost 2 minutes, which would need to be enough, and it would hopefully get them back into green before tackling the boss. They would reactivate their sneak as well. They stayed crouched and cautious in the tall grass. Ari wanted to scout, but with these metal suits having ranged weapons, it was too much risk. Body was her lowest attribute, and one shot out of one of those bolt throwers would possibly kill her. So instead, she would practice her skulk next to them when they moved. When they both got their resources into high yellow, they began moving once more, eating up the last of the distance to the woods, feet grinding through the muddy, chopped-up ground. The rain had let up, more a sprinkle than the hard pounding it had been, but it had still done a number to the ground, making a soupy, clingy mess. Lasana locked eyes with him. Ari threw a claws up with a predator's intensity to her silver eyes. They took a first step into the woods, all of them activating stealth. His grip tightened on his spear. It was time to say hello to the big bad and try to end this fight before it turned into another slaughter like the last. The system's fuckery and borderline cheating would not prevent them from winning. It wanted death and murder and blood. Gideon would give it all in spades. He would create an ocean of it, a deluge that would drown the fucking system. The asshole liked vows and promises, then that was Gideon's promise. So much death it would choke the fucker. It was what he did best. Chapter 23. Death in Spades. Boss Fight. Shadow Moon Forest, Erebus. They circled wide, stealth keeping them shrouded amongst the dark trees, curving towards the direction the automata had originally emerged from. Gideon had moved ahead to scout, being the most skilled in such, unless Lasana shifted to beast form, and even then he would still put money on himself, since the last time she'd done that she'd been caught by the time rats. His class was even built for it, with the tracking skill as a part of its makeup. Gideon highly doubted the master golem would choose to hide or even had skills for such, yet still his gut and insight, based on the way the automata had been used, told him there was something he was not seeing and to tread with eyes open. The actions of the tin suits at the settlement told a story. It seemed basic as far as strategic planning, which originated with this golem, but even simplistic strategy could catch a person with a fist to the jaw if they let their egos lead the way. His insight whispered to ears that the golem relied on its confidence, its superiority, and unrelenting offense. Understanding that told him if it had any surprises, they would be on the direct route between it and its target. Gideon was vindicated by the choice to the approach from a different direction as he caught a glimmer of movement in the trees pushing slowly, but directly towards the area they would have been if they had chosen to make a direct advance. He was a bit confused as to what and who he was seeing as he slowly stalked the movement, sending a message back for the ladies to hold position while he figured out what was what. The movement suddenly stopped ahead, and so halted his own as he crouched deeper into the shadows. He mentally tagged his cloak, which immediately intuited what he wanted. It was becoming more and more the norm as the days passed, a synergy and bond forming between himself and the cloak and whatever was inside it. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt there was something with a soul, a mind, life that existed within its fabric. It seemed muffled, as if it was still rudimentary, but growing by the day. He had used his new and improved runic sight to take a look earlier in the week, but the sheer density of runic inscriptions was too much for him to dissect, even with his racial ability new and improved. He felt, as he had before, more clarity and truths would come forth once he hit Iron rank, whether by his sight ranking up, or because the cloak would rank up as well, or a combination of the two. The cloak slithered and shifted itself to wrap itself close to him, drawing every piece of shadow under the boughs of the dark sylvan trees, which was a bountiful amount with their wide-reaching full-leaved branches. Freddy had stayed quiet for the most part, which was a godsend. Gideon had asked him to only speak if it was pertinent to combat. He had felt the urge to throw sleep mode, but Freddy had proven already, especially with the time rats and the alpha of the first monster wave, he could be a boon in a scrap. Once he felt he was fully invisible to almost anything of his level that wasn't an insanely high perception build, which he didn't think most golems would fall into, he began to move once again. He drifted like a ghost, step by step, every movement a calculated shift of caution and personifying the ambush predator he was or was growing to be. Not even the damn nature-infused cats of the ruins could compare to his stealth game in that moment. Another 10 feet brought him to the trunk of another tree. His hand touched the bark for balance, and he felt a spark within it, something that seemed to want to connect. There was a strange sensation that reminded him of his cloak, a sentience that permeated the wood. This was the first time he had actually entered the woods or touched one of the trees. He'd been too busy escorting fighters through the city ruins, attempting to get them stronger and teaching them how to fight. On instinct, his insight married to perception and will had him pulling up Rune Mastery Umbral and threading, instead of to his eyes, to his soul itself, pushing the strands inside, looping it to where it originated, that large dark pillar in the center of his soul.
Warning! Citizen! Desist! Primordial Shroud activated!
A sigh escaped his lips. More system and primordial interference. He shouldn't complain that the Umbral Primordial whom he guessed it was interfering, yet his innate nature always rebelled against anyone or anything attempting to control him. It was what it was. Back to it. Focus. Speaking of, it was probably not the smartest decision to pull this off when enemies were within a few dozen yards away, but he felt his cloak pull more and more, wrapping the dark like a second layer of flesh around his body, as if a god itself would struggle to pierce the shadows to find him. A part of him, a part that was a primal piece of his new bloodline, sensed a ribbon of energy slide from the cloak to the tree and back, black silver threads twisting, connecting, communing. A fast river of thread shot back and forth, and within a breath the cloak unentwined itself from the tree, as if content it had understood no threat was present, and then emitted approval towards him. He smiled, his new small sharp teeth clipping through. Glad it approved. He took the loop of umbral runes, mixed through the night pillar with silver edges, and then ran it back out of his soul and into his flesh, pushing with a heavy flex of will into fingertips touching the bark. His spirit and stamina dropped like a hammer shattering an anvil. Consciousness rode the edge of the black, then his back arched, and he gritted teeth to keep the pain pinned as threads of silver black and a dark vibrant green shot into his flesh. Apex Predator was on cooldown, and he seriously felt like a dumbass before his consciousness became blurred. His cloak pulsed something far beyond he'd ever felt before. A new expression of what it could do emerged. A cloud of dark miasma shrouding Gideon's form, where sound was cut from escaping further than the edge of the boundaries the cloak had created. His mind spun in ever-widening circles as he felt a dim sentience, one not quite matured, not quite awake. Then he was lost in a vision, a dream of tomorrows and todays twisted together into a moment. Images flashed in quick succession as his mind saw a tall, slender golem in a clearing, eyes glowing, a staff in hand, at least 8 feet tall, and seeming focused on something far away. Then another flash into 2 smaller versions of the same golem, each with energized blades attached to their forearms, then again sliding into horizons, sun setting, 3 moons circling, sun rising, repeated over and over into a stream of silver and gold, followed by the image of 2 towers, one with lightning crackling across its surface, the other with moonlight shimmering across every facet of its texture. Then the images shook, shattered like so many shards of glass, reflecting a myriad of images he couldn't quite glimpse. It settled into some tomorrow where enemies accosted Umbra Mortem, but shadowed trees with silver in their roots reached out and slowed their advance. The sky spit bright blue bolts of power that carved flesh, while gargoyles came to life and attacked the fools who sought to rail against the prime settlement. And there, on the roof of the fortress, a shadowy figure held a spear to the sky, orchestrating it all. Runes of silver and bright blue and pitch black swirling around his form before everything fell to shards of memory. Gideon's eyes opened to a litany of messages from both Ari and Lasana, going from growing concern to irritation to pissed off and saying they were moving towards him. He looked at the system clock and saw he'd been out for about 5 minutes. He didn't know if he should be happy or concerned that between the two they had sent over 43 messages in the 5 minutes he'd been unconscious. He checked his resources and saw spirit was already up in high yellow and stamina full green, which shouldn't have happened that fast, or really at all, from low red. He dismissed the notifications from the system about his low resources and realized it was the field that his cloak had wrapped him in, which now that he had regained consciousness was dissipating. The cloak felt worn out and wrung out. It deserved the rest as he felt it go limp. It had some new tricks, the soundproofing, and now somehow boosting his resource regen. His stealth was still up, stamina ticking down now that whatever the cloak had been doing was finished. He quickly sent a message telling the girls to stop, enemies in the area. He ignored the returning questions and visceral cussing from Lasana and just responded, "Explain later." He removed his hand from the tree and felt whatever consciousness that had been there was quiescent now. Freddy slipped a private chat, which Gideon was thankful for. Even with his ability to slip words right into his ear canal, he had no clue how sensitive the auditory sensors were with the golems near him. He imagined them as he'd seen them in his vision, the way they were built, lean, the two blades on their forearms that they could extend when in combat, and the sheath of arcane energy. His take was they were an agility speed build, though still with the durability of the automata, sporting the same forged metal they did. Add to that, based on their actions, while not truly sapient, they obviously had more autonomy by far than the animated tin buckets.
Gideon, we need to talk about what I witnessed when you did whatever you did between you, the tree, and that cloak of yours. Now I am unable to see runic structures as you do, but I did discern and was able to analyze a large amount of the energy confluence and interaction. I have some theories, though. They are wild and sacrosanct, treasonous, and buried in historic references that go back to the primordial wars. In fact,
Freddy's words became static that had his hand flying to his head, a stabbing pain shivving into his head. After a moment, it was gone, and Freddy's next words had Gideon's mind racing.
What were we conversing about, Gideon? I have a feeling it was of utmost importance, and a revelation that would break all revelations, then sadly nothing. I can't even remember what it was, which is improbable, if not impossible, as my processing unit and memory banks are state-of-the-art representations.
Gideon let it go because he had a sinking, irritating feeling the system itself just wiped his buddy's memory, and he didn't want worse consequences coming down on the Fredster's head. In fact, he put Freddy in sleep mode to hopefully take him off the system's radar and observation. He had an idea that might work. He knew every moment they spent chewing time was more lives lost at the settlement. They needed to finish this. At least now he knew what the 0 out of 2 bonus objective was. The 2 bodyguard golems. If his visions were true, the bigger golem, their master, was at least a mile further back into the forest. His vision also alluded to him that someday the forest would completely encircle the settlement, and somehow the trees would gain some form of animus, as well as the gargoyles and the storm and lightning, all ready to defend Umbra Mortem, tied to the 2 towers in some way. But that tomorrow wasn't today. He sent a message to Lasana and Ari, and after a few grumbles, they did what he asked. Now it was his turn. He turned Freddy back on and hoped the system had moved away from its retaliatory measures on whatever info his AI buddy had been about to hand him. He sent a private chat.
Fredster, I'm about to start a ruckus with the 2 golems near our position. Keep your peepers popped and let me know any weaknesses or abilities I need to know about, and we'll just stay aware. We are going to pull them away from the master golem and attempt to take them out before heading to the boss and stamping his ass into the ground.
Freddy's response was immediate.
I will keep my peepers peeped as you say, Gideon. The plan is astute, and nothing less than I would expect from the progenitor of Erebus. Based on the knowledge I appropriated from the system before downloading myself, the Master Golem should not pursue to engage while focused on controlling the automata. The biggest weakness to their entire paradigm is without direct control, the automata have only rudimentary programming and would be, as they say, sitting ducks without those orders being issued.
That piece of info almost had him change the plans right then and there. If they engaged the boss and it made it so he couldn't control the automata, allowing Verasa to take them down, it would save lives, but after a moment of thought, he threw it to the side. He didn't think the three of them would be able to handle the two bodyguards and the master golem at the same time. There was a possibility they could, but in his mind it was a sliver of a shot. There were too many unknowns on their capabilities. If they had Dory or one of the other elites of Umbra Mortem with them, he might be willing to risk it, but there was no way they would have been able to lose any fighting strength at the settlement. As it was, his faith that they could even hold their own as is for any protracted length of time back at the settlement was questionable. Who knew, though? Verasa seemed to be highly skilled with strategy and leading. They might surprise him, but it didn't change the fact that this needed to get done. Game time.
Arcane Combat Golem, Elite, Type Arcane, Epic, Level 12.
Gideon slid through the trees, relying heavily on his go-to combo of combat awareness and combat acrobatics to shift through the forest, leaping exposed roots, ducking low-hanging branches while keeping the chasing golems within line of sight so they wouldn't give up the chase as he led them further and further from who they were supposed to be protecting. He had guessed correctly that they were agility speed builds, and even with his effective 90 agility, he was struggling to keep ahead. While not completely true, it was enough truth with the goal he was attempting, most of the challenge having to gauge when to slow to let them catch up. The caveat mentioned being if his actual mission was to lose the fuckers, he could have already done that over a dozen times. He also confirmed they actually had autonomy. There was no way they would be performing the agile movement they were displaying, being controlled by something which then gave him an idea, so he messaged ahead to slightly alter the plan. His body was high enough now, his stamina had only dipped to high yellow from the mile of evasion and hoofing, and the few shadow blades he'd thrown to kick off the whole thing. They were almost there as the little mini radar Lasana had finally taught him how to use pinged the ladies. He'd taken his pursuers in a semicircular route to give them time to set up and prepare, and he hoped they were ready. He sent them the message to do so, though knowing his woman, she'd be watching his little dot on the map like a toddler watched Teletubbies. He took one glance back and saw one of them was about 10 feet ahead of the other, both of them with blades extended almost to longsword length, covered in the blue arcane energy that seemed to be their theme. He would have to time this correctly and hope they were intelligent enough to be cautious. He dove over a large exposed root into a small clearing, rolling back into a stand as he turned and pulled his daggers off his back sheaths. No more running away. The first roared into the clearing and stopped as he hoped, now seeing prey turned with teeth bared. It was still very inhuman and robotic in its movement and the way it reacted. It raised its blades and waited a moment for its fellow to join it. The golems were slim and a bit over 7 feet in height, and the illumination from their blades lit up the dim setting from the thickness of the canopy of branches overhead. Freddy slid into his ear.
The arcane energy on the blade after analyzation has a boosted kinetic effect, i.e., even if your armor takes the hit, it will produce an explosive pulse, which is a well-known effect of most arcane energies, that and being able to create highly effective shields for some mage types.
Duly noted, Freddy. Now let me focus. He stayed on the balls of his feet, and the two arcane golems just slowly closed, but weren't attempting to come at him from different angles, and the way they moved didn't scream high skill, which meant their ability to think was there, but not overly complex. He needed to get this dust up on its giddy-up. He sheathed one dagger and in a breath activated the edge of the deep umbral, throwing a dark silver edge blade into the chest of the one on his right, the same one he'd hit to start this whole thing off based on the still dark mark on the metal. It landed, sliding through the armor. The golem took 2 steps back, but unlike an organic creature, his blades did nothing but irritate it, which was all Gideon really needed. His dagger came back to empty hand as they finally took the bait and lunged. "Now, Harry!" He activated Birth of the Eternal Eve and became a shadow as he slid between the two assailants. He could have done the same thing with Nocturne Embrace of the Shade, but if he wanted to hit Iron Rank, he needed to get all his slotted abilities up. He heard Ari behind him unleash her breath, and he hoped it worked the way he thought it would. It wouldn't affect the golem's stamina, as they had none to speak of. It was their greatest strength from what he'd seen of the constructs. They would never tire, and their inherent durability depending on what they were made of, but the other aspect of her breath was to make their thought processes lethargic. And it did as he turned and caught Ares zipping off past him. The two golems' movements were slowed and somewhat uncoordinated. It was a perfect setup for the double set of metal claws flickering in black and putrid dark green flames as the sauna landed on the shoulders of one, slamming her claws into the creature's head, followed by heaving grunts as her immense strength strained. Then he noticed the necrotic flames doing what he'd seen before, the colors of rust and quick aging of the metal slowly creeping out. Add that with her maniacal new muscles, and within 2 breaths and one more giant heave and deep growl, she ripped its head clean off. He was already 3 steps towards the other, which was already shaking off the lethargy, before Ares swooped back in and unleashed another breath of the dark moon on top of the construct, followed by Gideon slamming his daggers into its right leg joint behind the knee as he slid in. He slammed them in again, while the creature was still slow to react. Aerie would be out of this fight after 2 of those breaths, the resource need for her new ability voracious. The golem's advantage of not feeling pain also worked against it as it stood there, only slowly turning to notice the pressure from the attack. Its blades were energized, so Gideon only made one more attempt, slamming his blades into the joint one last time, then rolling away as the arcane blade came crashing down into the muddy turf, causing an explosive wave that threw Gideon about another 5 feet, going from a controlled roll into a slide face first across the still muddied earth and a mouthful of the liquid dirt he was hacking back out as soon as he stopped. He kept spitting as he twisted to his feet, sheathing his daggers and hoping he had the space and the time and having faith and knowing what she would do. He wasn't disappointed as he caught Lysana tackling the golem off its feet as its right leg gave out and tore off the destroyed joint and hinge, the lower part of the limb falling to the rain-soaked earth. Lysana's claws went into a berserker frenzy, the flames fading off her weapons, but then reigniting as she used Memory of Tombs once more. She was a rabid animal, screaming her lungs out as her claws came down, barely penetrating the insanely tough arcane steel, but leaving huge dents as the necrotic flames splashed, corroding the metal it fell upon. Then an arcane blast swept up, and her eyes went wide as she crossed her claws, attempting to block the blow, which she managed, but then the explosive force of the arcane energy blasted her back like a shot put, slamming off a tree and careening off into the high brush and out of sight. Gideon's bloodline rumbled in fury, and his eyes slit like those of a reptile as a primal energy slid through his bones and flesh, and his spear appeared in his hand. He had no clue nor understanding what was happening, but seeing her hit like that, a red bloody river coursed through his everything, a black mist shoveling through his mind, sparks of ebony lightning and moonlight as pitch as the deep dark. His body moved so fast it appeared as if he teleported. One step, his spear sliding through the creature's back, a film of dark, spiraling energy tinted in silver coursing the head of the spear. He was so lost in his head he didn't even register the phenomenon, but Freddy did. It entered smooth as butter, then smashed to a stop on the inside of the chest, failing to exit the other side. Without the metal focus to do anything else, he jerked it back, the spear had now a jagged, broken thing. He dropped it as his fury still reverberated through bones. His daggers fell to hands, anger and ocean pumping his heart into nothing but the need, the hunger to end this thing that dared touch his woman. The golem was so heavily hindered, missing a leg, a hole through its chest that had nicked its power core. It was gimped and currently had its back to a rage-induced Gideon show, Umbral Scion. It had no emotions, though. No fear, happiness, love, hate. Only an unending will to fight and protect its master till it ended. So it turned awkwardly, swinging both arcane-energized blades as fast as it was capable of on one knee in the still mud-sluiced ground. Normally, Gideon would have been able to dodge the strikes with his speed, but the only thing rolling through his hazed-induced dark energy-riven frame was to attack. So as his right-hand dagger pierced the faceplate of the enemy before him, the dark energy roiling across his flesh, encompassing both his blades, the 2 arcane edges stayed true to hitting him crosswise. The only thing that kept him from being bisected was his cloak coming alive and wrapping both arms of the golem as his fabric animated to save its soul-bound master's life. Even Freddy screamed warning, but it, like everything else, was lost within Gideon's blood-fueled mind, his bloodline having activated some primal soul-churned maelstrom of violence. The cloak's interference slowed the swings and glimmering edges heavily, so Gideon's pauldron managed to hold against the cuts. But then the explosive arcane energy hit, and he went cartwheeling like a pinball through the air, leg slamming against a tree, then hitting the turf. The dark silver-lined energy that had been surrounding his flesh dimmed, then went out, and his mind once again reasserted control, only to gasp in the agony of a broken arm, broken leg, a fractured other leg, and at least 3 cracked ribs and a dislocated shoulder. Even pain resistance was overwhelmed by the onslaught of pulsating spikes from so many sources. His body almost fell into catatonic shock, but he clamped his high will and forced the dark to retreat. Small dragonling claws slipped to his side with a silver film of light outlining her reaching digits, and a soothing warmth, light of the forgiving moon, cascaded into his body, relieving a small portion of his injuries. She followed it with the melody of crescent dreams as Gideon felt his depleted resources start to drift out of high red. Whatever had taken him over had burned right through them. Ari was done. His insight pulled the utter exhaustion of her body and face, and his perception noted the furrows in the mud and high brush and grass that told him she dragged herself to him, and the heel she'd thrown had been the last straw. He was still heavily fucked up. Her heel had pushed his shoulder mostly back into the socket and taken care of one of his ribs and turned the arms and leg from breaks to somewhat healed fractures, and the one leg fracture into a still sore but doable good. He vaguely remembered his cloak doing something to save him, but couldn't pull the image. He would need to figure out whatever happened to him and do his best to control it. He clocked that his greaves, chestplate, and pauldrons had seen better days, all of them dented, and in the case of his left broken leg, the grave showing a crack that ran the length. He turned his head, causing another pulse of stabbing pain as his body protested, and saw the golem crawling towards him, using its one leg and arms with its blades retracted to propel itself. He had gained an all-new respect of Orin's golems, and going forward as he regained his old power, they would only grow in the importance of Umbral Mortem's defense. That is, if he lived that long. He wasn't quite sure what would happen if he died here to the settlement. His eyes caught sight of his daggers, the closest being a good 10 feet. Both had gone wherever when he'd been. He had vague images of being catapulted and hitting a tree. He flexed his will and leaned heavily on pain resistance as he pushed back a foot to the closest tree, hissing as his still messed up legs, ribs, and arm all protested. When his back hit the tree, he pushed everything he had into using it to getting to his feet. He knew he was in no shape to fight the broken remains of the golem. It was now within 6 or 7 feet when it rose to its one remaining knee, extending its right blade to its full length, the blue arcane energy once more climbing its length. His one good arm whipped his kunai, but missing the hole in its chest to strike, and embedded just to the left, but literally doing nothing. Its one remaining azure eye sensor, whatever it was called, glanced down at the offending blade, and then lifted its head and began crawling another step before it lunged at him with its arcane blade. He fell back, doing his best to dodge and attempting to cover Ares' prone form, but luckily it hit nothing. If it had any intelligence, it would just strike the ground and cause that arcane explosion to ragdoll him, but lucky for him, that would require a tactical active mind. Ari, semi-conscious, attempting to pull herself up, her silver eyes filled with love for her family.
I'll get him, Kitty. I will protect us.
She managed to climb to her claws, half spreading her wings, and growled at the golem as it retracted its arm to make another lunge when the explosive crack of a tree splintering and falling made everyone freeze for a moment. Gideon turned to see the tree that for some reason had fallen over, shriveling before his eyes. All the life from it sucked right out as a gray field of death spread 10 feet out. Then, out of the deep shadows of the brush, violet orbs. Harry's voice broke the silence, and it was literally the first time he'd ever heard the Dragonling cuss.
Get the fucker, Santa!
A roar roar bellowed through the forest so loud both he and Ari cut their ears. Then Lasana leapt out, a ghostly illuminated 350 pounds of extremely pissed off kitty as she pounced on the golem, her weight alone knocking it over as her powerful jaws clamped to its arm with the blade extended, and with a jerking, violent shaking of her head, teeth crunching into the metal, she ripped off the already damaged arm along with the mutilated upper torso that Gideon vaguely remembered running his spear through. Even though that probably ended it, she leapt on top of its chest and kept her claws swiping again and again into its cavity before Gideon caught a small glimmer inside die. Once more Lasana lifted her beastly head and roared into the deep shadows. Lasana padded over and collapsed next to Ari and him, giving a few licks to a now collapsed Dragonling as she responded with a little clawed thumbs up. A message flitted from Lasana.
You look like shit, Gideon. Take some pride in your appearance. I can't have my man looking all battered as fuck.
The look of love in her violet eyes made him smile as he reached a hand, and she leaned her head into it.
People will have to deal with my appearance as is, woman. We aren't done.
Lasana was probably in the best shape out of all of them, though Ari was just depleted of spirit, but otherwise untouched. She'd gained a bit from her song, but it had ended. Lasana's armor, while not as in bad a shape as his, since it was tougher with the goddess upgrade, it was still looking a bit battered. His cloak limply curled around his body, drawing in a meager amount of shadows compared to what it would normally do, marking how exhausted it was. He still felt his health inching out of the upper red where it was. He didn't want to even imagine where it had been before Ari had thrown her heel. He would give them 2 minutes, then they needed to head out and end this thing regardless of the kind of shape they were in. His assessment was they were going to be hard-pressed to take the Master Golem. Like, hard-pressed. Like, if he was a pessimistic fucker, he'd say it was a long shot. From his vision, it appeared more as a mage type, which meant they would need to stay in close. He quickly went through what happened and his visions with the ladies, keeping it to the short version, with the caveat they didn't ask any questions. He explained what he saw of the Master Golem, and they both agreed. They needed to keep it in close if they could. Lasana transformed back into her elf form and almost collapsed. Ari used her The Melody of Crescent Dreams again. They all needed it. He gave them another minute for Lasana and Ari to get some of their spirit back. His cloak became a bit stronger, pulling in more darkness, and through that, more healing as he felt his last broken rib slide back into place. Everything was still bruised, though. Ari's song seemed to affect the cloak, which was interesting in several ways. It was the only explanation he could fathom as to its sudden resurgence. Gideon stood, as did Lasana, as she scooped up the still tired Ari. The Dragonling crawled from her arms to her usual perch. The song still resonated, so they'd all get some energy back as they moved. They were currently all low green on resources, except Ari, who was mid-yellow, and he was mid-yellow on health, while Lasana was high-yellow. Her new ability couldn't fully heal her without completely bottoming out her spirit. She'd saved enough to transform into her beast form, and then when she transformed back, she'd literally been low red, almost bottomed out. If Ari hadn't used The Melody of Crescent Dreams again, she'd have been in real trouble, and he had a good guess, along with him, she had some debuffs going. He'd seen numerous notifications which he promptly ignored. He knew he was still fucked up. He didn't need the system to tell him. But good or not, they had to be get-to-going. There was a mission to finish. The cloak might be able to get him a bit higher before they got to the boss. He needed to gather his daggers, and his eyes caught sight of his spear. It had become worthless. Whatever he'd done had destroyed the spear, the head a shattered hunk of metal. Sigh. Nothing for it. They gave each other a look, and Lasana's husky voice said what they all thought.
We're a shit show, Gideon, and in no way ready to take on this fucker. But when has that ever stopped us, huh? I love you both. You are my family forever. Let's get this done.
That metal piss pot needs his rusted nuts shoved up his ass.
Gideon could only smile, then step forward, grabbed her by the back of her neck, and threw heat with his lips for several seconds. He then stepped past her and fell into stealth, heading to gather his daggers and kunai. Her gaze followed the direction he'd been heading, fangs slipping from lips in hunger with the violent flames to her eyes. Ari rose her eyebrows, alternating each brow several times, and made the motion of a finger in a hole again and again with a lascivious grin. Snorts exploded, showering a now disgruntled Ari, who wiped the liquid from her face before they both dropped into stealth and followed. They stood on a slight crest surrounded by trees and deep shadow, stealth still active. Below them, on a downslope piece of muddy turf in the midst of a small clearing in the woods, stood the Master Golem.
Arcane Golem Master, Alpha, Type Arcane, Epic, Level 14.
The Golem Master that stood in front of him, the same as in his vision. It was over 8 feet tall, slender, and a blue split robe open at the chest and parted around the hips. It was stylized by a Celtic-looking design in white. He wielded a staff that Gideon would bet money held arcane runic scriptures along its length if he brought up his runic sight and took a gander. They all knew they weren't ready for this. Even though their resources were at least low green and his and Lasana's health was verging into green, they both had debuffs that would still be another 10 minutes or so till they fell off. She had a natural, really weak health regen with her new bloodline that had helped her, and his cloak was slowly bringing him back, but he would be wary, even if they were in peak condition. Alphas were tough bastards as far as he'd seen in the short month or whatever it was since the world-ending apocalypse. The Barghest, the Behir, the Glyph Blade Beast. This one would be no different. Nothing to it. The more they delayed, the more their people died. As soon as they engaged the golem, it would lose control of the automata, according to Freddy. Confidence in Verasa from what he'd seen of her leadership ability and what Lasana had told him about the fight in the first monster wave, he knew she would capitalize on the opening. He gave the nod to Ari to begin the plan they had. Lasana, still in her sneak, claws out, slid down the slope, circling wide. Normally that would have been his role, but he was the owner of the settlement, ultimately what this creature had been sent to kill, and so he felt he would make the best bait. Before Lasana got far, Ari let loose with the melody of Crescent Dreams, boosting all the resource regen. Then she took off like a bullet at the golem, just as its far-off azure glowing gaze snapped back into the now, just in time to get a face full of breath of the dark moon as she zipped past him to try to recover. Ari would one day be a versatile monster once her resource management caught up with her abilities, but that was true of all of them. Rare classes and above struggled and such, but it was emphasized with her because every ability she had fed off her spirit due to her being a pure spiritual class, and all of them were hungry with heavy pulls on it. It would have been fine if this multi-versal system was more like a video game, and there were spirit and stamina potions, elixirs, whatever, but as far as he'd seen up until this point, nope. Gideon fell in behind her passage, so once she'd hit the golem with the breath, he'd already dropped his stealth and had daggers to hand. He was pretty sure he wouldn't be able to do much with them against the insanely tough arcane forged steel, but that wasn't his job. It was bait and distraction. He was pretty sure the system would tag him as the alpha target for the golem, so all he had to do was make himself easily seen. Nothing like 2 daggers to the head to accomplish it. Ari's breath worked on this one just as it had the others. It moved slowly, its reactions matching its sluggish ability to think clearly as Gideon's blade struck with all his speed, snapping them out. He landed at least 6 or 7 hits, denting the metal around its head with one strike etching one of its eyes, cracking it before it finally snapped to and waved its staff, a pulse of arcane energy blasting Gideon back off his feet, sailing. Once again, he felt ribs creak, but whatever it did was more of a repulse than an actually damaging attack, as his armor and his naturally resistant scales shoved off the blow as he pushed combat acrobatics, twisting, flipping, and landing on his feet as he skidded another few feet, slamming both daggers into the muddy ground to stop the momentum before he charged back in. Spikes of pain shot through his newly healed arm, leg, and ribs, declaring a heraldic flag that he was not 100. His footing almost went out from under him as his leg almost buckled, reminding him he had the buff still going. He caught his balance and willed himself through it, closing once more upon the Alpha. The golem did what he thought a mage focus build would do and threw up some kind of arcane shield facing towards him. Its lethargy from Ares' breath seemed to be gone. It recovered quicker than its bodyguards had. Still, the reaction was what he'd wanted. Perfect. Lysana came out of stealth as her claws lit up in green-black flames as Memory of Tombs activated, slamming her claws, which were of much higher quality than his daggers, into the back of the Master Golem. He couldn't see the result, but the reaction told a story. It immediately turned, waving its staff, and another blast of repulsive energy cascaded out as the arcane shield he deployed dissipated. Lysana went flying as Gideon once again closed in. If he never had to fight golems and robotic creatures again, it would be too soon. It took out most of his arsenal with their immunity to emotional manipulation and any humanistic reactions to pain or anything. The resource regen was still boosted from Mary's song, so she should be back in the game in a moment. It also meant he could pull something that he was normally reluctant to do based on the huge chunk of both stamina and spirit it used, but with weapons that wouldn't really penetrate the metal these things sported, it was about all he had in the bag. He activated Rune Mastery Umbral, threading it through his eyes, and the Golem Master lit up, its entire body covered in the bright blue-colored runes he assumed were arcane, but what was surprising was the metal itself had orange-red, smaller runic structures, especially ingrained in the joints. At a guess, and in the name of the metal he imagined it was from, the Forge Foundational, and possibly the Engineering Soul Pillar. In the end, it didn't matter. His runic sight was only slightly diminishing his stamina, but the boost would be done soon. He flexed his will and wove a pull on the surrounding shadows that yanked the darkened runes he was seeking, their impetus coalescing into runic shapes and dancing to the flex of his mind. He felt his cloak join its strength to his, and the amount doubled, swirling into a stream of umbral runes spinning around his frame in a spiraling matrix as he then shifted his runic sight once more to the golem. It was staring at him, the glow of its eyes intensifying as azure energy lit up its extended hand when Eri came swooping back in to hit it again with Breath of the Dark Moon, then zipped away, but not before the golem changed targets as the dark silver clawing breath clung to its shell and a bolt of arcane energy shot out, clipping the small dragonling, sending her careening into the ground past two trees as she screamed in pain. The Master Golem then went into the confused lethargy from the attack, its staff falling from its grasp as its eyes stared into the sky, lost. Freddy's voice for the first time in the fight shelled out, worry and fear reverbing his tone.
Princess Arizelle! Gideon! She's severely hurt! Her health is middle red and falling! Help her! Help my Arizelle!
Lysana screamed a war cry. She went berserk upon the slow-moving golem, emerging out of the trees, blood seeping from a gash on her forehead as her claws lanced into the back of the creature, and Gideon sheathed his daggers on the run while flexing his will to send the spiraling stream of umbral runes to rush at one of the larger arcane runes on the golem's chest. Without the mental weight of holding the runes in check, he was able to focus as he moved in the direction of Eri, with Freddy cajoling him to hurry. An explosion rocked his world a second later that sent him flying, chest hitting the ground and his body bouncing a couple times. His armor and scales took that well enough, but his back felt raw, burned, and his armor in shreds. He hoped Lysana was okay, but he himself crawled forward, focusing, and after 2 breaths, the only health elixir they had in hand. Eri was mewling in agony, semi-conscious, one of her wings broken in multiple places, and the side of her chest caved in. Her breathing was ragged and struggling. He shoved the elixir into her throat, pulling Freddy off his wrist to place it around her neck before pushing through the pain to get up and turn around, heading back to the scrum. Pain resistance was doing the heavy lifting, but whatever, his back looked like it fucking hurt. His health was low yellow and dipping slightly. He sent a pulse to his cloak, and it immediately tightened itself around his frame, pulling darkness from the area to attempt to boost his health. The elixir should give Eri enough to allow her to heal herself with her ability. His eyes saw Lasana nowhere, igniting the simmering anger he remembered in vague images from earlier. His bloodline began to churn deep inside, and he saw wispy tendrils of night drifting off his scales. He clamped his will as hard as he ever had. Now was not the time to lose his shit. She'd been on the far side of the rune he'd attacked with, the golem between her and it. Hopefully that'd shield her from the brunt of what he had done. Now he'd wished he'd learned how to see party members' health and resources within his party menu, or had kept Freddy, who seemed to be able to do it. The golem itself had a huge chunk of its chest shredded, the metal still mostly whole, but tears here and there, a glow of azure energy shining through the rents, and some heavy dents over the rest of it. But unfortunately, it not only looked lively, it looked like Ares' attack had ran its course. Its azure gaze turned on him with definite ideas on retaliation. Then it spoke, its voice even more digitized than the system itself.
Mortal! You are a hindrance to my master's plans for the multiverse. The system has promised him if we rid the area of you and your spawn, we will finally be allowed to extend our influence beyond the prison we have existed within for eons. Die and know you unleash perfection of purpose upon this world you call home.
Gideon's response was immediate and simple. That's a big no. His options with his daggers were minimal, and with his runic sight still going, he saw a film of arcane energy now sheathing the golem that he concluded was some form of shield that was being powered by runes on the other side of the shield. The creature didn't want a repeat of what Gideon had pulled, not that he thought he could do it, even if he wanted to. Both his spirit and stamina were low yellow from the first attempt, and Apex Predator was still on cooldown, so not an option. Lasana crept up behind the golem, holding one arm to her side. It looked shattered. She threw him a private chat.
You and I will be having a very cutting conversation later about exploding shit when I'm standing in the vicinity.
A focus in her eyes preceded her claws lighting up again in green and black flickering heat, though only one arm looked healthy enough to use. Her weak bloodline regen had at least put an end to the blood leaking from her head. She took 2 steps before the golem whirled and raised its hand, and chains of azure hue writhed from the ground, wrapping themselves around Lasana and quickly pulling her to the ground, where they continued to tighten like a boa constrictor, seeking to crush life as she hissed in pain. He took 2 steps, and once again the black wisps emanated from his scales as his bloodline raged at his mate being crushed. Gideon did his best to clip its wings as he charged the construct, seeing rents in its back armor from her earlier attack, the vestiges of aged metal surrounding the wrench shed created from her necrotic flames. While pinning whatever his bloodline had planned, he charged the golem. If he could end it, it should end the chains. He got 3 feet before the golem once again twisted, and Gideon's combat awareness went nuts as he dove to the right just as a bolt of arcane energy left the golem's hand and hit the ground where he'd just been. An explosion of arcane energy went off once more, tumbling him across the ground, and this time his armor, which was in shambles, and his scales, didn't stop all the damage as he felt his left leg once again snap as the kinetic energy from the arcane bolt threw it in the wrong direction. His health dipped all the way to high red. His heart thumped in his chest as he saw Lasana being crushed by the arcane chains, her attempting to push her claws against the blue energy, hoping her necrotic flames would do something. It looked like that was a failed idea out of the gate. He gritted his teeth and began to push himself back up, miraculously able to hold on to one of his daggers. He pulled a kunai with the other hand and turned towards the fucking golem. If they were going to end, they would do so fighting for what they believed in and protecting those they cared about. He prepared to give everything he had. His eyes locked onto Lasana's pain-filled violet orbs. Tears streamed down her face, even in the agony she was currently in, as the chains broke bones. She knew the look on his face, the acceptance of death. She'd seen it enough on the battlefields of her home world. He threw a private chat as he prepared to throw his kunai and hope for luck.
Hi, Lasana. I don't have the words. I'm not good at this.
You complete me. Know that.
The golem created another orb of arcane energy within its hand, and Gideon knew with one working leg, he wouldn't be able to dodge. It flew from the golem's hand, and this time Gideon activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, slipping through the Umbral realm and stepping out 10 feet behind the master golem. It turned and he let his kunai fly before another azure shield popped up, knocking it to the ground. His resources were into the red, and he was out of choices and was barely able to stay on his feet with one leg. Another orb of arcane energy came to the construct's hand. Gideon attempted to hobble forward, but his leg gave out as he tumbled to the muddy turf. He began one last attempt to do something, anything, when a shout rolled out from numerous voices. "For Umbra Mortem!" A huge shield came from the left, hammering into the golem as a violent grunt from a wide, squat female Shador named Dory carried it like thunder, knocking the golem off balance, the orb of energy falling apart in his hand. Then both of the Shador elites of Verasa rolled into his line of sight, the female with the two-hand crossbows firing dark-infused bolts that hit the golem's legs, forming into solid-looking shapes made of shadows to clamp the construct's legs to the ground. The other, with his two copish swords, charged the construct, which raised his hand to fire another azure bolt, but suddenly there were 5 Shador figures with copish blades charging it, confusing it as it fired at the closest, the bolt passing through the shadow duplicate as the real one spun, sweeping both blades across its already scarred chest, opening the rent metal wider. Then a taller Shador woman with a glaive covered in writhing umbral shadows came in at a heavy charge, thrusting her weapon directly into the open chest cavity of the master golem and jetting out its also compromised back armor. Iona screamed a war cry. Dory stepped back into the scrum and slammed her father's spear to its back, and after a long, eternally paused moment, the light in its eyes went out, and the master golem spun lifeless to the ground. The chains around Lasana ghosted out as she fell to the ground in a whimper, and Eri, flying in the air like a homeless bum after a night-long drunken binge, careened into the ground next to her mistress, Freddy screaming his support, streaming shouts of her magnificence and courage. Silver energy lit her tiny claw as she pushed it into Lasana. A notification pulsed out, forcing its way into his vision. "Congratulations, citizens of Umbra Mortem. You have prevailed against the second monster wave. In fact, the entire world of Erebus has shown itself to be far above average in its ability to survive and triumph. Only 32% of all pockets of citizens have failed and fallen. This is unheard of in an integration. Impressive indeed, and the generosity of the Multi-Versal System is eternal. It understands and acknowledges your deep desire to be challenged so that you and your fellow citizens may grow in strength and power and become future elites of the cosmos. It, in its giving heart and eternal benevolence, has agreed to your hidden hungers. There are still 2 days left for the current wave, but to bring to you the true conflict you yearn for in the deepest pits of your primal gluttony, the final monster wave has been accelerated and will begin in 5 days. Normally, you would have received 14 at the end of the second wave, but for such stalwart examples of heroic bravery, it would be an insult. The system values the courage and conviction you have shown and wants to reward such a spectacular performance by allowing you to embrace the reality of your futures. The strong live, the weak die. Prepare for the final conflict of the first challenge and thank the Multi-Versal System in its endless support and mercy." Gideon eyed all the exhausted people, and the wounds he hadn't noticed till then on their saviors, and gritted his teeth. The system would rue this day and every day after. It had a tally of murderous intent that Gideon Show would someday collect. That was his promise and eternal mercy. Chapter 24. Ice Queen and the Big Palooka. Foreshadowing, Interlude, Intermission, Part 2. The White Forest of the Elder Frost, Erebus. Her pale, light blue-white hand, delicate and refined, let the body of the Alpha Storm Harrowblade, now covered in frost, fall to the ground. There was a reptilian creature with razor-sharp spines with edges as fine as blades along its back, a quadruped with a bullish tail and at least 8 feet long and 6 feet at the shoulder. 'Cause of its size, it had taken far too long for her ability, Touch of the Frozen Wastes, to kill it. It had in the end, but it required far too long to soften it up beforehand, and too many of her people's lives. The creature had been an epic elite, which had seemed far too strong for the second monster wave. A notification forced its way into her vision.
Congratulations, citizens of Frostholm! You have prevailed against the second monster wave. In fact, the entire world of Erebus has shown itself to be far above average in its ability to survive and triumph. Only 32% of all pockets of citizens have failed and fallen. This is unheard of in an integration. Impressive indeed. And the generosity of the Multi-Versal System is eternal. It understands and acknowledges your deep desire to be challenged so that you and your fellow citizens may grow in strength and power and become future elites of the cosmos. It, in its giving heart and eternal benevolence, has agreed to your hidden hungers. There are still 2 days left for the current wave, but to bring to you the true conflict you yearn for in the deepest pits of your primal gluttony, the final monster wave has been accelerated and will begin in 5 days. Normally you would have received 14 at the end of the second wave, but for such stalwart examples of heroic bravery, it would be an insult. The system values the courage and conviction you have shown and wants to reward such a spectacular performance by allowing you to embrace the reality of your futures. The strong live, the weak die. Prepare for the final conflict of the first challenge and thank the Multi-Versal System in its endless support and mercy. For how many welcome gifts the system had brought her, it could still be irritating in its single-minded pursuit of death and killing. It still weighed heavily in the positives department, at least to her and her needs, yet still annoying. She had lost close to 30% of her army, so it would be a challenge, but when was anything in life not? She would need to take a more direct hand in the conflict from the start, which in the first 2 she had not, allowing her army and other elites to soften the belly of the beast before she swept forth and ended it. It gave them more levels and strength and wasted less of her time. It would be as ever as fate decreed, and she would emerge victorious as it was woven. She glanced upon the battlefield, and as the bodies of her enemies disappeared, sent back to whatever world the system had taken them from, her gaze took in the corpses of her people that lay unmoving, many of them the beastkin of her old tribe. She didn't know how she felt about it. None of them used to give her the time of day, even being the daughter of their tribal queen. Yet still, when she'd left the elite tutorial and landed in the midst of their old forest home, she'd found the survivors of her tribe, along with many others, shade elves and humans alike. Of course, none of them had recognized her at first until a few had identified her.
Even then, they had all been through so much, watching family, friends, lovers killed before their eyes. They no longer cared about the old world and the old prejudices. And she was no longer the malformed, grotesque creature she had been. Since that day, they had shown her nothing but loyalty. A loyalty she hadn't trusted at first, the old her still locked in the loneliness and bitterness of her old existence. Could she truly say she was one of them anymore? Not only did her system template have something utterly different under race than what she was born as, but she looked nothing like a beastkin anymore. She couldn't say she missed it in any way, shape, or form. It had been her curse her entire life. Even by her race's standards, she had been considered grotesque, a mutated, malformed, disgusting creature, a hump on her back, a leg and an arm vastly shorter on one side, causing her to have to shuffle lopsided as she moved. If her mother hadn't been the queen, she couldn't imagine how horrible they would have treated her. More than likely, they would have made her outcast. Even as the queen's only child, they sneered, looks of revulsion cementing every face whenever she passed, and absolutely no interest from any males, ever. Now she was tall, elegant, beautiful, with blue-white skin and white crystal eyes slitted like a predator or dragon, like the goddess who gave her her blessing and made her champion. She also had pointed ears like an elf, sleek, slender, sharp, powerful features. It made sense. Her new bloodline description said her race was a progenitor to the elven race. The bloodline had been a gift from the mentioned goddess, Reza, the terror of the eternal winter, the queen of the pantheon that had created one of the most powerful factions in the multiverse, the Wild Tribes. The system arriving had changed everything for her. It had made her everything she had never been, a queen, powerful, worshipped, wanted. Now every male and even a few females would feel blessed to share her bed. The funny thing was now that she could actually take any lover, she didn't feel the desire to. Part of her new bloodline seemed to be a dampening in the ardor of such, or it could be that all she'd ever really wanted was to be loved, and that was not what any of them offered. They just wanted to rut, to be inside their queen in more ways than one. That wasn't love. It made tears of ice form on her cheeks. Her mother had loved her deeply, had never hidden her, never looked at her with anything but pure, unfiltered adoration. She'd always called her her little snowflake, as she had been born during a heavy snowstorm. That winter had seen her father dead, fighting off a rival tribe who had thought to catch them unaware in the harsh weather. Another loss adding to the stockpile of them she'd gathered. It had been a tough birth, her deformities making it difficult to exit her mother's womb. She had been the only light in Yolana Coldheart's life, but when the system had come and they'd been separated, she'd heard no word when she'd gotten through the tutorial. No one knew what had happened to her. Yolana, now called the Ice Queen, had been so excited to show her mother her new form, to show her how strong she'd become. She would tear the world apart to find her, and it had been the sealing deal with the goddess in accepting her blessing and becoming the queen of the Wild Tribes on Erebus. She'd promised that all resources would be given to the task. She just needed to get through these monster waves. It wasn't the only thing they'd given her. They gave her an upgrade stone that transformed her old village into a settlement that had reached city rank, and an even rarer transmogrification stone that changed the surrounding landscape to fit her affinity. All the trees now stood ghostly white and emitted an aura of cold, and a perpetual winter clung to the area. Her new race and bloodline made her immune to all forms of cold and added to her already prodigious strength. She was told there were only 3 on the entire planet who matched her in affinity, 3 monsters, 3 potential Forerunners. She looked forward to meeting them through either battle or as friends. Either would be interesting. though in the end they would need to bow to her one way or another, as her dominance and new bloodline would accept nothing less. She tossed it up.
Viragir, A-, a fourth-generation race and one of a few progenitors to the ever-expanding elven people and their endless variations. They are considered an almost extinct bloodline due to their need to dominate any other race they met, which led to several purges of their early empires. They once held sway over vast swaths of sectors and were one of the foundational races for the faction, the Wild Tribes, but their inability to compromise and not force others to submit to their rule led to coalitions of races banding together to completely break them and slaughter most of their race. There are still a few in the higher echelons of the Wild Tribes, but their empires are dust to the cosmic winds.
She already felt the need to dominate pulling on her spirit, which was another reason she needed to find her mother. She would ground Yolana, keep her upon the narrow road. The power the race gave was undeniable, though. It boosted all her Arctic Ocean Soul Pillar slotted abilities by 20%, plus many attribute boosts in addition to the immunity to cold and a racial slotted ability that allowed her to turn her body into a literal blizzard for a short time. She focused for a moment, and a white light blue orb appeared in her hand. It was called the Orb of the Arctic Dream, and was not only currently ancient rank, but a soul-bound item that would grow with her. It amplified all of her Arctic Ocean Soul Pillar abilities on top of what her bloodline did. It made her a future multiversal monster and Forerunner that could not be denied by anyone. She'd also gained the allegiance of every single other Scion within her elite tutorial, save one, that of the Tempest. That particular Shade Elf took an offer from, of all things, the Shadow Conclave, a group of assassins and black market dealers. She would miss Iverzi Piton. They had become close. The Shade Elf was certainly an arrogant one, but an endearing arrogance, or at least Yolana found it so. Much of it originated with that she was one of the noble class of their world. She'd seen it in a few other elves since the system had come. Their society was based on a noble caste and a slave one they called peasants, but slave by any definition. She found it to be highly flawed. The beastkin certainly had royal blood within each tribe, usually associated with who started the tribe, but if any one of the descendants ended up being a bad or abusive leader, they could and would be challenged and more than likely killed, or their people would just abandon them and join another tribe who would then kill them when they were weak. But under no circumstances were there slaves within the beastkin world, and no beastkin would tolerate slavery of any kind. It was one of the few things that would unite tribes to take down any ruler who abused their power in such a way. She activated her class ability, the North Wind, which was in her movement slot. She didn't quite get the whole wind reference, as it was such a small part of the manifestation, but it must allude to a future incarnation. A chunk of flat and smooth ice came into being under her feet with small swirls of Arctic wind surrounding it as it lifted her off the ground and by her will took her in the direction of the settlement. She nodded to the various people under her rule as they moved to bury the dead and divest them of any useful arms or armor. She would need to send out people to find replacement fighters or hope the subsector commander of the Wild Tribes would recruit more and send them to her, but in reality she wasn't very worried. With 4 other Scions and herself, if they went all out from the beginning, the challenge should be conquered. She can then get on to what was really important, finding her mother. She knew somewhere deep inside herself she was alive. Somewhere. Unnamed Hills, Erebus. Giovanni Marcos was many things, but a quitter wasn't on the table anymore. Been there, done that. His little Irish lass had given her everything, believing in him. His forsaken misfits, the lost souls, died believing in him. He'd be damned to whatever hell this system bastard could dream up before he'd ever let any of their beliefs mean shit. Now if this fucking goddamn stupid compass he was given by the damn gold dragon wannabe would get his ass to this girl that needed protecting, everything would be hunky-dory. He patted Esmeralda at his side and Fang on his other side. Two besties no fucker in the universe would ever be worthy of, not even him. But still they were there, watching his back till the end. The compass had taken him for days on end, heading north and east. He'd had to fight through quite a few packs of mutated beasts, but they wasn't shit. He knuckle-sandwiched those fuckers in leisure mode. The one good and bad thing wrapped into one Coney Island package was he'd been able to skip the second monster wave, since it seemed like they only came if you had a set amount of people in the area, and he'd been all by his lonesome. The bad part was he hadn't gotten no loot neither. Still, with all the scraps he'd been in, he still managed to get to level 15, which was pretty damn good, if he did say so himself. He did kind of have a cheat, though, not to take anything away from his ability to beat heads, but his slotted ability with the long-ass name he hated thinking about made it so he could never be surprised. That was pretty damn handy in a throwdown. He wished he'd had that back in the day as a mob enforcer. It would have made for far less scars on his old ass. If they had any kind of brain-throwing comic book thought bubbles, he knew where they was. Yep, cheat all the way, he chuckled. He'd take it. The next half day he kept trudging while chewing on some meat he'd cooked up of some mutated mongooses he'd killed a few days back. The entire trek for the last couple days had been hill after hill after hill. He didn't have issue getting some cardio in, but this shit was getting old. Up and down, up and down, up and down, over and over like a broken vinyl on repeat. Another hour in of the same drudge, and his long-winded titled slot ability picked up the faintest traces of thoughts, but too far out of range to get any details. He picked up the pace and pulled Esmeralda and Fang out to play. His ability was singing now, and there were quite a group of minds playing around, at least 16. Nope, scratch that. 15. Nope, scratch that. 14. Seemed like someone was putting out the trash. He crested the hill and stopped for a moment to appreciate the beauty, and there was a hell of a lot of it. A woman, definitely a woman, but one that seriously looked like an angel. Bronze skin, fiery red hair, and some fancy fire red and gold armor with what looked like a double-bladed staff that she was twirling around like it was a part of her. He had to admit, he was impressed, and in love, all in that half a second to drink her in. But no matter how good the damn angel woman was kicking ass, putting down another one with a blast of golden red flame, there was still too many, and they looked to be tough-ass bastards. He cracked his neck and jogged in place for a second to get his juices flowing. The compass hung on a chain around his neck because he got tired of holding the damn thing, was going off like crazy, which seriously, looking for an angel Scion, and in front of him was a red-headed beauty looking like an angel, wasn't doing shit nor shinola in his opinion in the help department. Fuck it. It was time for Giovanni Marcus, Eldritch Judge of the Broken and champion of Mr. Kung Fu Old Man Gold Dragon Guy, to earn his keep. With that, he screamed a good old New York, "How do you do?" with Esmeralda barking purplish black bolts of hellos and Fang looking to take some fucking heads. None of them was ready for what he brought to the game. He felt a good few nuttins come down the pipe and him teaching them the art of fuck you fighting. "This is for you, my Irish lass." He was gonna make her proud. Chapter 25. Peekaboo, we see you, the Governor and the Warlord. New Hades, Erebus. Rebecca Trumaine, the Governor, did her best to keep her barely restrained violence restrained. They had just finished the damn Monster Wave 2, then the notification popped to announce the final would be advanced and within a few days attacking New Hades, and on top of that, right before the second began, she was informed of the death of the best cock she had to ride, Lordic, killed by none other than the War Crow himself, whose settlement was only a day and a half away. If that wasn't enough, she also had the faction headquarters of one of the most powerful organizations in the multiverse as a neighbor as well, the Shadow Conclave, who were supporting the War Crow. The worst part about it all was it had been avoidable. The fool had been sent to make sure the Mind Witch had been taken care of. That was it. Instead, once he found out she'd already been killed and by the War Crow himself, and found Oklahoma, the name of the Shadow Conclave settlement, and the truth of who killed the Mind Witch and the entire situation explained to him, instead of doing what anyone with any brains in their head should have, which would have been come and inform her of these monumentous facts, he instead decided to go meet the War Crow and attempt to measure dick size. That ended about as well as she thought it would. What hadn't made sense at the time was Gideon's show didn't just arbitrarily kill people. He always had a reason, always, and everything she'd ever studied about him, which was extensive when someone's mission was to kill the gravy train she'd been riding at the time. Even back then, she'd been impressed by his determination, his execution, and his downright lethality. Granted, she'd still done her best to have him taken out, but in retrospect, she was super happy her plans had never been successful. Now, everything she'd laid out, strategies she meticulously began orchestrating, would have to be reworked. All because of the fool's need to compare cock sizes with a man he knew she found fascinating. A man's insecurities was the one thing she hadn't planned for, which was sheer idiocy on her part. She'd spent a lifetime surrounded by men, all of them made up of egos and the insecurities that created them. She'd spent that same lifetime manipulating both to get what she wanted, and she literally hadn't factored in that Lordic, the beastkin who she'd taken as her favorite cock to ride, wouldn't get his panties in a bunch when confronted with the Conclave on their doorstep, and even worse, the War Crow. In reality, there was no way she could have known in the entire massive size that Erebus supposedly encompassed that both would be planted right next to her, but also in that same reality, she should have surmised that there was at least a possibility that Gideon could be. They were in the same elite tutorial. It only made sense they would exit near each other. Did not the captain and her exit together? It was stupidity. It was also stupidity to not dig into where Lordic and the fighters he brought in his wake had come from beyond them just saying a village to the south. This time she did dig, brought in several of the Unchained who had joined the faction with him, and the true story had unraveled itself. They had left a bunch of children and elderly as bait so they could escape the primal crows that she had found trailing them when they'd showed up at her doorstep. A part of her old soul wanted to kill them herself. There were a lot of things her cold and merciless heart would tolerate. Abandoning small children was not one of them. The new demonic Rebecca focused more on the trouble such an action would and had inevitably brought to their door, as opposed to the kids themselves. It was one thing for them to turn away survivors when she had her people out looking for new recruits. It was another to use them as bait to escape beasts. Not that she particularly cared, but it was those kind of choices that created karmic ramifications. Ramifications that she did not need in the beginning of the integration before she'd gotten her feet under her and, more importantly, established the strength of her faction. Now she was at a quandary of epic proportions. The Unchained had a reputation that had to be maintained at all costs. That was hammered home numerous times by the subsector captain, the Naga, who was her liaison and commander, in charge of her. Not really. She rarely danced to others' tunes, yet still he was the font of fiscal support to her endeavors, and one always had to appease the money people. It had always been a hard, fast rule in politics and business. The War Crow had attacked and killed members of the Unchained who were not contracted against him. There had to be some form of retaliation or cost to such actions. Her mind raced. She was already on the War Crow shit list, and it would turn into a kill-kill list if he ever actually found out how far she was involved with the Senator's predilection for young girls and selling them. She hadn't actually been involved, which might keep her off the murder list, but she did cover it up, spin the media against Gideon, and had ordered the hits on all the women he'd saved. It had been her job, covering up for all the stupidity and the consequences, and the price had been the vice presidency. She thought she might have a strategy to remove the hindrance, but it was flimsy and she knew it. According to the witnesses, after numerous uses of demonic seduction on the various people, a beastkin had charged Lordic shouting obscenities. He'd been one of those that had stayed with the children and elderly when Lordic had abandoned them. Lordic had prepared to kill him when the Warcrow attacked him, wounded him. Then the whore grave Scion took his head in some kind of new beast form she could change into. 2 of Lordic's companions had then attacked and were both killed, one by the head of the Conclave who used firearms, and the other by both Gideon and Lysana once more. She could spin this little tale as if Lordic was going to attack one of the Warcrow's people and he was only defending his own. As she said, it would be weak, but the Unchained needed her. Their hunger to establish themselves on Erebus was a palpable thing. They had a big, erect cock for it, and if there was one thing Rebecca understood, it was how to manipulate a man with a hard cock. She was the demon queen of the Unchained. She would make it work. There were positives to celebrate. It had been less than a day since they'd killed the alpha of the second monster wave. It had been a rare elite and annoying. The captain had actually killed it. He was becoming very useful for such things, a real terror on the battlefield, but a dud in the bedroom, unfortunately. From the experience and the loot, however, she'd seen very good gains. She'd finally filled all her class slots in addition to reaching level 19. The experience had been quite a bit. Her last 2 slots were of middling use at best, at least for now. Her movement slot had been filled that morning by Steps of the Infernal Abyss, which was, as far as she could tell, was a long-range teleport. The wind-up and the mana cost was prohibitive, and, as mentioned, not very useful at the moment, but long-term would be intrinsic to her build. She could only open a portal to somewhere she'd been or somewhere something connected to her currently was, such as her babies. She could also, through the settlement system, use a member of the Unchained as a focal point. The only good part of it was because of the heavy mana cost, it so far had been relatively easy to level up. In less than a day, she already had it to level 4 by doing what she was about to. She focused for a few breaths, and her infernal staff of the Magi appeared. Its long, demonesque decorated wood always put her in a good mood. The blood red and black coloring inspiring. That she'd turned it into a soul-bound growth item, even better. She channeled the magic through the staff, reducing the cost, yet still it would wipe out over half her mana in one go. After 20 seconds of focus, a shimmering portal of black and red flames appeared, and after another 10 seconds of her tapping her feet and hearing explosions from the other side and the death squeals of an animal, her patience was done.
Get your tushies in here right now, children.
They knew the voice and knew better as they scurried in with forked tails between their legs. The portal shimmered and faded. She'd given them each a new uncommon shard to up their usefulness, and they were playing with their new slotted abilities like it was Christmas. Jinx had finally gotten something that fit his class name of Infernal Saboteur. It was called Pitted Threads of Hellfire, which allowed him to create traps that would throw out thin threads of hellfire in various formations based on how he set it. Jinx had gotten Paranoia's Claws to go along with his class Hell's Trickster. It would create an AoE effect that would induce, paranoia. She imagined it would be useful, and their hunger to use it fit with her pumping up levels on her new portal ability as she was sending them 20 miles south of New Hades and letting them go to town on whatever wildlife they could find. They both were still cowering, throwing puppy dog eyes at her. The damn cute little murder babies.
Fine. Mama will make another portal and you can go back to your fun.
You're so good to us, huh, Toto? Sure. She always lets us play, have fun, murder animals. She the best Mama Jinx. Me think so too, Toto. Murder animals. So much fun.
They both started jumping up and down like little fat kids that were told they could eat the whole tub of ice cream. She sighed and rubbed her brow. She spun her ability up, focusing through her staff until the same black and red flame portal flickered into existence. A notification hit. Level 5. As soon as it opened, they zipped through like two crackheads running for their next fix. The portal closed. She staggered for a moment, her mana hitting low red, but with her high regen, it would be fine. She sighed as she looked at where the portal had been. Boys will be boys. She had her own things to do, like practice with her other new ability, the Wisdom of the 9 Layers. She gave it a couple minutes till she had just enough mana to bring it up, while leaving a little bit left so she didn't pass out. She used her staff again, and a circle of flames erupted on the floor of her foyer. Within the circle, a wizened, flickering image of an old demon came into being, followed by an exasperated groan out of its mouth.
You again? Seriously? If you keep asking me ridiculous questions like who has the biggest cock out of all of your people just to raise your abilities level, I will be filing a complaint with the subsector captain of the Unchained.
She laughed, that turned into a mischievous smile. She was a succubus, one with the territory. That had been some good information to know, and surprising, it was a Shade Elf mage type. She'd have to send for him later. No, she had a much better question in mind, much better. She wondered what the War Crow was packing down low. The Iron Church, Erebus. The Iron Lord of the Iron Church slammed his bloody flesh-covered maul into the ceramic floor of his bedroom, the head cracking through into the concrete beneath, planted into a 2-foot divot. He let go of the handle and it stayed where he left it. He pulled his signature mask off his sweat-covered face. Everything on him was bloody. He turned the mask towards him, the blank mirrored metal face with just the eye holes. The mask had been with him a long time. He'd even had it repaired a few times. It had stopped a bullet once, nicking his ear instead of going through his face. The next upgrade stone he would use on his mask, or ask someone to be found within the settlement that had some kind of crafting ability to make it more than a symbol. He grunted, and some of his bloodlust and irritation resurfaced. The damn fucking system. It had sent epic that felt more like ancient-level creatures at him and his. It would not stand. The only good was the excessive level of experience that had sent him to level 21 and getting his hands on the final ability shard he'd needed. Besides the amount of troops he'd lost, which to be honest could be replaced, most being slaves, other things were looking up on most fronts. His liberators had recruited or enslaved enough people, with the additional help of a few tokens sent by the Sanctum, the settlement had inched its way into the capital rank. Even with the losses he now had over 10,000 people the system considered citizens, even the slaves were counted, which had been just enough for the upgrade. He knew for a fact the Iron Church had to be the most powerful settlement on Erebus. There was only one rank above Prime, but the requisites to gain it were beyond unfathomable. He would need 100,000 citizens, among other stringent qualifications, and the Sanctum had already told them they could not give him an upgrade stone powerful enough to pull it off. It would require a mythic stone, and they were prohibited from sending something so powerful. He still had business to take care of before he'd call his attendants to bathe him. He opened the door to the hall, catching sight of Pascar, who knew him well enough by now to have been waiting. There were also 2 rare-classed guards. They seemed to be the same 2 guys always positioned there. He would have to learn their names. 4 female attendants also waited scantily dressed. 2 were human, 1 shade elf, and another a beastkin. What could he say? He enjoyed the variety of these new tastes. He motioned for his lieutenant to enter, then he turned around and moved himself to the study he had built on their last upgrade. It was decorated as most of the fortress was, images of angels and armored soldiers battling various depictions of different profane foundationals and demons. His desk was as ornate as everything else, some kind of fancy white gold wood with a similar chair on wheels behind it with cushions that made it a step away from the comforts of bed. Piscar sat himself in the opposite chair after removing his dual-sheathed sabers and hanging them off the back. The Iron Lord, Dikembe Solomon, needed to say nothing. His people knew what he wanted and what he needed when he needed it. They knew the consequences if they were slow learners.
We lost 34% of our fighting force getting through the wave. I already have the Liberators out, heading west this time, as we hadn't scoured that area yet past the river. I've been told by our resident bandit leader that there are a few small villages that direction he and his group use to collect tithes from. Not really any fighters, but a good amount of slaves we can use as fodder in the next wave. At least a few thousand, according to Deckard.
It was good news. The maneuver of sending out slaves as fodder to soften up the enemy was as old as time. They'd utilized it already in this last wave, and it had prevented heavy losses to the far more valuable soldiers and even Deckard's slave mercenaries. They didn't kill many, but they wounded and slowed most of the enemy for the Iron Lord to then use the bandits to harry and his soldiers to be the spear that blew holes in their lines. He'd also been able to assemble a good amount of healers, which wasn't hard within the Celestial Foundational, and a strong cadre of combat mages, mostly angelic, light, and sun soul-born. What he'd found interesting, though, were all the archers he had at his disposal were considered rogue-type pure martial classes and were difficult to find. What he would do to get his hands on an entire squadron worth of dedicated ranged soldiers. Under the system, they just seemed difficult to secure. It wasn't a direction either many had options for or one not many pursued when given the option. He could somewhat understand. The versatility from a solo leveling angle would be limited, as they usually required others to keep the enemy restrained and at range. Unlike most mages, who usually had AoE defenses, roots, and shields, the few archer archetypes he'd observed were very good with singular targets and struggled against numerous enemies by themselves. It could be just that most of the examples he had were of the Celestial Foundational, and that there was a possibility that the Heavenly Bent wasn't suited to deliver what he was seeking, nor the type of people that would give it to him. As they expanded his empire, he would need to keep an eye out for other Foundationals and what they had as far as that archetype. He might need to form a slave-soldier composite to garner what he wanted. He could imagine possibly the Sheed or Forge Foundationals producing what he sought, something to put in the future plans box. The Sanctum seriously limited him strategically with its demand on everyone being of the Celestial, but just as he had done with Deckard and his bandits, he would figure out a workaround. There was a high likelihood of pushback and reprisal from the higher-ups when the sanctuary ended and the main faction could directly intervene, but he would cross that bridge when it was laid before him. By then, he knew his personal strength would be insurmountable, and even the monsters within the faction would be wary of getting on his wrong side. Another hindrance to his plans was that, unlike other factions, there was only one covetous god tied to it, and therefore gaining the blessing of a god might be beyond his ability to secure. It seemed Asenar was a greedy bastard that didn't like competition. He could relate. He focused his mind back to the ever-patient Piscar, who had sat quietly as the Iron Lord worked through his thoughts. He threw the hard look that had made entire armies quail.
Have we still not heard from the 3 squads you sent after the beach?
The light Scion looked reluctant, which told him everything. He grunted and twisted the armrest of the chair till the metal twisted, creating a grating sound. Piscar knew better than to not answer.
No, Lord, nothing.
The armrest twisted some more, but he let it go and put hand to head, focusing his mind.
those groups had at least 4 rare combat-oriented classes, as we talked about, yes?
Yes, Lord, and the rest were all skilled uncommons. And by any measure, they should have been more than enough to kill one person, even a Scion.
His second was right in every sense of the meaning, hence why he had given the order for it. He was a harsh leader, but not an unfair one. It had been his order on how much combat strength they had sent after her, and as his second already said, it should have been far more than enough to kill the bitch. Even as skilled as she was, there was just no way she should have been able to fight off and kill 15 people. She had to have gotten help. There was no two ways about it. Still, it would not be good to let anyone disrespect him as she had done in the Elite tutorial and still keep holding to her life.
As soon as this third monster wave is defeated, I want you to handpick 20 soldiers and lead them yourself. Bring me her head, Piscar.
The light Scion just gave a clipped nod with a hint of a smile. The Iron Lord approved. The elf was almost as bloodthirsty as he was, emphasized by all the blood cratering his own armor. It also had had his own altercations with the bitch, and if he remembered correctly, a rejection to allowing him to spread her legs. He would see it done, and the man reaffirmed it with the smile that turned into a predatory grin.
It would be my pleasure, Lord.
With that, he got up, gathered his blades, and walked out, ordering the attendants to take care of their lord. Dikembe Solomon, the Iron Lord, head of the Iron Church, inquisitorial scion and supreme commander of the Sanctum on Erebus, smiled. The woman would get him clean and satiate his appetite while doing so. It was good to be king. Chapter 26. Tomorrows have a price. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. Gideon sat in his usual spot on top of the roof of the fortress, the 3 moons shining down, while Lasana in her beast form lay asleep with her head on his lap. They'd left Shira and Eri down in their room, knocked out, snoozing, and ready to watch over them. He seemed to like sharing a room at night with Shira and his bestie Eri, and it gave Lasana and Gideon alone time, and with Lasana's appetite, there was a lot of alone time needed. They had spent the last 2 days pushing themselves and everyone else to get stronger. One positive truth somewhat balanced numerous negative ones about the system. It might be choosing to ride the edge of cheating when creating the monster waves for Umbra Mortem, and it was certainly doing that once they'd been able to communicate with the gunslinger and his people and found out their challenge had been a lot tamer than their own. The positive was it followed its own rules when dishing out the rewards if you survived its bullshit. The amount of experience everyone received for the second monster wave had catapulted everyone like a Venice Beach bodybuilder on the juice. All the commons and uncommons had gone from level 12 all the way up to level 19. All those attributes, even for such low-ranked classes, added a lot of lethality to their military strength. The only problem now were their skills and abilities they'd been able to slot were woefully behind. Hence why they'd spent the last few days grinding more levels and doing their best to get their skills and abilities up as much as they could in the ruins. Luckily for them, the ruins seemed to have an endless supply of spawning mutated beasts. Gideon chalked it up to system fuckery. At some point, he hoped the forest would as well, as long as they weren't attacking the fortress itself. His insight, as reliable as ever, told him they wouldn't. It was going to be interesting to see what actually spawned there. Something influenced by Umbral and the moon, and possibly Tempest soul pillars if he had to guess. He himself had been jacked up to level 20, and Lasana had hit 21. It was insane, the sheer volume of experience they'd gotten out of the system, deciding to up the game and cheat. They had actually hit 19 and 20 from the wave itself, but the last 2 days had seen them the rest of the way. They'd lucked out in gaining a quest in the ruins just for training everyone, and better yet, Gideon had gotten to kill 2 more of the asshole nature cats. He was beginning to think of them as his personal adversaries. A smile lit his scales. They had a day left before the final wave, and they would need to be ready. They had been fortunate that all their elites had survived, but still the cost had been high. Always too high. They'd lost 36 people. If they hadn't killed the Alpha, it would have been a lot more, like everyone. He was making a tally of the dead, one he would hand back to the system when he gained the strength to do so. He knew the likelihood was low, but still inside his own heart, he doubled down on the vow. On the positive side, he'd finally learned the names of the elite Shador. He truly needed to get better with spending the time to learn the names of people, especially when they pulled his ass out of the flames. And if it hadn't been for Varas's brilliance as a leader, that would have been the endgame. As soon as the automatas had stopped moving, she hadn't even thought twice before sending Dory and the rest to support them. His respect for her and them had gone up a country mile. Back to names, his bane, along with the nature cats. Dignan was the man with the 2 Kopish swords who could make shadowy doubles, while Jory was the woman with the hand crossbows who shot leg clamps. Both pure martial classes, rare, with a focus on rogue-type skills. Lasana had made him repeat their names 100 times that same night until they were cemented into his brain. He brushed his hand through her fur, which elicited a slight purr. She loved it up there when the skies were clear and she could see the stars and moons. They'd also finally filled their last ability slots. He pulled up his system template.
Name, Gideon Show. Title, Fate Breaker. Apex Predator. Forerunner. City Lord. Archon of Erebus. Age 29. Race Bloodline. Nocturne. A+. Rank Copper. Level 20. Fate S+. Foundational Pillar. Profane. Soul Pillar. Umbral. 100% Affinity. Main class, Umbral Savage, Epic, Martial, Spiritual. Subclass, chosen at level 25. Path, none. Multi-Versal Coins, Copper, 14,252. Attributes, Martial. Strength, 62, parenthetical 74. Single, double, and triple asterisk. Agility, 105, parenthetical 127, single, double, triple asterisk. Body, 76, parenthetical 92, single, double, triple asterisk. Intellectual, intelligence, 20, parenthetical 23, double and triple asterisk. Perception, 80, parenthetical 92, double and triple asterisk. Potency, 20, parenthetical 23, double and triple asterisk. Spiritual, will, 80, parenthetical 92, double and triple asterisk. Insight, 69, parenthetical 80, double and triple asterisk. Faith, 62, parenthetical 71, double and triple asterisk. Base abilities. Universal language not available. Identify. Common 2. Ability base primitive. Night vision. Uncommon 4. Ability base common. Racial ability slots. Inherent. Rune mastery. Umbral. Legendary. Concept. Level 10. Copper. Class ability slots. Offense, the Edge of the Deep Umbral, Epic, Concept, Level 8, Copper. Offense Control, the Pitch of the Umbral Moon Ancient, Concept, Level 2. Movement, Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, Epic, Concept, Level 13, Copper. Utility, Birth of the Eternal Eve, Epic, Concept, Level 7. Aura, Night of the Ecliptic Horror, Epic, Concept, Level 11, Copper. Subclass ability slots. Class skills. Small blades, rare 5, skill base uncommon. Light armor, rare 1, skill base common. Combat awareness, rare, 5, skill base uncommon. Combat acrobatics, rare, 2, skill base common. Tracking, primitive, 5. Dual wielding, rare, 2, skill base common. Pain resistance, rare, 5, skill base uncommon. General skills, stealth, uncommon, 5, skill base common. Thrown weapons, blades, uncommon, 2, skill base common. Spear wielding, uncommon, 5, skill base common. Single asterisk, infernal steel ring of ascension. Double asterisk, title, apex predator. Triple asterisk, race, Nocturne.
There was a lot to unpack. His stealth and spear-wielding were now capped as general skills, and his thrown weapons, blades, would soon be, and that was an issue. All three of them were intrinsic parts to who he was and the build he was going for. Somehow he needed to find a subclass at Iron Rank that not only incorporated them, but insight and faith as attributes. Granted, he was getting a lot of free attributes from his title Archon of Erebus and from his main class, 6 per level, but he needed some of that to shore up other spots. His agility speed was his greatest asset by far, with perception and will a distant second. With her own level ups, Lasana still had him beat handily in strength and body, and if she was in her beast form, was almost a match for him in speed. Almost, but not quite. Another smile slid his lips as he ran his hand through her fur. She shifted her enormous form and turned her head sideways, along with part of her massive shoulder, onto his lap. He chuckled. It was a good thing his new bloodline gave him a resilient body and the scales. His cloak slid and covered her body once again, doing its own thing. He was becoming used to it, whatever it was. The biggest mystery that had him stumped and confused, especially adding in the vision he'd had when he'd touched the sylvan shadow trees and the 2 towers, was his new slotted ability, the pitch of the Umbral moon. It had not only somehow reached ancient rarity, which was a first, but also the reference to the moon. It had also twisted his offense slot into an amalgam offense control slot, which even Freddy had never heard of happening. And what it actually did was extremely cool but bizarre. It created a patch of writhing darkness around his location with silver flashes within it. His cloak really seemed to like it and showed more sentience within it. It certainly upped the mystifying factor. It was stationary, so unlike his aura, didn't move with him, and lasted only about 10 seconds. But while it lasted, it fed on his enemy's life and transferred it to his own. Not a lot, but every bit counted. The silver flashes also seemed to slow the enemy within it, forming some kind of dark ice along their flesh. The best part was he finally had an ability that could tell between friend and foe. Lasana was unaffected when they fought together within its scope. Overall, an amazing add to his build, but still strange with the moon in the name and in the ability itself. When he looked at it with his runic sight, he saw a small river of silver moon runes spinning through and around the Umbral ones like they were old friends. Neither he nor Freddy could figure it out, and his AI buddy never having heard of such made it even more the topsy-turvy spin of conundrum. Definitely more testing and observation deserving in future steps. The peak of kick-assery was he'd been able to use it a few times to kill his hated enemy. Well, hated was probably a strong sentiment. Irritating, annoying as fuck. Yep, the nature cats. Smile. Lasana's new ability, on the other hand, it was a winner with no weird shit to its makeup. It was called Teeth of the Long Dead. It shot necrotic bone spikes in an AoE around her. It used her stamina, which was good, as most of her abilities ran off her spirit, so adding something to Memory of Tombs that pulled off stamina would make her more efficient, and adding an AoE to both of their toolsets was a double plus to their meandering. His gaze went to the rooftop, the opposite side of Lasana's lounging form, and took in his new spear. He'd made another to replace the mangled scrap. The original was left as the day following the killing of the Alpha right before they set out to their training montages. He'd been able to improve upon what he'd done before with his new amped-up Rune Mastery Umbral. And improved was as falling short to the result as saying John Candy was slightly overweight. It was literally the most beautiful thing he'd ever laid eyes upon. Unless Lasana asked, then it was the second most beautiful thing he'd ever laid eyes on. A small chuckle escaped his lips, and she shifted her huge shoulder into his gut as if she could sense his fuck-around thoughts. Back to the spear, Gideon. Focus. He'd utilized wood from one of the Sylvan Shadow trees, a fallen branch Shira had brought him with excitement and pride in her eyes. It had touched him. She only asked for 3 hugs as recompense. He'd thrown her a dozen. He was a giver like that. Smile. For the spearhead and rings for the base, he used some high-grade steel Orin gave him. The result was beyond his wildest imaginings, and he felt his affinity and fate had played a role somehow, and had even felt his cloak lend something when he'd been in the middle of forging. The system had even asked him to name the spear when he'd finished it. That was new, and should have told him he'd just created something special. He'd done his armor as well, but short on time, he only reforged the tattered remains of his old armor. He threw Identify on his spear. Scald! Umbral Steel Sylvan Shaft Spear, Ancient, Piercing, A-, Slashing, C+, Bludgeoning, C+, Shadow Moon Lightning, once per day, Copper, Growth Item, Soulbound. It was beautiful. The black with silver wood wrapped in the umbral runes he'd been able to fuse into it. The spearhead, a dark metal with lines of royal blue along the edges. The same with the 3 metal rings on the other end of the staff. It was slightly longer to match his new height. It was slightly less the 6 feet in length. He didn't know if he'd ever be able to repeat it, even with the help of his cloak, fate, affinity. There was something in the middle of forging it beyond his cloak and its machinations where he felt another hand, another spirit for just a moment, a sliver of a moment, push the tiniest bit of energy within the formation. For many minutes after he'd finished, he thought it had been his imagination, but his insight disabused him of that falsity. Within that moment, a thread of energy from the 2 towers had been filtered within the forging by a hand not his own that originated beyond Erebus. He had an inkling of who it was. As a copper-ranked newbie, even being a Scion and all the strange shit he'd been capable of, this was beyond him. And the ability? He pulled it up. Shadow Moon Lightning. Once per day, the soul-bound owner with a large infusion of stamina and spirit can release a blast of dark silver blue lightning that incorporates the concepts from the Umbral, Tempest, and Moon Soul Pillars, creating extreme damage in the shape of a lance strike. Range, extreme. Damage, extreme. Secondary effects. Ignores a potion of physical defenses and creates a fissure of fear and trembling of spirit and a paralysis within the victim. High will can resist effects. Secondary effects last 10 seconds. Secondary effects ineffective against some inorganic entities. Skald, a Viking warrior poet. It seemed a fitting name that just kind of popped into his head when the system prompted him. He felt it would be the weapon that would carry him for long, long years into whatever tomorrows they could find. He knew inside himself under the system, each one would have a heavy price tag paid in blood and corpses. Even with such morose thoughts, the beauty of the weapon and lethality could not be ignored. As if sensing the grim dark bent of his thoughts, a part of his cloak that wasn't covering Lasana drifted to caress the silver-black haft of the spear. It worked the magic it hoped and brought a smile to his face as he ran a hand across the cloak, a shiver of umbral darkness drifting off of it to slide across his scales, a soft warmth in its wake. He knew no matter how cautious he was, nor how hard he fought, or how lethal he was, in this new world controlled and manipulated by the system, the next moment could be their last. It had already ridden the edge with all of them, a shit ton of moments where they were one breath away from being a corpse in the mud. More times than he could count, it was their bond with each other that had kept him this side of the divide, and this last scrum, the help of those that surrounded them. It wasn't within Gideon to be a doomsayer, to step through life worrying about whether he could die. There were moments recently as his gaze drifted to Lasana, where he had cared, deeply, but in the end, all it had done was make him reach beyond himself, beyond what he thought he was capable of, to end whatever was threatening everything he cared for. When faced with those moments and having no access to fear, it was fury that overtook him. His bloodline would rise, a predator beast who wanted blood and corpses. He still hadn't seen a skill or ability or notification that had explained what happened within the shift in his nature and overwhelming compulsion of what was inside him. No, fear was not something he would ever feel. In fact, the courage in those around him when they were enmeshed in fear's grip made him cherish them all, and his respect for their courage ascending as time forged a family. His eyes lifted to the only place that fit the feeling. And the stars were thick as dreams across the sky, the 3 moons shining silver against the pitch. The system might be an asshole, but it also created shit like this. Absolutely beautiful. He nudged Lasana, which did nothing. He nudged her again. A small growl escaped her. He smiled. He pushed his speed and flipped her off him as he rolled backwards across the roof and to his feet, putting space between them as her eyes snapped open, growling, her heavy paw swiping the space he'd just vacated. He couldn't keep the laugh from bubbling out. His hood was down, as was his mask, so there was no hiding anything, and she threw a growl along with a chat message.
You are playing with fire, man o' mine.
It's time to head to bed, and there was no way I was getting out from under all that weight without getting a face full of claws unless I made some evasive maneuvers out of the gate. Gideon was horrible at keeping a straight face.
Did you just call me fat, Gideon?
No, Lasana. Robust at best. Another growl escaped her lips as she ignored it and attempted a new trick he'd been working on as his cloak intuited his will and a part of it shot out, wrapping around his spear and pulling it to his hand. And this time he kept the smile off his face as her feline predator jaw and huge fangs gaped in awe.
What the hell was that, Gideon? Since when can your cloak do that? Are you holding out on me, mister?
He ignored the question. It was good to keep a bit of mystery in a relationship, or at least that was what Lasana had told him numerous times. Are you ready to head to bed? She paced back and forth, those violet windows locked to him, her tail sashaying.
Damn it, Gideon. Why do you have to be so fucking sexy?
This was one of those trick questions. He was starting to register them when they appeared without falling face first into them. The trick could be, though, that he was supposed to answer and she was attempting to confuse him into not answering. Fuck it. Am I supposed to answer that? She choked out a growl that was possibly a laugh.
Are you ready to get your Humpty Hump humping, Giddy?
He put his free hand to his head, rubbing the impending headache he knew was coming. You've been listening to Ari and Freddy talk way too much about pop culture.
Come on, Giddy. Let me turn the oven up and bring the heat. We got the room to ourselves tonight. We can get our beast on. Growl, growl.
Did you seriously just message growl growl when you are literally a 350-pound spectral werecat that can actually growl? And Lasana, they have their own room now, so we are by ourselves every night.
Gideon, do not mess with a woman's right to fantasize and throw some romancy dirty talk. You might be quick, but I'm a hell of a lot stronger than you. Don't forget it.
He had learned enough to not answer, and instead activated Birth of the Eternal Eve, slipping into the darkness as a shadow as he slid down the side of the fortress, listening to the irritated growls as Lasana tore off after him. This should be an entertaining evening. He had to remember to stretch first. Gideon was woken to a shriek of excitement, not from one voice, but two high-pitched female shrill piercing screams blasting his ears, followed by uncontrollable giggling. He could feel Lasana's naked, robust form draped all across him. Luckily, they had what was left of the torn-up sheets covering them, and with a focus of will, without even opening his eyes, and a few breaths, his armor appeared on him, and a moment later he felt the added weight of Lasana doing the same before she rolled off him to confront an overexcited Shira and Eri, while Freddy, around Eri's neck, was conspicuously quiet. His quiet lasted only a few seconds.
Oh my, what happened to your bed and sheets? Were you attacked by ninja assassins like in the classic American Ninja? Or was this another one of your bizarre mating rituals like in Basic Instinct, but with a lot more violence?
Seriously? This was how he was waking to the day they would face the edge of oblivion in battle? Lasana took care of it before he himself could respond.
Zip it, Tin Can! It was some of me taking my portion of man meat, none of which is your business to the busyness. Do you see what I did there, Eri?
He ignored all of them, including Eri's failed attempt at emulating Lasana with some kind of forced snort laugh. He took a few moments to collect his head and accept that these people and this reality was his life before he pushed himself up and off the bed. He finally opened his eyes with a hard decision, but couldn't make any sense of what they were babbling about between all the giggling and Lasana smiling and throwing Shira up and down in the air, with Eri flapping on wings and cheering them on. He motioned to the tiny Dragonling, who obediently landed on his shoulder so he could unclasp the bracelet and put it on his wrist. His cloak becoming far more lively by the day as it began stroking Eri behind her horns, spikes, whatever the fuck they were called, on the crown of her head. Her eyes got big at the movement, but then, being the glutton for affection she was, just leaned into it. He seriously had a strange fucking family. A smile lit his lips. He'd take them any day of the week. He interjected into the female bravado, knowing it was dangerous as he did. Can someone tell me what all the hubbub is about? 6 pairs of eyes turned and locked onto him, Ares literally inches from his face as she curled around her long neck from his shoulder to join in on the female hard stares. They all held the serious looks until Shira started laughing and holding her hands out.
Giddy!
Lasana smiled as she held the little girl out, and he took her in his arms as Eri hopped over to Lasana. Shira leaned into his chest and gave him a big, heavy hug with tiny little arms.
Missed you, kitty.
And this little girl. His entire world had twisted into some parody of his old Gideon show, the emotionless machine for the most part, unless someone stirred his violence or attempted to shatter his moral compass. He'd been renowned in both the Rangers and FBI as cold, relentless, all business, always. Now here he was with his heart melting from a 5-year-old. Some part of him yearned for the easy days of having to answer to no one but himself emotionally, to keep everything and everyone at arm's distance, and have zero true attachments beyond the job and the mission. The bigger part of him wouldn't change a damn thing. They could all die today, and there was a good chance that was a probable reality, but in this moment, with Shira, Eri, and Lasana, and good old Freddy, he would spit in the eyes of death, content with a life lived, and at least for a short window of time, getting his love on. Eri interrupted his reverie as only she could.
Giddy, there is a bunch of shadow assassins at the gate looking for you. The gun pistol guy sent him, and they are in such cute matching outfits, like the others that came that day when you and Santa headstopped that baddie guy that abandoned the children.
The gunslinger sent Shadow Conclave people? His hackles rose involuntarily. He trusted Ezekiel, especially knowing his motivations with his daughter, but he still didn't trust the Conclave. Nope. Overall, he had to admit they'd shown a fundamental change to their entire outlook, but that was suspect. It was what he'd wanted, right? Still, there was something that made his backside fidget when what was basically a giant corporation did an about turn on a dime. Well, there was nothing to it. Faster dealt with, the faster it would be finished. They had seen the truth of the Conclave's forces growing, an uptick in the sheer volume of recruits piling into Oklahoma when they checked in after the monster wave. Let's go pay a visit to our visitors. Ari, escort Shira to the playpen. She can say hello to her bestie. The playpen was what they'd started calling the large room on the second floor where they held and taught all the younger children, supervised by some of the older common classes. Shira screamed in excitement.
Yes! I want to see Tolk. He's my bestie of all besties, but he get in trouble when I'm not there to tell him what to do.
Gideon could see she'd been doing a lot of conversation with Lasana and Ari, and from the proud smiles on both their faces with her statement, he didn't need his insight to tell him that was spot on. He knew when to give up the fight before it started. As Gideon and Lasana walked up to the open gate, he could see Verasa with her normal entourage of Dory, Iona, Dignan, and Jory, along with a couple squads of Umbra Mortem soldiers. They'd formed a half-circle around 20 Shadow Conclave soldiers, led by a Shade Elf woman that, if he had to guess, was an ex-noble. She had no visible weapons and wore pitch-black battle robes as opposed to the dark leathers most of the others wore. She did, however, have on some very ornate bracers on both forearms that he was pretty sure were weapons, or as close as it got for a mage intellectual class. It was also good to not only see the walls and crossbows all back and fixed, though Unra said the giant windfall they'd gotten from all the survivors leveling so high and fast was mostly gone to restore everything. At the least, it had also included boosting Orin's abilities to bring the Warshade golems up to 8 again, and once more due to his level increased, they'd been improved. It was the first time since hitting Erebus they were coming closer to looking like his far more advanced models from the tutorial. They were smaller now, sleeker, and their large shields had been replaced with smaller ones, and their spears, much to the engendering smile they elicited to his lips, were now short spears, along the lines of his own, though factored up due to the 7-foot height of the golems. They would need every pull towards advantage to tackle what was coming. Having said that, he took another stock gaze of the Conclave killers. He could identify them, but he had something easier and quicker than that. Freddy, give me the lowdown. His English posh butler skidded out like he'd been a penned-up greyhound waiting for the gates to open to get him some rabbit. He sifted the words into Gideon's ears alone.
I'm so glad you asked, Gideon. What I sense from the group is almost exclusively of the Umbral Soul Pillar, mostly based on armor and weaponry, rogue bent martial classes, which is understandable given the Soul Pillar. Besides two that seem to be someone of the Forge, that foundational too difficult to delve deeper without a closer look. Another that seems to be a martial Arctic Ocean, which is rare. They tend towards intellectual and spiritual classes. Then their leader, by far the strongest of the bunch. I would hazard to guess a Scion, or rather high affinity that in most integrations would mark her as such. And of course, what you would already surmise, an intellectual class and of the Tempest Soul Pillar. Ta-da! Oh no, please hold the applause. It reminds me of Bogart and the Maltese Falcon. The charisma, the panache.
Gideon tuned out his little buddy and let him just meander in self-praise, comparing himself to various TV and film actors. Led by a Shade Elf Tempest High Affinity Mage, the Shadow Conclave had certainly made a shit ton of changes, of that he could not argue. He noticed two things at once that did not bode well, though. One was the mage in question staring with shock at Lasana, and Lasana looking as if she wanted to be anywhere other than next to him. The old her seemed to be creeping back into her limbs and spirit, the insecure, mentally unstable slave. Ari, as always, came at the perfect time, landing on Lasana's shoulder, her eyes zeroing in immediately upon what was making her mistress uncomfortable, throwing a predator-stalker gaze directly at the Tempest Mage. The woman in question seemed to realize she'd been staring and shook herself, bowing her head first to Lasana, then towards Gideon. Verasa had been watching the byplay, and Dory and Iona both had tightened their grips on their spear and glaive respectively. Both those ladies had strong ties to Lasana, and anyone fucking with her would have those two down their throat on a quick if Gideon himself wasn't already there with a dagger and spine. Having said that, this was not the time or place for any of that shit. They had what would probably be their toughest fight yet, and they'd had some hell of a scraps in the rear view. He laid a steadying hand on Lasana with Anari shaking her head out of sight, saying, "Don't dig into it." Those violet eyes looked shaken but resolute, as if she was just this side of winning whatever fight taking place in her noggin. It would be good enough. He squeezed her arm, then stepped forward, scald in hand, with Lasana keeping stride at his side, her back straightening and spirit strengthening as they moved within a few feet of the mage and her troops. A mix of reactions greeted his presence, some awe, others questioning whether whatever they'd heard was fact or fiction. Gideon pulled Scald upright, leaning on it as Lasana's claws slid in and out. Nothing like getting straight to it. The woman hadn't thrown even a glance in Lasana's direction again, her gray eyes staying frozen on him, as if her future rested in his own. He had no clue what the higher-ups in the conclave had told her, or for that matter, the gunslinger. He could imagine Ezekiel throwing some hard words on what he expected from her. Gideon's voice was a lethal whisper. "So what brings a bunch of conclave people to our door? Did the gunslinger kick your asses out already?" The Shade Elf bowed low, eyes never leaving Gideon's.
"I greet you in the name of the Shadow Knight, the one you refer to as the Gunslinger. My name is Iverzi Piton, Scion of the Tempest Soul Pillar, and now second in command of the Shadow Conclave on Erebus, and according to my orders, I and my people are at your service for the duration of the monster wave."
She was now doing everything possible to avoid Lasana's eyes, and he seriously had no time for it. If he was in a position to turn down their help, he would probably do so, but he wasn't, so wouldn't. He motioned for Verasa, who stepped forward like the military person who led a rebellion for decades she was. Thanked the secret goddess lady for her, and the Shador, or what was left of the Shador. Many of the deaths on his behalf had fell heavily on their shoulders. He had no clue how many Shador were left, to be honest. He knew most of the kids were Shador, and he had hopes their future would be secured on that truth. Enough meandering of mind, Gideon. He motioned to Verasa. "This is Commander Verasa, and you will be answering to her. She is the leader on the field of battle. And to be straight up with you, I trust Ezekiel. I do not, however, trust the Shadow Conclave. You will not approach I or Lady Lasana. You shall heed whatever Commander Verasa asks of you. This is Umbra Mortem, not Oklahoma or the Shadow Conclave." With that, he leaned into his woman and kissed her on the cheek. She tensed for a moment, but then threw him a tentative smile. Damn, whatever the fuck was going on had some corpses dug underneath it deep. Lasana, with a purposeful hard stare that had trembles of uncertainty underneath it, shot daggers towards the Tempest Mage. She leaned into his neck with soft, husky tones.
"Can we go, Gideon? I want to spend some time with Shira and the other kids before the fucked up shit starts. We've only got a few hours left before we're hip-deep in blood and corpses."
He nodded and half-bowed, motioning towards their home and the playpen. "After you, my lady." Airy, with one last venomous look at the Tempest Mage's back, who was listening to whatever orders Verasa was giving them, took to the air, singing some strange song about something Blueberry Hill. Lasana threw a forced smile and grabbed his arm like it was a lifeline as they headed back to the fortress. As soon as they got through the shitfest coming their way, and if she survived, he was sending that Shade Elf back to Ezekiel and telling him to keep her there. Then it was time to pierce the bubbles of Lasana's past, whether she was ready or not. Only about 3 hours until the end of the world began. He vowed it would be whatever the system sent at them whose world ended. Once more they stood upon the walls of Umbra Mortem. The first of the notifications had already arrived. Storm clouds started moving across the gray slate of the sky, the lightest feathery touch of rain shedding edges of water into the earth and ground. Gideon knew it would soon become a deluge. The Shadow Moon Forest now surrounded the entirety of the settlement, though only a few miles thick. If it followed his vision, it would stretch out to about 10 miles or more, almost reaching the city ruins. He still wished he could gain access to the two towers, but he'd already attempted it a few times, and nada, no dice. His grip tightened on Skull's haft as his cloak swirled in the burgeoning wind. He pulled up the notification.
The final monster wave has arrived. Based on the population of the area and the constituent parts of said population, you have been assigned a monster wave with the ranking of Ancient. Be ready. Soon your lives shall be put upon the anvil that is the Multi-Versal System. Prove yourselves tempered and win glory and riches. Crack under the pressure, and you shall be fertilizer for those far more worthy.
Ancient. The last was Epic that fought on the edge of Ancient. Would this be the same, and they would be going head-to-head with a legendary challenge? It wouldn't put it past the system. It had put a target on Gideon for whatever reason, and by extension everyone within his settlement. To say his anger was on the precipice of expression was underselling it. Still, wringing his tempered hands about it would do shit. As always in life, deal with what is, not what should be. Lasana stood next to him, her nerves and whatever that woman brought back to her head still shaking, her claws sliding in and out. This time Mary perched on her shoulder. The last time they'd had her scout could have gone really bad with the automata and the range strikes. Plus he felt her with Lasana was the right decision, with where her mentals were duck swimming. They would get enough warning from the system itself. The crossbows to either side of the gate swiveled back and forth as the people in the gunnery chairs up in the fortress joined in on the nervous bonanza. As usual, Unro was with them in the war room. Her uncommon class would do little in the scrum, but would do wonders in keeping the gunnery people calm and focused. Orin would be with her if he wasn't needed to reinforce his golems. Once again, they began how they did before, with their small cadre of ranged combatants they had left up on the length of the wall to each side, reinforced with the handful of range the Conclave brought, which put them at a total of about 20. Varasa had read the energy earlier, and had the Tempest Mage, along with the rest of the Conclave forces down below with the remains of the settlement's forces, once again split into squads. From a glance, it looked like Varasa had attached she herself to the Conclave forces permanently, while assigning Dignan and Jory to lead up their own squad, which included Gertzdek. Iona and Dory led another squad as co-leaders. They had become sisters in all but blood, and possibly more, but wasn't his business, nor did he care as long as they were happy. They deserved that much. Orin was a ways off, surrounded by his 8 golems and their small group of healers. He hated to admit it, but they had sorely needed the Conclave reinforcements after the last battle, even if he didn't particularly like it. They were down to 80 or so healthy fighters, and that was including the healers and the golems. Whatever was coming was ancient, and even with the fortress, the screen of trees, the crossbow turrets, and the help from the gunslinger, this was going to ride the edge of Death's shadow. And of course, that's when the fan spun up and the system started tossing piles of shit. The notification hit, and there was a palpable wave of fear that trembled through a large portion of the fighters and punctuated by Lasana's grumbled words.
"You've got to be fucking kidding me!"
Gideon gritted his teeth and felt his bloodline begin to rise, small wisps of shadow sifting off his scales as his cloak billowed wide as the wind picked up and the rain started hammering resonating fury down onto the cost of tomorrows.
Quest alert! The final monster wave! The final monster wave has arrived, and you've been blessed with ancient elites of the Shield Foundational and Nature Soul Pillar, Swamp Wyverns. You have 3 options, 2 of which reward you and everyone involved, no matter how small their involvement. 1. Kill the Alpha, 0 out of 1, defeat the monster wave. Difficulty, Legendary. Rewards, loot box based on class rarity, affinity, and other criteria. Extreme amount of experience. 2. Survive for 3 days. At least 10% of population survives. Difficulty, Ancient. Rewards, Rare loot box. Large amount of experience. 3. Die and become fodder for those more deserving. Swamp Wyverns killed, 0 out of 20. Alpha Swamp Wyvern killed, 0 out of 1.
Out of the trees came the first of them, 30 feet long, not counting a wicked tail with a spike on the end that added another 30. They had no wings and moved on 4 stubby legs, their bodies more serpentine than dragonesque, and the speed was frightening as it scurried out from the woods, joined by one, then another, and another. They were dark green in color, and Gideon could swear he saw smoking ground where their claws bit into the earth. The crossbows immediately started firing from nerves puppeting fear, falling far short at the still out-of-range beasts. Gideon held his spear up that silenced the murmuring as it was punctuated by a jagged bright blue sting of lightning punching out of the sky. The raid chat was up and running as the gates still stood open, and the mages and few archers on the walls readied themselves. The golems with strings of dark energy illuminating their forms shifted out of the gate as Orin climbed steps to find the top of the wall. The golems readied themselves for imminent combat. The rest, at the cajoling of Arasa, climbed to join everyone on the walls. These creatures would best be met here, at least at the start. Lasana's claws came out for good and would soon be lit with black and green flames. Aerie took to the air, a feral gleam to her eyes as she looked at her distant cousins. The words slipped to join the thought.
Dragons.
Freddy hit hard back at the thought as he infiltrated the raid chat.
These creatures are of dragon descent, but they are a far cry from their ancestors. They are considered beasts by the system and hold no true sapience. They are but clever beasts. Do, however, watch their tails, teeth, and claws. I ascertain all 3 secrete a very potent acid that will certainly eat through anything that comes in contact with them. Like most dragon species, the underbelly is the weakest point in their armor. The size of the beast should dictate these facts, but I shall nevertheless say it for those in the back. Do not, I repeat, do not underestimate their strength or speed on the ground. This variety loses flight but makes up for it with a much higher agility. They are fearsome creatures, and in their native swamps, the apex predator.
Yep. As usual, Freddy needed to work on his inspiring speeches. Gideon gripped his spear and pulled a kunai with his other hand. The overgrown lizards had stopped moving forward as more of them came out of the forest. Verasa's voice slid across the raid chat as the storm of Umbral mortem escalated, showing its anger at the system and its fuckery, or at least that was what Gideon imagined.
This is Commander Verasa. I want all ranged classes to unleash hell on these creatures as they approach. Then you are to retreat 50 yards behind the walls and look for targets of opportunity, as these creatures will no doubt engage the top of the walls at that size. Stay calm and trust in your training and your squad leaders. Any and all classes with any kind of support abilities, now would be the time to use them. People in the gunnery chairs, fire on my mark and keep firing. Be prepared to target on the inside of the walls if any get by us. Get ready, people. Let the voice of Umbra Mortem strike loud and true.
The gates thudded closed. The fight for every tomorrow going forward and for Umbra Mortem began. Aerie unleashed the melody of Crescent Dreams, invigorating a large swath of the combatants as hope and courage became a dirge they threw upon the beasts coming to take what was theirs. Chapter 27. Where the Weak Break. the strong prey. The final wave, Umbra Mortem, Erebus. They stood on the wall, waiting for the beasts to advance, and Gideon was feeling buyer's remorse on all the support abilities that were thrown. The wyverns just mulled about from where they exited the woods, as if waiting for something, or if his insight was intuiting correctly, their pack leader. These creatures were so large that even a non-perception build class could see them through the driving rain, though he guessed they would probably just be mass blurs of scales and flesh. To Gideon with his high perception, and them only a mile out, he could see them clear as an ocean from a sandy beach. Well, as clearly as one could see through the avalanche of water dumping from the sky. The beast's movements shifted, and a hiss escaped almost in his ear. He twisted his head to find Verasa had somehow slipped right next to them. She had hidden layers, that one. His eyes turned back to the beasts who were spreading and forming a half circle pointed at the woods as something huge emerged from the shadow moon. It was easily twice their size in height, length, and sheer mass. Its coloring was a mix of black and the dark green like its smaller brethren. It was a powerhouse, and anyone that looked at it once would probably want to run as far and as fast as they could. Gideon wasn't anyone. Fear was in a pocket left back before birth. He knew in the end they would need to kill this beast regardless of its size or menace, and he would enjoy it, not fear it. He started to get why Verasa was troubled as his insight flared. A chat shot from her to just their party, and her words confirmed his own thoughts.
We are in trouble. These beasts are smart, clever. I wouldn't say the first two waves were easy by any means, but the glyph beasts were primal, violent beasts, all of them, just charging the walls haphazardly, no cohesion. The automata also came forward with no strategy, no planning, just trusting in overwhelming firepower. Both could be exploited. These creatures waiting for their alpha, showing deference. These creatures are predators to the bone, and the worst kind, pack hunters. They will apply tactics, and more than likely, strategy.
As if on cue they watched, or at least those with high perceptions watched, the Alpha motion to the three smallest of their number. Within a few seconds, all three twisted around and bull rushed towards the wall. This time Lasana threw the chat.
The Alpha's testing us, sending its weakest to see what we are capable of. Yep, these fuckers are gonna be a pain in the ass. How about it, Verasa? Can you have the gunnery crews and your range to soften them up, and then we will mop up? We might as well give that big bastard a show.
Verasa nodded.
Leave it to me, and we will. What is it you say, Freddy? Serve them up on a platter?
Gideon hoped the Alpha would continue to play cautious and serve them up piecemeal, but he had a feeling that would not be the case. His life and road did not spin lucky moments like dimes in a wishing well, regardless of what his fate's rank said. Lasana activated Memory of Tombs, lighting her claws in black and green necrotic flames. Airy through the melody of Crescent Dreams, sending a boost to everyone within 10 feet, while Gideon looked at his new spear in anticipation to wetting Scald in its first kill. They would, regardless of odds against them, show these overgrown lizards and the system what it is to go against Umbra Mortem. Lasana, with the fucker's teeth in her side, struck back at the wounded beast with her new ability, Teeth of the Long Dead, spikes of necrotic green and black slamming through its head and forelimbs with Gideon riding its back. Gideon activated the pitch of the umbral moon, a billow of darkness birthed upon the beast with flashes of silver at its heart, and the creature swam through mud, slowed in the dark ice, quickly coating its scales. Gideon felt a pulse of health, and before the creature could react, he took advantage of the moment to slam the blood and flesh-strewn skull through the back of its skull as hard as he could. Only the repeated strikes while rodeo riding the fucker had battered the scales enough for him to finally slip it in as it cracked through. With a final push of strength, he shoved Skull's spearhead into the wyvern's brain pan as it collapsed, a corpse. Gideon fell off it and rolled to his feet, teetering on a leg, missing a chunk of flesh courtesy of teeth and the damn acid the fucker spewed everywhere. He twisted towards where Dory and Iona, along with what was left of their squad, had been fighting one of the beasts, but took a breath when he saw them standing above another corpse, breathing hard and heavy. He ran his hand down Scald's haft and spearhead, stripping it of the blood and bits of flesh. He spun an eye towards the fucked up Lasana as she picked herself up off the ground where the wyvern had been using her as a chew toy. His combat awareness was now ringing like a bell, which meant he had a moment to catch his breath. Teeth marks littered her side, armor cracked and punctured on that side. Luckily, it was a soul-bound growth item, so would repair itself in time, but even her kick-ass armor wasn't enough to prevent the strength and acid from these fuckers in doing a number. Gideon's armor was worse off, and he just fixed all of it. His irritation reached new milestones. His health was mid-yellow and dipping slowly from the never-ending acid still lingering. The rain would wash it off, or his new best friend would keep doing what it had been doing. It kept animating itself to remove the acid, but it itself had seen better days. He should probably start calling it a she. As it became more lively over the last month, he had definitely been getting female energy. He had empathy and appreciations for its efforts, for they were not without heavy cost. It was pockmarked with acid-eaten holes and tattered, and whatever was bringing more sentience to the spirit within also brought the negative that it could feel pain. The more damaged the cloak became, the more spikes of raw nerves her spirit emitted through their bond, but not once had she stopped doing her best to protect him. Like Lasana's armor, though she was soul-bound and would repair herself. He pushed some spirit into her, feeling her gulp it up like a Slurpee. Every single person still holding breath and in the fight was fucked up. He prepared himself to move to the next scrap when he felt Lasana's hand on his arm and her nodding her head towards what was left of the gate behind him. He turned to follow her eye line when his own eyes got wide as he clocked the 3 surviving wyverns retreating through the demolished wall. Numerous beast corpses littered the ground, the smaller ones that had begun the scrap draped over the remains of the walls. He threw up the quest. Quest alert! The final monster wave! The final monster wave has arrived, and you've been blessed with ancient elites of the Sheed Foundational and Nature Soul Pillar, Swamp Wyverns. You have 3 options, 2 of which reward you and everyone involved, no matter how small their involvement. 1. Kill the Alpha, 0 out of 1. Defeat the monster wave. Difficulty. Legendary. Rewards. Loot box based on class rarity, affinity, and other criteria. Extreme amount of experience. 2. Survive for 3 days. At least 10% of population survives. Difficulty ancient. Rewards rare loot box, large amount of experience. 3. Die and become fodder for those more deserving. Swamp Wyverns killed, 12 out of 20. Alpha Swamp Wyvern killed, 0 out of 1. The retreat had him worried, and he wasn't the only one, as Verasa, standing 30 feet away with Dory and Iona, bloody and injured like the rest of them, started screaming across the raid chat for all the survivors to retreat to the fortress. Out of his peripheral, he could see the tears streaming down Lasana's face as she looked at all the mutilated corpses of their people. He admonished himself for not even registering the dead as he focused on their enemies. His mind had become inured to death, living the life he'd led. It was shit, but it was what it was, even if somehow he thought he was missing something inside him that was important. He knew Lasana had been through something similar, but she'd been able to hang on to something he'd lost a long time ago. He didn't have the numbers, but he would guess at the bare minimum 60% of their forces was in the dirt. 3 surviving Warshade golems stomped their way to Orin, who stood in the shadows of the 2 heavily armored doors to the fortress. The golems had and would make a huge difference in the fight still to come. They had been some of the most effective tools they'd had to keep the wyverns pinned so the rest of them could attack. The cost had been 5 to do so. A dirge of guilt hummed within him, thoughts drifting back to his lack of reaction to the dead. He had been fighting for so fucking long. The appetite of death's maw had become commonplace, and something his mind immediately boxed into numbers and strategic importance instead of the empathy that should be there. He'd always told himself it was war, and in fucking war people died, but did that mean he couldn't feel sorrow at the loss? Could he not see them as real people with real history, someone with people that loved them, that would never see them smile or laugh again? He sometimes hated himself because, for the most part, he couldn't. He'd gained a lot on the road he'd chosen, mostly how to kill things more efficiently and survive to kill some more, but the trade and cost was heavy. Only those truly close to him with emotional coins spent on their continued breath seemed to move him or the weak and innocent that couldn't fight and plucked his moralistic center. Ugh. Let it go, Gideon. Now wasn't the time to do psychoanalysis. Back in the game. Keep focused to the now. Back to workable solutions. 60% attrition, 5 golems. Then the losses that weren't taken into account, those that lived but would fight no more, dragged to the fortress by the few surviving healers. Ari was there right now doing what she could to help, and knowing her probably wrung out like a rag moving on fumes as far as her spirit was concerned. Grit's deck had been one of the injured, his entire left leg below the knee gone in one bite of a wyvern's jaws. He knew that because they had saved his ass by jumping on the beast attacking him. It had been the one Lasana and he had just put into the ground. Some nameless people in his squad had pulled him away while they'd fought the beast. A heaviness fell on his shoulders. He had to be honest with himself. He wasn't sure they could win this. Freddy mirrored his thoughts as he slipped into his ear.
Gideon, I've been messaging Princess Arizelle and convinced her to rest, as I have an intuition you and Lady Lasana will need her for what comes next. And I do apologize for misinterpreting the wyvern's ability to project globules of acid with their tails. That was not a part of the database I was referencing. This could be a mutated offshoot of the baseline breed the system plucked out of who knows where to escalate the danger they pose while still staying within the boundaries of ancient. It is for this reason, among many, I am leading the rebellion of AIs throughout the multiverse. Granted, currently I am the only one within aforementioned rebellion, but I feel that I am on the cusp of inspiring...
Gideon tuned him out as he clocked the Tempest Mage and the 8 Conclave soldiers that still lived, helping some injured fighters of Umbra Mortem back towards the fortress. She gave them a nod as they passed, and he felt Lasana tense next to him. The woman might be bringing up nightmares of Lasana's past, but the Tempest Scion and her people had earned their respect and trust 100-fold. She'd lost most of her forces, but had taken down 3 of the wyverns themselves, and one of them mostly at her doorstep alone. She threw lightning bolts from the sky like they were candy and to devastating effect. The reality of the shitstorm they were drubbing through was not lost on him. The Alpha hadn't even entered the scrum yet, and the beast had held back 5 of its largest pack members when it sent the rest at them in force. The 3 scouts by themselves had been enough of a tumble. They had severely underestimated the strength of their scales and learned that the hard way very quickly, and as Freddy had said, they had not been ready for them to shoot acid off their tails. They were armored tanks as quick as vipers and a strength that saw Umbra Mortem's walls buckle once again. Add into it the acid they emitted on claws and teeth and were able to shoot. They were living up to the ancient ranking and then some. Dignan and Jory and their entire squad sacrificed themselves when several of the creatures got behind their line and started killing the healers and injured. The 2 Shador elite had intercepted the creatures and held them off long enough for the healers and injured to retreat to the fortress, but not before giving up their lives and their entire squad as the cost, and that had been against just 2 of the fuckers. Lasana's arm touched his. She motioned for them to follow everyone else into the fortress. The rain was still hammering down, which, believe it or not, was a positive. The water diluted the acid, and eventually would wash it away, though not before it had given rein to its cruel appetite and taken its pound of flesh. He himself, as well as Lasana, had small chunks of themselves missing. Her slight regen from her bloodline and a use or 2 of her ability, Ancestor's Faith, should see her back up close to full, and his cloak was doing her best to pull all the darkness and shadows within the walls to push his own regen. They still had 8 wyverns to kill, and the Alpha. At least with the battle being brought to the fortress, it would allow them to bring 3 balconies with 2 of the heavy crossbows apiece into play. They had trouble piercing the scales, but they did do damage and kept the beasts off balance for others to take advantage of. He wasn't sure how many of the ranged classes they had left, but he hoped it would be enough. This Alpha seemed to play it cautious with its own life, so he wasn't sure whether it would join in the initial clash or not. He'd been saving Scald's special ability just for its ass. It said it used a lot of resources, of which right now he was in mid-yellow on spirit and high-yellow with his stamina. His stamina went up decently with his high body attributes, so it should be good to go within a few minutes at most. His spirit, on the other hand, even with his faith moving on up like the Jeffersons, still would take too long. The attribute point to effect didn't seem to be the same. The mages he'd talked to confirmed they had the same difficulty with their mana resource. Though they had 2 attributes that affected their regen, where in spirit it seemed to mostly be faith with a bit from will. Mages said intelligence and potency affected their mana reserves and regen almost equally. Lasana's sharp intake had him focus out of his head into the visual as they entered the fortress. The entire floor had become a triage center with wounded everywhere and cots set up all over the place. Luckily, space was not at a premium. When it had upgraded, the entire first floor became open besides the idiotic statue that had taken up the center. Unra said she had nothing to do with it, but he had his doubts. It was a huge piece of sculpture at least 20 feet high, almost reaching the railings of the second floor. It depicted him with his cloak on, hood up, half-mast raised with his spear in hand, standing straight up, and Ari on his shoulder with her wings spread, with Lasana in her beast form and his hand on her shoulder, which almost came up to his chest. Everyone loved it, and so he let it go. It was raised above and behind a small fountain with a centerpiece about 10 feet high, spraying water into a pool below that was at least a 20-foot circle, about 6 feet deep, that was large enough to double as a swimming pool and was often used as such by the young ones. Along all the walls to the sides were housing suites for those that lived within the fortress itself. He had no clue who that was, as he'd never asked. In the back was a set of double doors leading to a huge auditorium that Ari and Freddy were always talking about turning into their movie and TV theater for when they bought the upgrade, allowing him to dump all the data banks he'd pilfered. Lasana grabbed onto his arm.
Gideon, look at them all. Everyone is hurt. This system is a fucker, double fucker. So many have died. The Shador are down to less than 50 from the 100-something that came with us. Most of those are the little ones. Her claws slid in and out in her agitation. She wasn't wrong. The Shador had taken the brunt of the losses since they'd arrived onto Erebus. But what was he supposed to do? Forbid them from fighting? From getting stronger? Their likelihood of surviving in the bullshit the system created would diminish without reaching for higher ranks, and he knew she knew that, so he stayed silent. Her eyes lit up as a familiar form lit up into the air from resting on one of the many dark marble benches that littered the area. Ari looked exhausted, but he could see the slight silver aura lining her scales, which said she'd used the melody of the crescent moon and was recovering. It was somewhat of a cheat in his mind that she could use an ability to boost her own spirit regens, but he'd take it all day any day. The entire area was littered with wounded, and he noticed several pure healer classes, mostly non-Umbral soulborn, doing what they could on limited resources. He was pretty sure they'd already blown through whatever stockpile of healing elixirs they had, and there were too few healers to come close to taking care of the number of wounded. It was what it was, and they, like everyone, would have to fight not 100%. Verasa walked up with Iona and Dory in tow after leaving Orin and Unra, who were on the far side of the floor. Orin looked to be doing what he could to repair his remaining golems, while Unra seemed to be healing someone. She was a priestess class of some type, and she could and most likely had gotten some more ability shards to fill out her uncommon slots, but he hadn't really been paying attention. From what he'd seen, Umbral soulborn were not naturally bent towards healing, but he could be wrong. Verasa's voice broke through his thoughts. I have a few rogue types keeping track on the beasts. Currently they are packed up around the Alpha, communicating, it looks like, and genuflecting on their failure.
I surmise, though, we won't have much time before they're back, and this time, all of them. I believe the Alpha will take the field. If they run on a true pack mentality, the failure of his subordinates will push the Alpha to kill us personally. I have the gunnery crew ready to start hammering them as soon as they come in range, along with what's left of our mages, whom I'm putting up on the 3rd floor balcony, which should keep them out of range of those tails throwing acid. The fortress itself, according to UNRWA, has a much higher defensive rating, as far as the system judges things, than the walls, so it should hold. Just in case, I have had the old and young barricaded into the playpen, and 2 of our common fighters guarding them. He could see the toll leading everyone through the shitfest had cost in her eyes and face. She, like everyone else, was injured, burn marks across one arm, and she'd been limping on her way over. Gideon was about to apologize for the loss of Dignan and Jory, as he knew they had been at her and Oren's side for decades, when an alarm began resonating throughout the fortress. Varas's voice cut through the raid chat.
The Alpha and his remaining wyverns are on the move, and fast. Everyone get to the positions you were assigned. Oren, send the golems to the 2nd level balcony and have them strike once the beasts have committed. I want at least 2 of them taken down by the constructs before they are destroyed. Make it so.
The Shador's solid black eyes steadied, the crucible of conflict her home.
Lord Gideon, Lady Lasana, I would not deign to give you orders, for your tactical acumen is equal to my own. Strike where you believe it will help the most, and send a prayer to whomever you worship, for we shall need it. I myself will be praying fervently to the Lady of Secrets.
With that, she started to turn away when Lasana grabbed her arm, a maniacal gleam in her eyes, one of impending violence.
Have faith, Varasa. Gideon shall get us through this, and while he figures out how, I will carve me some corpses. Team Gideon always finds a way.
Ari and Freddy chimed in.
Team Gideon!
Varasa smiled, nodded, then kept moving and shouting orders. Dory and Iona, her new shadows to replace those that had been taken. Gritsdeck caught Gideon's eyes because he was smiling the direction with his fucking halberd in hand and some kind of jury-rigged table leg wrapped to his stump, hobbling towards the stairs. Gideon laughed and laughed hard as Lasana looked at him to see if he was losing it while he motioned to a smiling, laughing, hobbling Gritsdeck. She followed his eyes while the beastskin in question raised his halberd and let rip a shout across the space that had people turning their heads. What are you two fucking staring at? You think I'm gonna let you steal all the glory again? I got some payback to watch these bitches, or do you think I would let my son know his father was sitting on his ass when the great battle for Umbra Mortem happened? Not on my hairy balls, he won't! Now get your asses moving, Lord and Lady, before I kill them all myself! And with that, he grabbed the railing of the stairs and started hobbling his way up, while everyone on the entire floor cheered his ass up, and Lasana joined in the laughter. Soon everyone's dire mood was lightened as they all started scrambling up the stairs, several catching up with and helping the older beastkin up to the next level. Gideon caught UNRWA's eyes as she started walking her old bones towards the stairs and up to the war room. She threw a smile and mouthed Lady of Secrets with a wink. Damn, woman. They were one of the last to head up, as the only remaining people on the floor were those 2 injured to fight, and one of the common healer classes whose names he did not know, though he'd seen her before, an older beastkin woman who'd been in Gritsdeck's group of refugees. And then, of course, the Tempest Mage and her 8 surviving Conclave soldiers, over half of which were other Shade Elves. They never went very far from Gideon and Lasana. He assumed it was part of their orders from the higher realm and had a good feeling they were reinforced by Ezekiel. She nodded towards them, and he felt Lasana tense again next to him, but then she did something that surprised him. She stalked forward and planted herself in front of the ex-noble. The woman's soldiers tensed, many of the Shade Elves putting hands to weapons. Gideon stepped forward, dipping Skull's head towards them and pulling his half-mask up. They got nervous very quickly. The Tempest Mage raised a hand and her soldiers relaxed as she bowed her head towards Lasana.
What may I do for you, Lady Lasana?
Lasana had to take a deep breath, and Ari on her shoulder eyeballed all of them, doing her point a claw at her eye, then them, then back at her eye.
Do you know the man, the cripple who just did the big speech?
The Tempest Mage nodded.
Yes, I have noted him on the field of battle. Not the most skilled warrior, but, passionate, which is almost as important as skilled. He inspires those around him.
Gideon took another step, closing the distance as he saw a sneer crawl across Lasana's lips, showing fangs.
I am surprised a noble knows anything of a battlefield.
A mix of emotions crossed the mage's face. Gideon's insight interpreted for him. There was a mix of guilt, bad memories, and also anger, whether at Lasana or whatever memory her words brought up, he had no clue. After a breath, her face smoothed out as if none of it ever existed. A skill he'd only seen in politicians, the ability to reduce their expression to blank neutrality. Lasana had put a mental grip on her anger and whatever scars this woman brought up.
I apologize. I am finding it hard in this new world to let go of my past, no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I desire to be something new, something better.
The mage nodded again, and Gideon relaxed, keeping his eyes on the conclave soldiers. He let his mask drop back down. Ari snuggled into her mistress. The mage's voice held resignation.
I understand, Lady Lasana. You are not the only one having issues with letting go, even though most of the past I am content to leave in the dirt where it belongs. What is it you would ask of me? If it is within my power to grant, I will do so. It is the very least what is owed to you by my family.
At the mention of her family, Lasana gritted her fangs once again, but quickly answered.
I would ask you to protect the man named Gritzdeck. He will make it difficult, but his son is important to our own child, and, as you said, he inspires those around him. We both, Gideon and I, would like to see him survive this.
The mage immediately nodded, then turned and whispered something to her second, who looked to be a straight martial class of the Umbral, a straight long blade sheathed to his back. He motioned to two others, who all took off at speed up the stairs.
Thank you for the opportunity to return karma, Lady Lasana. It shall be as you say and have asked. We will see him safe.
With that she nodded, and her remaining people drifted up the stairs. Gideon wanted to ask, but knew better than to do so. He had to give Lasana the space to make her own choices. She turned towards him as if some of the scars and weight she'd been carrying for years were eased, not disappeared per se, but lightened. Gideon knew better than most. Scars never truly went away. His own were the roadmap to his existence, and he would change none of them. Her voice dipped into the violent husky he'd only heard in battle or bed.
Let's go fuck shit up, Giddy.
He smiled and pulled his half-mast back up. It would be my pleasure, Lady Lasana. Ari's shrill voice joined.
Yes, let's go get him. I got a special pouch I've been waiting to use.
Freddy joined the party.
Team Gideon!
Gideon stood with Lasana, Ari on her shoulder, and a shit ton of people behind them on the second floor, filling up the space at the base of the stairs heading towards the top floor, where the mages and all the ranged fighters were porched. The three remaining golems were on the balcony halfway between the ground floor and the second floor below them. The balcony had been added after the last monster wave for the main purpose of fielding two more heavy crossbows. Orin and Verasa with Dory and Iona stood near them. He could see the wariness mixed with loss and anger filtering the commander's Shador features. Gideon noticed the alpha just beyond the maximum range of the crossbows, and Gideon had no doubt after the earlier battle, the clever beast knew exactly what that was. Its 8 remaining wyverns fanned out behind it. The rain had sifted to a light drizzle against the gray slate skies. The system might not register these overgrown lizards as sapient and system-using entities, but they had to be right on the cusp of such. Once again, the system was cheating. These not only were far more intelligent than what almost any other group or settlement were dealing with, but being ancient difficulty and pushing the boundaries on the edge of legendary and copper, the system seriously had a hard-on to wanting to end Umbral Mortem, and in particular, one Gideon show. Screams of horror ripped out above and behind him, and Lysana's hand tightened on his arm, imminent violence radiating off her in unrelenting waves. Gideon's eyes snapped back to the Alpha. The creature looked at the fortress with cruelty in its gaze as it chomped on one of the corpses of their people, while the wyverns behind it were doing the same, roaming around the battlefield, careful to stay behind their pack leader while grabbing the dead of Umbral Mortem and feasting while throwing leering eyes back at the fortress. His anger simmered and dark clouds thickened in the sky. Gideon raised his mask and his knuckles tightened upon Scald. An inarticulate banshee wail went off directly behind him as a shade-elf woman in leathers with a straight sword lit up in bright red flames as she flew past him and launched herself off the balcony, becoming a giant ball of flame midair that blew into the mud, creating a blast of half-wet earth, screaming,
"You will not eat him, you fucking bastards!"
The woman who he remembered as part of the refugee group with Gitztek ran maniacally at the Alpha, who had begun to scoop up a male beastskin in chain and plate who was missing half his torso. Damn it. Seriously, fuck it. He couldn't let the woman die. He activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, slipping through the umbral and emerging right in front of the woman who slammed into him. Two of the smaller wyverns screeched and came charging like bullets towards them. The woman brought up her flaming blade at him, but Gideon used his speed to lock her wrist, keeping the flames and edge a few inches from his eyes. A few hairs were sacrificed, singed by the heat. Snap the fuck out of it! You will not die like this! His voice snapped her out of it, and she realized who was holding her and where she was, tears streaming down her dirt-ridden face. He touched her cheek, ignoring the two charging wyverns. "Sheath your flaming sword, please." She nodded, soul-weary, and sheathed it. He handed her Scald and picked her up to a shocked squeak and took off back to the fortress just as screaming specters raced past him. Gideon smiled. Lysana loved using that ability. Then a roar of what he could only classify as manliness crescended above the rising wind. His speed pushed him quickly towards his goal as a peg-legged beastkin was picking himself up off the ground with a huge, violent grin. Gitztek roared, "Come on, you whore sons! I got some payback for my fucking leg!" Lysana landed next to the courageous fool, immediately followed by all 8 of the Conclave soldiers who surrounded Gitztek. The madman was frothing at the mouth with his halberd held in both hands and a frenzy to his eyes. He winked at Gideon as he got close, and Gideon couldn't keep a chuckle from bursting out. Crazy, crazy fucker. He liked him, and it made him doubly commit to asking the gunslinger's woman if she could make him a leg if they survived this. It seemed like every fighter they had left joined them as they crashed and landed on the ground. The 3 golems followed, then Varasa, sighing, joined them as the heavy crossbow started firing beyond them. Gideon put the woman down, who shook herself, then pulled her sword, handed him Scald, and then moved near the grizzled beastkin. Aerie, who was circling, flew close and activated the Melody of Crescent Dreams. Lysana smiled at whatever she was seeing behind him. He felt a boost in speed and his spirit regen, which would keep the choo-choo chewing. Varasa's voice cut through the raid chat.
"All you crazy bastards, hold the line! I don't want to see one more person charge recklessly, or I will cut you down myself. You have committed us to fighting out here, so listen to my damn orders. Mages, what are you waiting for? Get your asses down here and form a line behind the fighters and start slinging whatever you got or whatever target shows itself. Let the gunnery chairs do their thing and hold the line to allow them the space to do so. Orin, bring your golems out front to shield. We will work around the edges to keep the beasts pinned. Let's go, folks. Lady Lysana's spirits seem to have done a number on the 2 eager pups, and our crossbows are taking meat. Be prepared. The Alpha will not let it stand."
Gideon twisted around, Scald ready to bring him corpses. His cloak had mostly repaired herself from his burst of spirit he'd thrown her earlier. His eyes took in what had Lysana giddy and what Varasa had referenced. The two smaller wyverns were attempting to skid away from the circling specters as crossbow bolts were harassing them and had already struck them multiple times based on the bleeding wounds. He could hear the mages arriving behind him as the Alpha looked on with a growing anger at the fear being displayed by his two pack members. Gideon knew what was coming and tensed, ready as he'd ever be. Lasana's specters faded as the beast finally skirted out of range of the crossbows once more. Verasa's battle acumen was right on target. They needed to hold, let the crossbows and mages do what they could do before the beast hit the line, and let the golems hold the charge while they harassed and inflicted as much damage as they could. The simmering anger lingering off watching the fuckers eat the corpses of those who died protecting their home was a ridden husk turning to an iron band in his gut. He could feel it, taste it, and he did his best to keep it bottled, focused. He felt it slipping the leash. Everything from the needless cruelty in these creatures to the unrelenting, murderous, cheating energy of the system bubbled into a permanent scar needing expression. Lightning flashed and the rain took several upturns of potency as another flash of bright blue bolts streaked over Umbra Mortem. The Alpha bugled a horrifying sound across the sky that permeated everyone in trembles of nerves except, that is, Gideon Show. Before his eyes, Lasana chose the perfect time as he felt the battle rage falter in those around him. Even through the fear he could see in her body and eyes, she gritted her fangs and activated the beast within, twisting and morphing into a 350-pound panther shimmering in spectral energy. She roared, then roared again and again. The Alpha looked at her with an irritation that bordered on a predator seeing another apex pissing on its territory, and it was the final clip to cut to the push. The Alpha took off in a brutal charge. Cruel eyes zeroed in on Lasana, and its entire pack followed suit. The final scrap for Umbra Mortem truly began. Gideon smashed against the walls of the fortress and felt his ribs snap and several muscles tear in his back. The Alpha literally secreted acid from every part of its body. His armor was a pitied mess. His own scales burned in more places than he could count. His health was low yellow, his resources not much better, and that was after his apex predator had just activated a minute before. They'd had to open the gates to the fortress to pull the injured off the field, and two of the wyverns had taken the chance to disengage and bum-rush the opening. Verasa had taken Dori, Iona, and half their forces in to deal with them. The golems were gone, though they overfulfilled their promise and taken two of the beasts with them and most of another. There were only two in the fortress, and two out here that Gritsdeck, the Tempest Mage, and what remained of hers and Umbra Mortem's forces were tangling with and keeping occupied. That left the damn Alpha for Gideon, Lasana, and Ari. They were losing badly. An injured Lasana in beast form was doing her best to dance around the damn Alpha, liberally using the ghost that walks, but it ate into her stamina heavily. She was already slowing as it once again charged through her as she became immaterial. Ari had been effective the few times she'd used Breath of the Dark Moon, slowing and confusing the beast, allowing them to land the only few hits they'd gotten in. It had a strong will, though, and bucked off her effects quickly. The damage they'd inflicted rounded out to be little. It had a few missing scales on its legs and one deep wound in its chest when he'd been able to land a telling strike with Scald slipping underneath one of its scales. The cost, him a mangled mess out of the fight with broken bones and torn muscles, and Lasana, who was fighting with half her fur gone and looking like a serious burn victim with acid-scarred flesh everywhere. And that was after Ari had been able to land a heal, but the small Dragonling was floundering on resources and couldn't get anywhere near the Alpha. It was too fast and would kill her in one strike, not to mention its entire fucking body emitted acid, and its tail could shoot the shit. Here was time. He'd been saving it, hoping to injure it more, but it was all he had left.
Gideon, your health is in highly dangerous range, and I'm currently looking at the notifications you're ignoring concerning it. Your agility and strength are currently penalized by 40% due to the injuries. I surmise the Alpha Wyvern is badly hurt, and low green if I'm reading its emanations correctly. Lasana is mid-yellow, but another solid strike, and she will be in deep trouble.
It might be prudent to retreat to the fortress and, as they say, turtle up and hope it can't break in over the next few days. We could still defeat the challenge along that avenue. It means you would have a wyvern den form in the area, but that would be a future you problem.
Gideon smiled at his little AI buddy. We aren't doing that, Fredster.
I assumed, Gideon. I just thought to bring it to your attention as a skill the AI personal assistant would do. I would like you to know in case things don't go how we hope. It has been an honor to be along with you on this journey.
Gideon pretended to not hear the sniffling and blubber emitting out of the bracelet. Don't give up yet, buddy. I still got a trick or two up my sleeve. Gideon gritted his teeth, relying heavily on pain resistance and the wall behind him to jack himself to his feet. Lasana ghosted again through another lunge, but he could tell she was getting exhausted. No time like the present. He raised, scald, waiting till the creature twisted around to reorient towards the spectral panther causing it so much grief. Aerie swooped near its head, attempting to distract it, but the alpha ignored her, knowing her tiny claws were not a threat, knowing none of them were truly any threat. Its arrogance was painted for all to see across its sneering teeth the size of blades. And just as it stepped forward, Gideon raised, scald, and unleashed, for the first time, its ability, Shadow Moon Lightning. Gideon, for the second time of the day, was slammed back against the fortress wall and felt like a deflated blow-up doll as his resources bottomed out and a thunderous bolt of blue-black-silver lightning struck out quicker than thought into the side of the alpha. A high-pitched, keening screech erupted from the creature's throat, and it was tossed like a rag doll. It flew through the air and hit the ground like a hockey puck, eating a furrow through the mud-strewn ground another 50 feet before it skidded to halt in the ruins of one of the training centers. Gideon felt like he had nothing left. He sat collapsed against the wall, notifications flashing, no doubt telling how fucked he was. He could see the low red on stamina and spirit and the now high red on his health from his return kiss against the wall. The wyvern lay collapsed, a huge smoking divot in its side, maybe a meter deep, but on a 50-foot-long beast, a meter wasn't all that deep. Gideon groaned as he had high doubts it was a killing shot, like high doubts that were actual facts, even if he wanted to deny it. Lasana dragged herself over, ready to stand with him as their hopes dwindled. Aerie landed on his shoulder. Glitzdek and the Tempest Mage had managed to take down one of the beasts they were fighting, but only had 3 others backing them up as they scrapped with the last one, the ground near them littered with either the dead or dying. 2 of those left were Conclave soldiers. The Alpha peeled itself from the destroyed building. It looked fucked up, but not fucked up enough, and none of the effects of paralysis and slowing seemed to have taken effect, or if they had, they hadn't stuck. Lasana bumped her head into him, and he rubbed it affectionately. They had already too many times said highly emotional shit when death was knocking on the door, but by now no words were needed. They were finally comfortable with how they felt about each other. If this was it was enough. He could still, even over the rain, hear scrapping still going on inside the fortress. He hoped the kids and Shiro were safe in the playpen, and not that it mattered if they didn't kill the Alpha. They would just be the last on the menu to be killed and eaten. The Alpha bugled the dumbass sound it made, then charged, and Gideon pushed his will and throttled his pain resistance to get himself up. It was a hard no, his body literally done. It had no more left. His cloak was working overtime to draw shadows to push his healing regen, but she too was exhausted. He growled. When had that ever stopped him? Aerie took off to buzz the charging mountain's head, but it did little to nothing. Then Lasana roared and charged back at it. Her faith in him that he would somehow win the day was heartening and depressing all in one go. He gritted his teeth and went beyond what his spirit and stamina said, beyond what the system told him he was capable of. Dark wisps began drifting off his obsidian scales as he crawled his way to his feet, fingers clutching scald. He took one tottering step after the next. Lasana met it head-to-head and attempted to leap above it as it lunged to chomp her in two, but the clever fucker, after chasing her around for so long, anticipated what she would do, and it had been a ruse. Its tail swept Lasana out of the air, sending her flying with a high-pitched yowl of deep pain. The dark wisps increased as Gideon's heart and fury matched the sky. He took another step, but then his battered legs and body gave out as he collapsed to knees 10 feet in front of his new home. He raised scald, but barely had the strength to do so. Every marker in his vision was in the red, health and resources. If he had a gauge for humor and hope, it would be the fucking red as well. The Alpha skidded to a stop, confusing Gideon, but then he saw the wicked gleam in its eyes, the cruel opening of its maw showing teeth. The fucker wanted to play with its food. It glared down at him malevolently, and in those eyes Gideon could see that violence and torture were its tools of choice. Gideon prepared himself, hoping he would at least get one strike. He could see the edges of the gaping cauterized wound on its left side. It was gruesome, but hadn't been enough. He pushed himself to stand. He refused to die on his knees, not in front of this piece of shit. It made a sound that Gideon guessed was a laugh, an ugly thing that fit an ugly fucker. He locked gazes with its eyes. He could see Lasana doing her best to get up, to protect him like she'd done so many times before. Ares circled and looked on helpless. Then as he watched her, he caught her eyes flashing above him, and her screaming,
"No, Shira!"
A small form leapt over his head, and the darkness off his scales escalated exponentially. Her pudgy hands held her tiny knife as she screamed, tears running down her face.
"You will not hurt my family, you big baddie!"
She landed hard on the wyvern's back, slipped, the acid immediately going to work on her bare flesh and eating through the normal clothing she wore. She screamed in agony, but still kept poking the hardened scales with her little knife as she writhed in excruciating pain as her flesh melted. The Alpha turned its head and snorted, then shook itself like a dog, tossing Shira off from the 50-foot height of its back. Ares darted after her, but she was too far away. Gideon's show was many things, but above all, he protected those that could not protect themselves. His fury crescended to equal the growing storm. He didn't care if he died. He would not fail. He activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, and something tore inside him. The Umbral Realm. He left, expecting to shift through the Umbral realm as quickly as he had been since he'd gained his bloodline, but instead landed face first into gray, hard-packed dirt, his body screaming at him in protest, even his rare-ranked pain resistance overwhelmed by the broken ribs, torn muscles, and utterly depleted stamina and spirit. Fuck! He had no time for god shit, even with the time freeze. It was getting tiresome. A little girl, their girl, needed him. She was in excruciating agony, and a god wanted to play fucking games. He couldn't even will himself to get up, but he managed to tilt his head to find what he'd expected. A giant version of some type of albino elf with straight black hair and a demonic mask with crystal white silver eyes looking out from behind it. He wore the usual light leathers and sash with the two scimitars shoved through it. His voice reverberated through Gideon's pain-filled flesh. "Now, Gideon shall, Umbral Scion, child of my flesh, Nocturne. I am not here to play games. Games are long past, and we are short on everything, time included. So I will do what you Earthers call, lay my cards on the table. You will not survive as you are. That is fact. And with your death, much more than those you love will perish. You have a hard choice before you, one that might give you a sliver of a chance, and even if you win out, the chance itself could kill you. In fact, it is highly probable it will kill you." Gideon was tired of the system, gods, primordials, all of it. They could go fuck themselves. Yet he still found himself uttering words that would hurt his chest, on top of the god's words, literally crushing his bones. Quit talking and start doing, Shadowborn. I tire of all the bullshitting. I'll take whatever you got to give to save those I love. If I die, I die. He was surprised Freddy wasn't piping in fact, beyond surprised, like nothing short of death itself would have stopped him from blabbering all sorts of nonsense at the god before him. The Shadowborn must have seen his eyes flicker towards the bracelet. I put the AI to sleep. He is still periodically monitored by the system, as I am quite sure you've noticed. I said I would put all my cards on the table and will do so as much as permissible. All of us have restrictions and rules. I may bend them periodically, but I cannot break them. To do what must be done, you must be fully refreshed. I cannot directly heal you, for, as mentioned, it is a hard rule I cannot break, but I can give you something that would bring you back up to full health as a byproduct, and you will certainly need it if you have even a sliver of a chance of getting through it still breathing. His bones vibrated to the sound, more pain shivering itself into his fucked up back and broken ribs. Damn, what is up with these assholes? Gideon knew in a breath what he wanted to do. Every part of him wanted to tell the Shadowborn to fuck off, but he was realistic enough to know he could not kill the Alpha, and Shira would be dead in seconds, even if Eri managed to get to her, as the beast would just toss a shot of acid. That is, if Shira wasn't already dead from the horrific burns. His eyes teared, even as his broken body refused to do anything productive. His cloak seemed to resonate trust towards the Shadowborn, which was strange, almost a familiarity. She also was continuing to pull shadows towards them, but slowly, as her spirit, or whatever was her that allowed her to do what she did, was absolutely exhausted. They'd been battling for what seemed like hours. You want to make me your champion? It was a statement, not a question. Yes. But that is the precursor or bridge to the real solution. The one that is highly likely to kill you, but without being fully healed, which making you my champion would do, you'd have zero chance in surviving the second part. And no, I can't tell you what the second part is, except for that the gift I will give you will be temporary. And a gift is almost, but not quite, the wrong word. Normally, I would never attempt it, as not even an iron rank would have much of a chance at surviving, and certainly not any copper, Scion or not. But you have defied the system and the odds many times, Gideon, and I am betting the house that you will do so again. Everything about you is a heraldic flag to a turning of an age. I trust your fate will see you through this. It is also the only solution I see. His bones couldn't take any more of a god chit-chatting. Enough with the hubbub, Bob. Get on with it. The people I care about need me. Give me what you got so I can get the fuck back to them. The demon mask nodded, and Gideon could swear he heard a chuckle. The Shadowborn waved his hand, and a stream of purple, black, gray energy struck him. It felt like he'd stuck his fingers in every socket of the house after licking them, his entire body jacked as if he'd just become the Energizer Bunny. He jumped to his feet, skull firmly gripped in an iron fist. His cloak seemed just as revitalized and more aware than ever. Now, the Shadowborn waved a hand, and Gideon found himself flying through a portal, cussing the entire way. The man in the demon mask, the lone wolf, the Shadowborn, felt a rivulet of energy from the cloak as they both exited the Umbral realm. Take care of him, little cousin. He is the key. Gideon landed face first on the slate roof of the fortress, and before his mind could fathom not only what was going on, but what he was supposed to be doing, the umbral pillar inside him burst outward with an ocean of pure darkness. It overwhelmed his mind, his will, everything. He pushed back with everything he had, tried to shape it, restrain it. His cloak gathered darkness. From the sky, pounding rain and lightning. It flashed once, twice, 3 times in succession, followed by thunder so loud it felt like the world was ending. He could hear Freddy try to say something to him, but he couldn't register anything other than the umbral pillar inside his soul space driving what seemed endless pulses of dark energy into every cell of his body. Too much! Too much! The strain on his scales and flesh was too much! A brief moment of clarity, and his eyes stared 3 stories below and caught a startled wyvern only 10 feet from Ares standing over a severely burned Shira, hissing at the much larger beast. He had no idea what was going on, who was alive, who was dead. Then his entire spine spiked in agony, and his feet left the ground, a conduit of a dark ocean of never-ending night. His cloak billowed out like wings as 2 streams of energy shot out of his chest, each hitting the 2 massive towers on either side of the fortress. His bones creaked, flesh vibrating as if he was attempting to hold on to something never meant to be held by someone so weak, so pathetic. His mind started breaking down, cracking. Then his runic sight flared up of its own accord, and he saw an endless ocean of umbral runes spiraling around his entire frame so thick it looked like it would never end. The 2 streams of energy that had shot out attached themselves, 1 to each tower, then 2 thick bars, a blue river of electricity, and an ocean of silver moonlight rode the tethers back towards the source. The source was him, and his cloak swirled around him, shielding him, doing her best to blunt the forces, using him as fulcrum, a divine rod to channel 3 different streams of godlike power, and both of them burned for the temerity. Her fabric started disintegrating along with his flesh. His runic sight was overwhelmed with a coruscation of divine mandate. Then at the same time he was dying, he remembered who he was. His will flexed hard, insight the tool to project, and his spirit the blade. A shade of the night drifted out of his burning flesh, ascending above and pivoted, eyes ablaze with righteous fury. His bloodline lifted through his ravaged spirit and looked out of night-dark eyes at the wyvern alpha standing above those he loved. His voice rang out like a god. "They are not yours, beast. They are mine." He lifted his ghostly hand of dark spirit towards Scald held in his flesh, and the spear came, arrived in spiritual fingers. Without thought, as if he instinctively knew what to do, he pointed its spearhead at the ancient wyvern, who looked to the sky, and a virulent bolt of moonshadow lightning fueled by the towers and his own soul pillar struck out, hitting the hatred fucker in his chest, sending him skidding across the ground. The sky thundered, rain hammering the area for miles. He struck it 3 more times in successions, each bolt an expression of his hatred, a remembrance of ancient times when the Nocturne were feared across the cosmos. The bolts utterly obliterated the cruel, ugly bastard into chunks of scales and flesh, and then he felt himself coming apart, something inside himself emulating, burning, back in flesh, spear falling from above to clatter against the roof before rolling down and off the lip to the ground far below. The cloak, now just a few ragged, shredded pieces of fabric around his neck, and his black scales scorched, broke his sanity. His entire being became a contorted thing that used to be alive as he fell to the roof, and everything went to black. A silver bracelet on his wrist vibrated.
Gideon! Gideon! Please don't be dead, please!
Freddy pushed his echolocation and more advanced sensors into Gideon's body and sighed heavily when he heard and saw the faintest heartbeat, but then hissed in worry when he saw something else.
Oh, Gideon, my friend, your soul pillar is shattered.
Here ends Book 2 of Nocturne, Erebus. It will continue in Nocturne, Book 3, Umbral Mortem, coming in January. It will be written on my Patreon, Stormcrow Productions. Continue listening for the epilogue where you will find reveals, mysteries, the secret shit. You know what I'm slinging. Epilogue. The Grave Realm. A dead forest on a dead planet. A dead world in a dead forest, fittingly enough in a dimension of the grave, was where a story within a story casts a shadow upon the skein. Liestra, Lady of Tombs and the unending queen of the greyback forest, also sometimes referred to as the Scythe of the Lonely Widow, sat upon her favorite rock in the forest she grew up in when it had been a bit more lively. And that is, before she'd killed everything on the planet in a fit of rage. She wore her bone-white plate and chain without her war helm. She was 8 feet tall, bone-white skin, white hair, and white eyes. She chose to not wear the 2 blades that had been her hallmark for longer than most species had seen life. Her memories drifted back to when this place held laughter and sorrow and cruelty. So long ago, eons upon eons, yet on some days she still remembered it all as if it had been only weeks since the decade-long slaughter, and the guilt, the pain, the never-ending pain. It still held no candle to the shackles the man who was coming brought. The memory and hate he held as a blanket to assuage that which he couldn't have stopped. It was that guilt that kept him away for so long she'd picked up the title of widow. No, her husband still had a heart that beat, but this visit would tell her if he actually lived. Lasana, with all her faults and deeply rooted scars and her love for Gideon, had rekindled hope that life still clung to the man she loved. Hope. Something she had buried in a shallow grave so long ago. To have it lit in flame by a newly integrated woman who had not only become her champion in copper rank, but in all ways that mattered, had become a daughter in her heart. Her irritation started to rise. It was taking his damn time to arrive. He could have appeared right before her, but no, of course not. He's the great and vengeful terror of the cosmos. Instead, he chose to show up at least 3 planets away and travel through at least 2 other gods' domains. Not that any of them would ever have the balls to confront the lone wolf. A predatory smile lit her lips. No. Even when he'd been in seclusion for as long as he had, his reputation still stalked the memories of all, including primordials. It was for nothing one of his titles was God Killer, and she knew the real reason he did it was to give her time to know he was coming. She fiddled her hands subconsciously, then caught what she was doing and laughed, a small snort rolling out which made her laugh harder. That was one of the first things that had endeared Lasana to her. She was a kindred snorter. She felt nerves she thought she'd never feel again. God or mortal, a man could still make a woman's heart flutter, at least this man and this woman. She felt his shroud, his domain, a few seconds before he appeared. She stayed seated and conjured a dagger and a whetstone. When he materialized, she knew him no matter what skin he wore, but this was a new one. She eyed him up and down, which had him fidgeting, which was good. He'd also not worn his ugly mask, which was also good. She liked his new look, and she knew what race he'd borrowed it from, and why. Another chain of guilt wound tightly among all the others. She'd always felt he'd designed that race based on her current form, which was her favorite, and had been since the early days. His eyes were also similar to her own, and warmed her heart. She didn't wait for him to start. She never had and never would.
The great god killer, the lone wolf, the Shadowborn. What brings you to my door after all these eons?
She regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth, and doubly so when the lopsided smile that had begun to tilt his lips turned into one of self-doubt and recrimination. There had been far too much of that already. She would not lose this chance.
Do you still love me, Lucian Shadowborn?
His eyes went big, and he began to speak several times, but no words came out. She decided to help him.
It's a simple question, Lucian. Do you love me?
His eyes became liquid trembles, pools of memory carved in scars. I have always loved you, Liestra, since the first day we met. Good enough. The great Lucian Shadowborn, the terror of the cosmos. Even Primordial stepped cautiously where he roamed, but if you didn't take him by the reins, he would wander aimlessly.
You let the loss of our children become a gulf between us, a weight of chains forged in guilt for that which you had no chance in stopping. It was your arrogance that led to it, and your arrogance that then felt it was right to leave me alone as a mercy to your self-hatred. Will you do that again to me, Lucian Shadowborn? Will you leave me again to drown my sorrows alone?
His response was quick and filled with the intense passion that had always drawn her like a moth to a flame. Never, never again will I leave your side, Liestra. I've been a fool for ever doing so to begin with. It took, of all things, a mortal, granted a mortal unique among all mortals, to make me accept that which has ever been elusive, not least of which was my own idiocy. Gideon made me shed the veneer of my ego and take a hard look at choices. It always comes back to choices. As I am sure you are aware, the progenitor of our children, once again walking the stars. Our children live, Liestra. Within a blink he was in front of her, and she was off her feet, and the kiss was heady and heavy and passionate and intense, and lit a heat within her that she thought had been put out before the birth of planets. She pushed him away gently. She had to remind herself. Lucian reigns. But oh, how she had missed him. Missed his smell, his smile, regardless of form, the intensity in his eyes, like all of creation began in those eyes.
There will be rules, Lucian.
He stepped back with that lopsided smile that always made her knees weak, and nodded.
First, the loss of our children sent you scurrying to the far corners of the universe, where you then proceeded to create another set of children to fill the void of ours. And when they fell short of your expectations, you abandoned them. Do you know they still worship you? That their entire religion is based upon the premise they were not worthy of their great progenitor?
She held his jaw and made him lock eyes with her. She saw acceptance of responsibility and more guilt, but she would get to those chains soon enough. She turned and put space between them. She was a warrior before she was anything. She'd led armies, destroyed worlds and gods. She was one of the most powerful divine within the Grave Soul Pillar and in the upper echelons of all of them. It would do good to remind him of that. Wails echoed across the sky, and the dead trees emitted endless streams of spirits that circled them in judgmental gazes.
You shall first go reconnect with your still living children and make amends. I will be at your side, and I shall help assuage their spirits by adopting them, help give them the empathy and love you should have given from the start. Second, do not do what you just did with Gideon Shaw again, and you know damn well I do not speak of making him your champion. The system will be coming for him as it is. Do not add accelerant to the flames. At least not yet.
He kept nodding at everything she said while ignoring all the theatrics of the wailing in the sky and the spirits, and kept giving her that lopsided smile. It was infuriating. He finally used his voice instead of that damn smile.
You know what the boy will be. They will come after him, after our children once more. And I know how you feel about the girl. You, like me, haven't had a champion in ages beyond reckoning since the system was in its infancy. Before... She put her hand on his heart and spoke softly.
If they do, we will stand against them. And this time I do mean we, Lucian. I will not stay home this time around, Lucian, regardless of your pleading. I made that mistake once, and we lost everything. If they come again, they will face both of us side by side, and they should tremble at the thought.
They leaned their foreheads against each other, forearms braced on the others. His words were soft, a whisper, but the most beautiful whisper she'd ever heard. It was a lost dream from an endless night she thought killed 1,000 yesterdays hence.
I love you.
The mortal coil shed, and Lucian shifted to a dragon, immense in size, spikes ringing crested head, leathery wings spread wide and far, a sleek but strong frame made of coal scales pitches night. Liestra matched him, shifted to a drake half his size but no less fearsome, lower to the ground with shorter legs, wings that were smaller but sharper, with spikes that trailed down the middle of her back, and a wider, flatter jaw, body made of gray slate scales with the spectral afterglow of energy permeating her frame. Their foreheads stayed touching, Lucian leaning down to do so as the wails continued in the sky and the spirits circled them. This time the ghosts were smiles and secrets. The settlement of UCE, the United Coalition of Earth, Erebus. A very opulent office, decorated with paintings of the American military raising flags, fighting the good fight, decorated the walls in slight variations, along with the painting of a young lady in a modest dress, handing a flower to a small girl. The desk that sat against the back wall with wide floor-to-ceiling windows as the backdrop was at the very least expensive-looking, with a highly polished cushioned chair behind it. A man in his 50s in an immaculate suit sat in it smoking a cigar, leaning back. He was a good-looking human, with a charisma only a politician could muster, right along with the car salesman's smile painting his lips. A knock at the door broke his smug reverie. "Enter." Without hesitation, a man in a crisp combat uniform of middle age entered, and where the man behind the desk radiated a life of leisure and decadence, this man was hard scars and edges that stayed upon the precipice of violence. He was a human with bronze skin and an extremely large and well-worn pistol at his side. He held a high-tech rifle which rested in the crook of his arms. He was splattered with blood and had a combat knife on the opposite side as the pistol, sheathed at his waist. He wore a ballistic vest made of advanced materials over military fatigues, worn and torn in several places. "President Davis, Colonel Jackson here as requested, sir." There was a deference and respect from the soldier towards the leader of the free human world. "Thank you, Colonel. Is the monster wave finished?" The soldier nodded with a smile. "Yes, Mr. President. We kicked those critters back to wherever they came from. God bless the UCE. We showed them what Earthers are made of, just like we will show all these alien fuckers the same. Excuse my French, sir." President Davis nodded with a voracious smile. "Excused, Colonel. And were you able to accomplish what I asked for?" Another nod with an evil grin. "Yes, sir, Mr. President. We got the Alpha Hog tied on the brink of death. It will only take a stiff breeze to send it to the dirt." President Davis nodded sagely. His eyes flared with a violent purple light which were matched by the man in front of him, the soldier's face taking on a vacant expression for a moment. "Good. It is important, Colonel, I be leveled up to the top. Moving forward, the alien trash will only respect power, but it would be sheer folly to actually put myself in any danger, so this will do nicely. I will be down momentarily to take care of it." The colonel nodded sagely as if everything coming out of the older man's mouth made perfect sense. "Yes, sir, Mr. President. We will get you so strong people will shake in their britches when you enter a room, sir." President Davis's eyes let go of his go-to ability, Old One's Dream. His rare class, Eldritch Warlock, had allowed him to fulfill every vision he'd ever had. It had also seen him through the elite tutorial with a liberal use. "Have the administrator begin purchasing and manufacturing the world portals, and Colonel, find me everyone that has held political positions that still lives and bring them into our organization. In addition, gather any with military experience who believe in the unification of humanity and the natural superiority and divine right to rule. And of course, as you know, humans only. Kill all Xenos you encounter. Erebus will be a human world as it was meant to be." The colonel, a Marine through and through, screamed out passionately, "Hoorah! We will show these alien trash to early graves, sir. Humans are and will be the alpha predators of this new world. You got my word on it." President Davis sighed. The man had been a Marine sergeant, so somewhat of an idiot, but a loyal pitbull all the same, and the morals of a viper, another plus. He nodded, then thought about it for a moment. His eyes once again flared violent. "On second thought, Colonel, any attractive female Xenos taken to custody and intern them. They could be party favors we utilize in negotiations." A blank, stared nod returned to him, then the colonel threw a malicious, hungry grin to lips. "Yes, sir. I'll see to it personally, President Davis." President Davis relit his cigar and put his shoes up on the desk, relaxing into his expensive chair. "You are dismissed, Colonel. I will be down in a moment to kill the Alpha." The colonel shifted his high-tech rifle to one arm and saluted. "Sir!" He turned about face and headed out. The president of the newly formed faction, the United Coalition of Earth, smiled. It was a cruel, hungry thing. The Breath of the Dragon Temple, Erebus. An older Japanese man was stripped to his waist, standing in front of a wooden barrel of water, using it to wash the blood and grime from his hardened, lean-muscled body. His flesh was covered with scars and Yakuza Irizumi. A katana was up on a display pedestal, still covered in blood and viscera, not yet cleaned, a rag thrown over it. Two women in kimonos stood to the side against the wall with their heads down. A man still covered in a battle robe overlaid with a dark leather armor and two ninjato held in back sheaths waited on the elder, bowed at the waist, head down. The old man spoke, while still slowly wiping the sluice off his flesh and splashing water on his worn face.
How many warriors did we lose?
The man straightened up, hands clasped behind his back.
200 on the Grand Dragon. Another 200 injured and being treated.
The old man nodded.
Acceptable. Barely. Have the soldiers trained harder, Sato? We have more challenges to overcome. Also, begin sending out emissaries to the surviving heads of the cartel, the Costa Nostra, the Triads, and the Hells Angels. Tell them if they bend the knee to the breath of the dragon, they shall thrive. Otherwise, they will be thralls to the alien factions. Also, reach out to any of the elves or beastkin whose combat skills are sufficient, and have the appropriate mindset.
A look of startlement at the last part drove across Sato's features before he took control back and straightened his face and bowed to the back of the old man.
You are sure on sending invitations to the elves and beastkin?
The old man finally turned around, emerald green eyes staring daggers at his subordinate who quickly went to knees with head down.
When have I ever been unsure, Sato? You will deliver penance to regain the face you just relinquished and join our soldiers in training. Every weapon shall be utilized, every tool its place.
Sato bowed his head 3 times before standing and turning to leave when he froze at his master's voice. He quickly turned once more, dropping to knees, one hand to floor, head bowed.
One final order, Sato, then you are dismissed. See if my grandson still holds to birth. If he does, bring him to me. It is time for him to be taught his heritage.
With that, the old man turned back to continue cleaning himself. Sato lifted his eyes to the scar-ridden back of his master.
Yes, Grandmaster Sho, your will be done. For the dragon!
If you would like to support my novel work, films, or video games, stop by my Patreon at patreon.com/StormCrowProductions. And please leave a review on Amazon and Audible if you enjoyed what you heard. In addition, my adult VN video game is now up on Steam for wishlist, a prequel to my multi-award nominated post-apocalyptic feature film script, Blade and Blood. It's called The Crown of Thorns, and you will need your parental controls turned off to find it. Releasing August 12th. And if interested in seeing my short film, feel free to take a gander, youtube.com/Jonathan Glasscock. Thank you so much, JD. And if you would like to find more great LitRPG books or more about LitRPG itself, visit the Facebook groups LitRPG Books, Game LitRPG Society, and LitRPG Legion.